Oh no, not Faulkner. Oh, I did mute this, didn't I? I'm so stupid.
Senator
I
Roger
literally did it
Marshall.
in front of my own face. Being like, oh no, I don't want audio coming out of this one. I want it coming out of this one.
With Interstate 40 and Helene victims, and they've been cut off with the third longest freeway in America up there. So he was there. This is another example of President Trump looking at all available resources as he expands his immigration crackdown. He plans to deputize IRS agents who often work on drug trafficking and money laundering cases. So they're going to have adjacent responsibilities now. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem contacted the Treasury Secretary requesting IRS agents to help ICE investigate human smuggling, trafficking, illegal hiring practices, and much more. Here's Senator Roger Marshall.
Promises made, promises kept here. President Trump said all hands on deck. I think most Americans would agree with me that the most significant initial concern to our country right now is this open southern border. So let's use the IRS agents to chase the money. Think about this, all the human trafficking, all the fentanyl poisoning, behind that is money laundering. Who would be better than the IRS agents to track down that money laundering and work with the DHS agents?
Well, the president's strategy also includes an aggressive push for countries to take back their people. You know, the illegals here. 2 Venezuelan planes returned home yesterday carrying nearly 200 illegals deported from the United States. Venezuela, for just a hot second, refused to take back any deportees and immediately backed down. That's a theme that you're seeing now on different issues. President Trump praising his team.
When you see the great job that Tom Homan's doing and Kristi Noem and everybody else that they're doing with taking thousands of people a day out of here, and these are hardened criminals. These are murderers in many cases. Biden allowed this to happen to our country. We shouldn't have to be doing this.
Want to hit a lot of topics with my next guest and focus now. Ari Fleischer, Fox News contributor, former White House press secretary. Great to see you. Let's start with this all hands on deck, all resources available. People that I've been talking with, and I've had voters' voices recently in studio with me, they love the idea of government working together. They're almost like an added layer of accountability for each other.
Now, this is clever as can be. You know, this is not stationing along the border a bunch of IRS agents with number 2 pencils in their holsters. There's a criminal division inside the IRS that is deeply involved in very complicated financial cases. And this is a wise use, as Senator Marshall pointed out. This is at its heart about money. It's about money laundering. It's about human trafficking. And there's a financial component to all of this that the criminal division inside the IRS is actually really good at digging into, finding where the money comes from, finding where the money's going, and then wrapping up bad guys. So I think this is a very smart move that the president is making, and it's a reflection of his priorities. He ran on closing the southern border. And the other thing Harris will just add, one of the reasons people don't come to America illegally is because they think they can't get in. He is creating an impression throughout the world. Don't try, because he's going to stop you. This is welcome.
Well, you heard the president in the clip that we showed talk about the great job his borders are, Tom Homan is doing. Well, he's got a stern warning, Homan does, over some leaked information about those raids where they go in and they round up the violent illegals. Worst go first. Watch.
We think it's coming from inside. Some of the information we're receiving tends to lead toward the FBI. But I talked to the Deputy Attorney General all this weekend. They've opened up a criminal investigation, And they have promised that not only this person lose their job and lose their pension, they're going to go to jail. They're going to criminally prosecute. It's just not, giving the bad guys a heads up so they can escape apprehension. Arresting, giving, the Venezuela gang a heads up so we can't arrest them. You're putting officers' lives at risk. This is not a game.
Bro.
Ari, I don't want to take.
You've literally, when he said it's coming from, the calls are coming from inside the house, he's right. Because Trump's team continually is fucking leaking their own raids to fucking press to get publicity. We're gonna have an investigation. We're taking this seriously. You did it, motherfucker.
Take this too far, but if you work against the federal government to protect its citizens, that sounds like treason.
This actually happened in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, just this past week, where a newspaper had somebody tell them that there was going to be an ICE raid, and the newspaper went, and before the raid even took place, started interviewing people saying, have you seen ICE? We hear they're coming. And they printed it in the paper before the raid took place. If it was a military deployment, what would we think about that? So yeah, this is tricky business when this stuff gets made public, when it leaks. It's a police operation, and you put the ICE agents in physical danger when you leak this information if people think they're coming and they're going to take extraordinary action to protect themselves. There's a lot to dig into here, and Tom Homan's right to dig.
Yeah, when he was on this program last week, Tom Homan said these are intelligence leaks. That's what he called them, leaks of intel. I mean, that's working against the American government. And talk about risk. Oftentimes, these are residential areas. You're risking American citizens' lives, too.
Oh, my God.
Right.
All right, I do want to ask you about something we touched on previously before you joined me, because I said I would.
Dinguses.
This aluminum and steel, the tariffs that President Trump is putting on China now to keep the dumping from happening here and driving up the cost for Americans.
Again, these are nothing new. We've been... So we're doing these aluminum and steel tariffs on China as a favor to Japan because Biden refused to sell U.S. steel.
How is it that a government agency can release funding when they want to, when he's put a freeze on something through DOGE or another way? How is that happening?
Every agency has its own traditions, its own precedents, and its own willingness to buck the political leadership. A lot of it is the institutional far left that burrowed into government.
Institutional? Far left, he said. No, the right word is institutions. These are institutions. They're literally, like, this is one of the interesting things about governments and why they're so much different than a business. Because they literally put inside institutions that basically makes it so, like, less authority is had by the government overall. And it is kind of like delegation in a way, but like a business is only going to do what's within its own interest. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, it's weird that institutions even exist.
Government that thinks that they are the cause of American success, and without government, the people wouldn't be successful. And so they are really driven to act independently of their political bosses. Some of it could be statutory. There are areas where if the statute is clear that the money must be spent, you can have lawyers inside these agencies saying it's too late, you can't freeze the funds.
Got it.
So I think it's part the bureaucracy, but it also can be statutory.
Yeah, I mean, I gave one example. The other was here in New York City. Earlier, we talked about the $59 million that they released. And maybe it was a situation where, yes, it had been allocated under Biden, but it had to go by a certain date. I don't know. I want to find out that information because otherwise it looks like it's thwarting the government. And so we'll dig deeper. Let's get to this. President Trump is delivering on campaign promises, and new poll numbers suggest Americans like what they see. CNN's data analysts stunned, apparently, by how voters' positive reactions have spiked compared to last term.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Entire first term, just 11 days, Donald Trump had a net positive approval rating. Compare that to the second term just so far. Every single day of Trump's second term so far, he has been on the positive side of the ledger. 21 days, all 3 weeks. So again, this is just another sign that Americans are far more likely to like what they're seeing in his second term than they were during his first term.
I love the jazz hands. He's trying to demonstrate how the numbers have gone up for Trump. Well, that poll shows his approval is way up with Generation Z. The Zoomer voters, as they're called, those young votes traditionally break for Democrats. One opinion headline with a warning over the numbers, quote, hidden deep inside new polling is a major warning for Democrats. Well, Ari, what is the warning?
Well, first of all,
Watch out.
Harry Enton is one of the best analysts of numbers I've ever seen. I follow him lead up to every election on election day. The guy is not pro-left or pro-right. He's pro-numbers, and he's superb at it. But what's going on, Harris, is one, the president's carrying out his campaign promises and the vigor, and just the fact that he's doing common sense things like on the border really has awakened the American people and given him what's rare in modern politics, a favorable job approval. But here's what's going on with 18 to 29-year-olds, and it's huge. Barack Obama in 2008 won 18 to 29-year-olds by 34 points. When he ran for re-election, he won them by 23 points. Joe Biden won them by 25 points when he defeated Donald Trump in 2020. Kamala Harris won 18 to 29-year-olds by only 4 points. Donald Trump cut what has been a 20-point favorite rating for the Democrats, a gap, to down to 4 points, a huge swing. And of course, if you start to win the youth vote, you think it will have a projection toward the future. Trump is now cutting the Democrats off at their knees for the future that they thought they'd have.
Wow. I mean, that is precipitous drop for Kamala Harris and for Democrats. I wonder even how you approach getting that back as they begin to get older. I mean, they're now, some of them as old as 28. Life changes as you get married, have kids, those sorts of things. Statistically, people become more conservative with their money, for instance. Wow. Ari Fleischer, always great to have you. Thank you so very much.
I'm moving to the USA, bro. Okay, why? Because I just got refugee status, son. Okay, don't talk.
South African comedian Boer Bosch sending up white privilege, part of a wave of spoof videos on social media following US President Donald Trump's allegations that South Africa mistreats its white minority.
What Daddy Trump says goes. Isn't that racist? I don't know, dude. Ask Elon.
He offered refugee status to Afrikaners, the descendants of early European settlers, stating they were victims of unjust racial discrimination. Trump was attacking a land expropriation bill signed by President Cyril Ramaphosa, which is aimed at addressing racial disparities in land ownership. Another comedian, Leah Jazz, posted this Instagram video titled, "A Day in the Life of an Oppressed White South African."
I then need to wash, so I have a dip in our pool which is used for bathing and drinking as we have no running water. Then I sit down to apply for a job I'm not qualified for and cry when I don't get it.
South African-born billionaire Elon Musk, now a key advisor to Trump, has amplified the president's attacks on South Africa. He wrote in a post on his social media platform X last week that the country has openly racist ownership laws. Trump's criticism has exacerbated stark divisions in South Africa, 30 years after the end of apartheid, partly because of yawning inequality between racial groups. Underscoring those divisions, the mostly white-led Democratic Alliance, the main coalition partner in Ramaphosa's unity government, said on Monday it had filed a legal challenge to the land law. The populist MK party, meanwhile, has filed a criminal complaint against AfriForum, which champions the white Afrikaner minority, accusing it of spreading misinformation to influence Trump. AfriForum has lobbied against the law in US media and political circles.
He can decide how he puts pressure on South Africa.
Portraying it as part of a wider onslaught on white Afrikaners.
To put pressure particularly on the politicians.
Well, another success on the hostage front. We just got this news from the National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, that Mark Fogel, an American school teacher who was detained in Russia in August of 2021 for having in his possession a half an ounce of medical marijuana, was sentenced to 14 years in prison, is now on an aircraft with President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and is headed to freedom. According to a statement from Michael Waltz, Witkoff and the president's advisors negotiated an exchange that serves as a show of good faith from the Russians and a sign that we're moving in the right direction to end the brutal and terrible war in Ukraine. We don't know what constitutes this, quote, exchange, but we do know that the Trump administration, unlike some administrations in the past, is not of a mind to exchange very high value targets like Victor Bout or millions of dollars in exchange for hostages. But good news for the Fogel family that after a number of years in prison, Sandra, he is going to be coming back home. Thank goodness he did not have to spend 14 years in a penal colony, as he believed he was going to have to.
Yeah, imprisoned in Russia 2021. Rhett Kelly out of Pennsylvania has advocated for his safe return to the United States only as of January 2nd, getting that designation of wrongfully detained for Fogel. Dan Hoffman is jumping on with us right now. Dan, I want to get your reaction to this as the statement from the National Security Advisor has just been released. President Trump and his envoy, Steve Witkoff, are able to announce that Witkoff is leaving Russian airspace with Mark Fogel, an American who's detained by Russia. The president and his advisors negotiated an exchange that serves as a show of good faith from the Russians and a sign we're moving in the right direction to end the brutal and terrible war in Ukraine. Your reaction, Dan?
This is a major foreign policy success. Look, any time we're able to extract one of our citizens from behind enemy lines in Russia, good on the administration for doing this. Look, Stephen Witkoff.
Oh, so today Russia's an enemy. Got it.
Got a lot on his plate right now dealing with the Middle East, and it's incredibly impressive to me that on top of that, he was able to secure the release of Mark Fogel. And remember that Mark was arrested in August of 2021 for carrying 0.6 ounces of medical marijuana into the country. Now, the question is what we had to give the Russians in return. I don't think those details have been shared yet, or how this fits into the larger picture. Remember that this weekend at the Munich Security Conference, there will be discussions about the future of Ukraine. And typically with Russia, everything is intertwined. The hostage release with the war in Ukraine, even to arms control negotiations.
So when Fogel was taken, it was right around the same time that Brittany Griner was taken as well. And she had a quantity of marijuana on her as well. She was immediately labeled as wrongfully detained. Fogel wasn't. And there was a great hue and cry, well, why are you treating Brittany Griner one way and Mark Fogel a different way? As Sandra mentioned, he eventually did get that wrongfully detained designation. But can you speak to us about what were the differences here? It seemed like very much the same thing.
Yeah, I don't see the difference, John. And Mark Fogel missed out on the exchange that resulted in Brittany Griner's release, and then the 2024 prisoner exchange, which was quite extensive as well. A lot of us who had served in Moscow, and I have friends, I never met Mark, but I have friends who did, felt like it was a dereliction of duty on our part, on the previous administration's part, that they did not secure Mark Fogel's release. There should have been no reason for that. They finally described Fogel, Jake Sullivan did, as wrongfully detained in August of 2021, way late in the process. And there was never an adequate reason given for that. But again, good on the Trump administration for securing his release. It's been a busy couple of weeks here, John, obviously, on foreign policy with the Trump administration, and we should all be celebrating this success.
Just looking back at Rep. Kelly, who's advocated strongly for his release, he notes in his most recent posting about Fogel being a Butler, Pennsylvania native, taught history courses at schools attended by children of U.S. diplomats in Colombia, Venezuela, Oman, Malaysia, and for 10 years in Russia. To go back to that date, August 14th, 2021, when he was detained, He has been serving a 14-year hard labor sentence for possession, as you noted, Dan, of medical marijuana used to treat his severe back injury, a charge very similar to that of the WNBA player Brittany Griner. So the statement has come out from the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. I imagine as the president, we just saw and heard from him a moment ago, speaking there with the King of Jordan, that we'll hear more from the White House shortly, Dan. Obviously, very big news.
Yeah, this is a great bit of news. Look, Mark was teaching at the Anglo-American School of Moscow since 2012. He was doing good work there. He's a teacher. That's all he was doing. And it really does reflect on Russia's dictatorship today. Vladimir Putin, the KGB operative in the Kremlin. This is how he works, wrongfully detaining U.S. citizens and seeking to extort us to get the best deal possible and extract the release, for example, of Victor Booth, a merchant of death, whom we had to trade to secure Brittany Griner's release. So, look, again, this is a great success. Democrats and Republicans and American citizens should be celebrating it, and I'm sure there's more to come down the road.
Yeah, just for clarity, it was August 1st, 2024 that Jake Sullivan declared that he was wrongfully detained. So as I mentioned a moment ago, Dan, this is an administration that is not given to exchanging high-value targets like Victor Bout or tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars for hostages. But we're told that this is a swap. Do you have any idea what the swap might have constituted?
I don't, and swap is sort of esoteric, John. It could be an individual. It could be some other sort of quid pro quo where we might have agreed to do something, perhaps, that the Russians may have appreciated. I just couldn't fathom. The one thing about the Trump administration, they're super creative about solving diplomatic challenges. And so we'll just have to wait and see what the facts are. But regardless, this is a success. Look, we got our guy out of Russia, and his family will be pleased. And so, gosh, God bless them. Even a day spent in a Russian penal colony, man, that's just an awful experience. And I just hope that he's going to be able fully to recover from this.
Yeah, just looking at a recent article, a local article to where he is from in Pennsylvania. His mother is quoted, and this was shortly after a bipartisan resolution was passed by the Senate to call for his release. At the time, his mother told the Pittsburgh's Action News 4, he's missed so much with his family. His youngest son graduated from college. Of course, you didn't see that. The birthdays and wedding anniversary. And, you know, it's just really, really hard. And Dan, you think about how hard this has obviously been on Mark Fogel himself, but on his family as well.
Absolutely awful. Look, we can just look at the case of Evan Gershkovich and the trauma that his family suffered while he was behind enemy lines. And look, this took incredible bipartisan work from the United States senators back in August 2022, lobbied the State Department to designate Fogel as wrongfully detained. It took, as you noted, almost 2 years. The Fogel family, was very vocal, speaking out, and launched a petition calling for Fogel's freedom. There was a lot of work that was done here at the grassroots level and also in the Congress, and finally brought to fruition, thank goodness, with a positive result.
So let me ask you, Dan, to read the tea leaves here. Because we have in the statement here language that says it was a sign of good faith from the Russians and a sign of moving in the right direction to end the brutal and terrible war in Ukraine. There's a lot of talk that President Trump may be close to some sort of deal with Putin and Zelensky to bring an end to this horrible conflict that has been going on now for so many years. You know Putin. You studied him. You were there in Moscow as station chief. What's your read on where we are in terms of ending this war?
So this prisoner release is sort of a proof of concept that we might be able to sit down at the table with Russia and iron out some of our differences. And if you think about the potential for a grand bargain in the event that that the war ends and we're able to proceed with some post-conflict reconstruction in Ukraine, there's the potential for a grand bargain here where we eliminate some of those sanctions against Russia. There's not just a stick where we supply Ukraine with more arms and more munitions. There's a carrot, too, for Vladimir Putin, who is dealing with a very unbalanced wartime economy. And so there's the potential that we strike a deal and end the war and do so in such a way that Russia may potentially be welcomed back into the world economy, and that would certainly serve Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
The challenge for us, for retired General Kellogg and for the Trump administration, is seeing the world through Putin's eyes. Vladimir Putin doesn't see casualties the way we do. He's perfectly willing to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of his own people to destroy any chance for democracy in Ukraine. He wanted to topple the government there and failed. So this is going to be a very painstaking, challenging, complex, wickedly complex negotiation. But today, this prisoner release maybe portends for something potentially positive resulting from it.
Yeah. Dan, thank you for jumping on the breaking news. We're going to have more as we learn more about this release coming up. Dan Hoffman joining us. Thank you very much. I want to finish off by reading the second portion of the statement released from the National Security Advisor on this news, Mike Waltz. It says, since President Trump's swearing in, he successfully secured the release of Americans detained around the world, and President Trump will continue until all Americans being held are returned to the United States. By tonight, Mark Fogel will be on American soil and reunited with his family and loved ones thanks to President Trump's leadership. We're going to have more on this breaking news after the break. We'll be right back.
If the issue is Hamas backing off on its refusal to comply with the next agreed step, which is 3 hostages on Saturday, I believe the odds are that they will, in fact, carry out their commitment.
Now, I was just watching a moment ago, literally a moment ago, Donald Trump ushering King Abdullah of Jordan through the door as he arrived at the White House. He's, of course, one of America's closest allies. And by all accounts, King Abdullah went into that meeting with a lot on his mind and a lot to say that maybe Donald Trump won't want to hear. And maybe even more, the king would like to hear the president explain. What did Trump mean when he said we'd see all hell break loose in Gaza unless Hamas released another group of hostages on schedule? That's after Hamas threatened to halt those releases yesterday. What did the king have to say about Donald Trump telling the world very openly he was ready to withhold U.S. aid to punish Jordan and Egypt, another key ally, if they refused to buy into the scheme to solve the Gaza crisis by buying Gaza, by compelling its Palestinians to move to Arab countries, including Jordan, and then to turn Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East. It's reported the King of Jordan would dismiss that plan to Donald Trump's face. Right now, I want to welcome to Drive Harriet Alexander, the U.S. correspondent for The Times. Hello to you, Harriet.
Hello, John.
Hi, so tell me, look, I see King Abdullah has just gone into the White House. What are you expecting to happen?
Well, it's going to be an incredibly difficult meeting for King Abdullah, isn't it? I mean, the idea of him agreeing to essentially relocate the population of Gaza to Jordan and to Egypt for him is a total non-starter. Half of his country, more than half actually, are of Palestinian descent. So the idea that he could then turn around and support essentially the forcible removal of Palestinians from their homeland, it's impossible for him. He can't go along with that. But at the same time, Jordan is unusually dependent on U.S. aid. It receives $1.5 billion a year from the United States. It doesn't have massive oil reserves like Saudi. So he's in a tricky situation. He needs Trump's support, yet he can't go along with it.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan, as you say, it's a very close ally and an important one. It very much depends on American support. And here you've got the president very openly threatening a bit of coercion. We know that Donald Trump, is quite fond of a bit of coercion from time to time. But I wonder what people there are going to be making of the president leaning so hard on an important ally in the region in this way.
Well, an important thing for King Abdullah is that he has a lot of support in the United States. He's actually the longest serving current leader in the Middle East. He's well known and well liked in Washington. He's seen as someone that they can certainly work with. And there's a large U.S. military presence in Jordan. There's also a lot of intelligence sharing. Joe Biden famously said to King Abdullah, "You live in an interesting neighborhood," which seems like something of an understatement. So that is something that the king will try and use. Will say to Donald Trump, "I'm useful to you. Let's try and work this out."
Yeah, I mean, in a moment, I'm going to be talking to David Satterfield, the former U.S. Special Envoy for the Middle East. And thank you again for joining us, Harry. Let me just ask you before you go.
What's going on over there?
The very open statement by Donald Trump. He was signing an order, effectively, to make a corruption by American companies seeking contracts overseas to make that legal. How's that gone down?
Well, and there is such a flurry of executive orders right now, John. I mean, it's hard to keep pace with them, isn't it? This is certainly one that raised eyebrows, and it will absolutely face challenges in the courts. But again, the courts are even struggling to keep pace with this because he's moving so quickly. It's sort of that Silicon Valley metaphor of moving fast and breaking things. Well, he's certainly doing that.
All right, Harriet Alexander, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Now, so let's say hi to David Satterfield, who's a former U.S. Special Envoy for the Middle East. David, welcome.
Welcome.
What do you make, David, of the president so openly threatening to withhold aid, military aid, economic aid from Jordan if it didn't go along with this Gaza plan of his? I mean, such a naked display of power. What does it mean to you?
Well, your correspondent's comments just a moment ago were spot on.
Two.
All of them. Let's be real here. The Palestinian population of Gaza, some 2 million, are not going to voluntarily depart in any significant numbers. And even if they were interested in doing so, which they are not, where would they go? The King Abdullah's father, King Hussein, fought in 1970, Black September, a battle for the throne against Palestinian elements. It would be inconceivable for the king to accept any significant number of Palestinians into Jordan. It would, as many have said, be suicidal for him to do that. It isn't going to happen. Nor, for that matter, is there going to be a forcible expulsion by Israel or by any other party of Palestinians from Gaza. We're in the world of rhetoric here, not reality. What's the consequence of that rhetoric?
Yes.
The threat to cut off assistance, if that's what it is, to Jordan and Egypt. Let's recall another dimension of Jordan and Egypt in the region. It's their security importance to Israel, not just the United States and to the Gulf. If there were to be a destabilizing action by the United States, such as termination of economic assistance, military financing to Jordan, to Egypt as well, Israel would suffer as well. And I don't think that's in the interests of Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Israeli government, or its security establishment to have happened. This is posturing for the sake of pressure. Now, look, Hamas is a terrorist organization. It has clearly mistreated and mistreated badly the hostages who remain living in Gaza. It is a horrible sight to see these people coming out bit by bit. And the president is quite right to criticize that. But the negotiations to obtain their release are complex. They were, they are. The Israeli Security Cabinet has made, Prime Minister Netanyahu have just made in the last moments, statements about the need to see all of the hostages, that is the living phase one hostages, come out by Saturday. Is that serious? Is it a requirement that Hamas back off on their refusal to release the 3 previously scheduled? We don't know. But I will say this. When individuals note all hell will break loose, all hell broke loose over Gaza, starting in October of 2023 after the Hamas massacre of Israelis. There is very little I can see that could be done other than simply resuming the same military kinetic campaign that was terminated when this ceasefire began. That won't effect an end to Hamas. Only a political resolution coupled or framework coupled with military pressure will bring that goal to bear. Anything else is, in the judgment of Israel's own security senior leadership, magical thinking.
Right, so you raised some really important points, and I want to pick up on one or two of them. First of all, would you calculate, I know we do not know, would you calculate, though, David, that Hamas would back down before Saturday and deliver the next a group of hostages rather than face hell in whatever form that might take?
If the issue is Hamas backing off on its refusal to comply with the next
Back off,
agreed
haters.
step, which is 3 hostages on Saturday, I believe the odds are that they will, in fact, carry out their commitment.
Well, you believe they would back down. We will watch that.
They'll back down.
Clearly watch that closely. Now, and you also make the point that the president's Gaza plan, turning Gaza into the Middle East Riviera and so on, somehow moving people who don't want to move to countries that don't want to take them, it's impractical, implausible, it will not happen. But there could be a real-world cost in ruptured relations between Jordan, say, not just America, and with Israel. Could there be a further cost, a further price to pay, and that it could stir deeper hostility towards America in the region, maybe compound and add to the danger of terrorism, which is already there?
Look, as we address hypotheticals on what might happen, let's recall the basic principle. It isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
This scenario is not plausible. It's not achievable.
But the threat to Jordan, the threat to Egypt of withholding aid, that could have real-world consequences, could it, in terms of security as well as relationships?
I think both countries' leaderships
There we go. I was able to double. It kept being like, oh, you know what it probably is? It's the system audio because I don't have the speakers plugged in. So selecting system audio is it's freaking out, being like, what system audio? Because it's not sending it anywhere right now. But I think I can link it to my TV because I just don't want it linked to my speakers anymore. Or at least for right now. Okay.
issues. I honestly don't see a dramatic real-world consequence to what is so far simply rhetoric.
All right, the hope must be that is so. David Satterfield, thank you for joining us, former U.S. Special Envoy for the Middle East.
Moments ago, President Donald Trump and Elon Musk met with reporters you see here in the Oval Office. Musk, who is leading DOGE, or the White House Department of Government Efficiency, explained how they've already found billions in government waste. The pair also defended the aggressive overhaul, saying that this is what a majority of Americans wanted. Trump also said he plans to appeal a judge's ruling that blocks DOGE's actions, that includes in budget and in personnel cuts.
No.
The president's also meeting with allies from the Middle East today about his plans for Gaza. We now want to bring in CBS News correspondent Erica Brown in Washington, D.C.
President Trump is re-upping his ultimatum for Hamas to release all remaining Israeli hostages or all bets are off.
I have a Saturday deadline, and I don't think they're going to make the deadline personally. I think they want to play tough guy, but we'll see how tough they are.
Hamas has put more pressure on a fragile ceasefire, saying it will delay the next hostage release, accusing Israel of violating terms of the deal. The group says Israel is preventing Palestinian refugees from returning to northern Gaza and is continuing to block humanitarian aid. On Tuesday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said fighting will resume if Hamas does not return hostages by Saturday afternoon. President Trump met with Jordan's King Abdullah II in the Oval Office today, continuing to press his plan to move Palestinians out of Gaza so the U.S. can take it over.
We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it. and we're going to
Don't
run it
question
very
me.
properly.
Trump wants to redevelop Gaza and turn it into what he's called the Riviera of the Middle East. The King of Jordan reacted to the president's idea Egypt and Jordan take in displaced Palestinians.
I have to look at the best interests of my country. I think the president is very happy that we do this thing with 2,000 children as quickly as possible.
Trump suggested Palestinians would not be allowed to return to Gaza after the war-torn area is rebuilt, something many in Gaza say is unacceptable and violates international law. Erica Brown, CBS
The
News,
US
Washington.
International law is everyone but the
So
U.S.
thank you very much. We had a
and
busy day
Russia.
today. The king just left, and we've had a great discussion, terrific discussion concerning
Do you think Trump's jealous
Gaza
that
and
he's not a
everything
king?
else. We had discussions also about Saturday at 12 o'clock. It's going to be a big moment. We'll see what happens. I don't expect much happening with these people, but we'll see what happens. And we're going to be signing a very important deal today. It's Doge, and I'm going to ask Elon to tell you a little bit about it and some of the things that we found, which are shocking. Billions and billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think it's very important. And that's one of the reasons I got elected. I said, we're going to do that. Nobody had any idea it was that bad, that sick, and that corrupt. And it seems hard to believe that judges want to try and stop us from looking for corruption, especially when we found hundreds of millions of dollars worth, much more than that, in just a short period of time. And we want to weed out the corruption. And it seems hard to believe that a judge could say, we don't want you to do that. Well, so maybe we have to look at the judges, because that's a very serious, I think it's a very serious violation. I'll ask Elon Musk to say a few words, and we'll take some questions. Elon, go ahead.
Sure. So at a high level, you say, what is the goal of Doge, and I think a significant part of this of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to, if you sorry.
That's my suitcase.
If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, or if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy, we live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's
unelected bureaucrats saying we don't live in a democracy, we live in a bureaucracy.
Decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there aren't some good, there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy. And if you looked at this, if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this.
You know what they would, if they, you know what they would tell you, Elon? Go back where you came from. I wouldn't hold up these people too high, buddy.
Unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative. And this is not something that people want, and it's not. It does not match the will of the people. So it's just something we've got to fix. And then we've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit. And if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking because we spend a lot of money on defense. But and if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, like, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's
Man, Trump is like, when does this guy stop talking?
essential. It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens. and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
And also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about 30 million,
right,
et cetera?
Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that you know, there are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth while they are in that position, which is, you know, what happened at USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing, in which case we should take their investment advice, perhaps. But just there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So, you know, we're looking at, say, well, we just, if you look at, say Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place, that are in place in any company, such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code, that there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently. So the reason that departments can't pass audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks. You've got comment fields that are also blank, so you don't know why the payment was made. And then we've got this truly absurd, a do not pay list, which can take up to a year for an organization to get on a do not pay list. And this we're talking.
Okay, that's enough of the yapping.
President Trump ordering new 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum entering the country. It's another blow to the U.S. allies, Canada and Mexico, which supply the bulk of our metal imports.
And TMJ4 spoke with Kevin, a brewmaster at Third Space Brewery, and Graham, a customer, who are just both waiting to see what happens next. Sydney Orr joins us live with the local impact this is having on local breweries. Good morning, Sydney.
Hey, good morning. Third Space Brewing is one of those businesses now wondering they will see rising costs due to this new 25% tariff on aluminum imports. President Donald Trump says the move will protect American jobs, but it could raise prices on everything from cars to construction to beer and soda cans. Here at Third Space Brewing, there are millions of cans in storage already. They're crucial parts of its operations, something they already spend the most money on each year. TMJ4's
Doja Cats. Okay. Oh my God, that was horrible. Oh, no. That was horrible. They got good vibes. Jesus Christ. Not going about it the right way. Yeah, you gotta throw a no cap on the end of that. No cap.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm John Lovett.
I'm Tommy Vitor. On today's show, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance hinted over the weekend that they may defy the courts after a few federal judges have started to put the brakes on Elon Musk's hostile takeover of the federal government. We'll talk about the brewing constitutional crisis in a bit, and I'll dig in on the legal issues later in the show with Strict Scrutiny's Leah Littman, who joins us. We'll also talk about how Elon's wrecking ball is putting everything from cancer research to consumer protection at risk, so much so that even some Republicans are starting to speak up just a little bit, just a peep. And in case you were wondering whether Trump and his family are still shameless grifters, it now looks like they've made $100 million in trading fees on the Trump meme coin, while a lot of investors got
nice,
screwed.
good for them.
Are they happy?
It seems like it, honestly.
Yeah,
seems
they
like
do seem
it.
pretty happy.
Pretty
psyched.
Yeah,
Pretty happy.
we are recording this the Monday after what used to be known as Super Bowl Sunday, but will henceforth be known as something else entirely. Thanks
Gulf
to our
of
new
America
King and
Day,
Savior.
hilarious, guys.
Here's
Good
what was
joke.
heard aboard Air Force One en route to the big game in New Orleans.
Air Force One is currently in international waters, for the first time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America.
You gotta give it to Elon for not whipping his dick out. Oh my God.
First ever Gulf of America Day.
And we're flying right over it right now. So we thought this would be appropriate. Even bigger than the Super Bowl. This is a big thing. Now, I love the people of Canada. We have a great relationship. But if they became our 51st state,
would be the greatest thing they could ever do. It'd be unbelievable. It would be a cherished state, because without the U.S., Canada really doesn't have a country. And if we say we want our cars to be made in Detroit, with a stroke of a pen, I can do that. Other things in addition to that would not allow Canada
He's so
to be
funny.
a viable country. There's a light over the United States. People are happy. They're more confident. The approval ratings for this country have gone through the sky.
Is that what it is? It's a light over the United States?
American people are taking solid shits. They're sleeping through the night.
Where to begin? Where to begin, guys? I did find it notable that Trump was somehow able to insert himself at the center of one of America's last and certainly biggest monocultural moments. He sat down for an interview with Fox News' Bret Baier, part of which aired before the game. He also became the first sitting president to attend the Super Bowl, where he was cheered on his way in and left before the second half. What'd you guys make of him going and basically just being on our screens and in our faces even more than he was during the first term?
God, so annoying. It's just so annoying. Just giving my Super Bowl. By the way, was that the Air Force One pilot doing that announcement? So we're getting
seems like it.
A uniformed member of the U.S. military in on your political announcement about the Gulf of America.
I mean, check out this Norm's fag.
I mean,
this is such like
Apple, Google are changing the
dictatorship,
all over the place.
and I don't mean that
it's an even, as he said, it's an even bigger
in
deal
a
than
lib
the
way.
Super Bowl. And guess what?
So
no
but
one,
they, just like
everyone thinks this is stupid.
Like it's almost as funny as like Gurbanguly Berhamadov, former president of Turkmenistan. That's what I mean. It's like some shit he would do. They're such men, children.
All the shit that, like the polls,
it's not popular,
and which surprised me. I thought people would be like, Gulf of America, cool, but it turns out even American voters smarter than that.
I will say though, if I were to think of the places that would like it the most, it would be that ring of kind of red America that runs from like Clearwater, Florida, up through the Panhandle, down through the down on the Texas,
Greater Tampa.
Greater Tampa for sure.
I'd love to know whoever thought of that before this became a thing with Trump. You know, like I'd love to know someone should do the history, an oral history of how Gulf of Mexico became Gulf of
Elon
America
loves
and
using that kid as a fucking prop. It's very bizarre. I don't know why, but
Trump proposal.
Yeah, we got to get that person and the guy who told Seal to become an anthropomorphic singing seal, singing about Mountain Dew, and we send them both to Gitmo.
That was it was definitely #1 for a while, that song. In 1994, 93, 94, I can't remember exactly which year. I was in 8th grade, so I think it was 94,
It was associated
95.
with Batman Forever?
Yes,
Batman
that's right.
Forever.
And then
that's how I know it.
Then
what's funny is I didn't even know what that song was until it was like much later. I'd never heard of the guy or anything until much later.
All these years later, 30 years later, he's a SEAL.
They made me a communist on the spot.
I haven't consumed
That was it
the
for
ads.
capitalism.
I was making a delicious orange cake based on a recipe by Nigella Lawson. And then I got a text from my father saying, "What is this?" Which led me to believe that the halftime show had begun. So I did turn that on. Then I went back once the oranges were done steeping to making my cake. That's what I did.
Dad's a Drake guy.
Yeah, there were a few questions from parents in our home. Is there going to be another Act 2? Is this just is it just this guy? Anyway, I really my thought about, first of all, Trump likes to flood the zone and he's out there all the time, and that's helpful, and everyone's made that point, and I do think it's a lesson for Democrats going forward who are running for president. But he really does seem this time around like he is more of a king in like the ceremonial sense, and like Elon now is the prime minister, just doing all the work. And Trump is he's just posting, talking. He's like a little more relaxed, he's holding court, he's hosting. You always say he's hosting, he's having a good time. And then like meanwhile, Elon's just running around breaking the entire federal government, eliminating services for people.
Yeah, he's free.
I'm not saying it's the worst model, by the way.
Well,
for like next, like I would like to have a Democratic president, maybe next time, who is out there all the time and just talking to the country the whole time, and then there's a whole bunch of people doing the work.
So we are still very much in the honeymoon phase,
Yes.
and I think this is really effective for a couple of reasons. I think it was a point that Dan made in that conversation was that Trump paid for being
With Ben
compared
Smith.
with Ben Smith, which is a great episode people should check out. But Trump paid for being compared to Obama. He's now benefiting from being compared to Joe Biden, being out there more and active. And we'll get into the politics of all these different moves and what people are knowing, what people know is happening, what people don't know is happening. But fundamentally, he looks extremely active. He's everywhere. He's doing things. He seems dynamic. He seems like he's having fun because I think actually for the first time as president, he is genuinely having fun because he doesn't feel bound by any of the advisors who are telling him the rules he didn't care about in the first place. But let's see what happens when there's two ways in which this eventually has to, I think, give. One, at a certain point, they won't be able to keep up with their own pace. I'm sure they're thrilled with themselves that the press can't keep up and the Democrats can't keep up. They can't keep up with this. That's the first. And the second is, he called off that first round of tariffs. He is still able to deny that he is responsible for a plane crashing, right? Even as he's getting rid of air traffic controller boards, whatever. So let's see what happens when there start to be consequences for governing or consequences of just reality and the crises that happen to any president, right? So
let's talk about a comparison with Obama for a second, though. Because I watched this and I thought, why couldn't we have gone to stuff? Every time Obama wanted to do something cool, we were told it was a security risk or it was going to be inconvenience people. And I would just ask everyone to Google Obama and date night. Remember that? 2009, Obama and Michelle, they get on the plane, they fly to New York, they go to dinner, and they go to a show. Fox News and all the conservative media outlets went insane for weeks about what they did, whether it was out of touch, the cost to taxpayers. I would love to know how much it costs to pack up Air Force One, fly to New Orleans, rename a body of water, and then leave at halftime. But that's not part of
the funniest part about this is they're salty because this was an annoying day at their job that they're still pressed on, and then they see fucking Trump doing this shit, and they're like, when I was working that job.
That, Fox put on the game, and they interviewed Trump before.
Yeah.
Has there any incident? Oh, we'll show you. I'm always playing all kinds of stuff from all different countries. Yeah, there. I'll show you. I'll pull up one of our favorite brain-rotted Trump supporters who makes content. We're always trolling this account. Reacting to it, I wouldn't actually be mean to her because I don't think she's a bad person or anything. It's her videos are just funny.
Much to go over today, and I don't even have that much time because I'm poor and I can only make 20-minute videos because I don't have the space, and I am tender-headed. I used to not be. The older you get, the more tender-headed you get, so this is really hurting. My head's going boom, boom, but we're gonna get to it. I've been jotting down, not everything, but most everything that's been going on with the mass deportations lately. It's kind of like my Super Bowl. Okay, so let's look at the first thing I have on the list. Okay, so it all
I still can't get over her changing the sound for the intro to be farting. Cause really that's her brain,
started. Remember that whole mess they had in Mexico? Remember when the other administration was in charge? They had the CBP1 app, and that app was
it was a good app.
Such a mess. Since they have demolished it, I think Trump has gotten rid of it.
That was a bad idea.
It was an app for immigrants to come over to America to claim asylum. Now, this app didn't start the process of you becoming a legal citizen. Oh no, it can't do that. But everyone thinks it's everyone from Mexico.
It was literally an app just to make appointments. And it lowered, what was the stat? Like it's something like 1/3, 33% or something, you know, or a third, or I know there's a 3 in there. Like it tripled since it's been offline, or it lowered illegal crossings by I think that's what it was. It lowered illegal crossings by like a factor of 3.
And it's just a bunch of Mexicans. But this app was any criminal from other countries. You could be from Haiti.
Okay. You could applying for an asylum appointment and you're a criminal. Would you rather have them come in first, Annette, and then register their appointment once they're already here after they've claimed asylum? In that case? Or would you rather have them go, okay, here's the day for your appointment, and then they look at the shit and they go, oh, you're a criminal, goodbye. I'm a Trumper. Shut up, Alan.
You could be from Venezuela, any country, any criminal from another country. If you come to another country illegally, then you are a criminal. Anywho's, how this app used to work
No,
is
you're not.
you would go on to the
It's not against the law. It's not against the law to go over a border.
free app. You would say you want to come to America, and you would wait until your like time slot where you would get a plane ticket, a boat ticket, Brought to you by the American people, our taxpayer dollars. We would, fly you over to Mexico City, where there would be a tent city outside with a bunch of people from tons of different countries waiting in this tent city in Mexico City, waiting for another said plane ticket or boat ticket by the
I wonder
American
if the sound
people
isn't coming
to
in
then
because I
send you
switched
over
it.
to America. And all the gifts didn't just stop then. Once you
We're gonna
get
try
to
to reboot
America,
this
then
shit.
you get free health care. Not like the American citizens do, but you do. And you get free housing, you get some food stamps, you get to eat.
No.
Isn't that nice?
No.
Wow. America's
no.
great,
This
isn't
is not
it?
true. This is not true. They also have to pay taxes as well. They pay taxes and get no benefits. That's how it works.
Well, once Trump got into office and started the mass deportation, he started sending all the criminals back to Mexico. And then Mexico had an issue with it. They're like, wait, these people aren't from our country. Why are you sending them here? And it's like, yeah, but you use your port of entry to sneak them into America. Like, are you, what?
Donald Trump's
Wait. Mexico is using their ports of entry to sneak illegals in now.
administration isn't just a border.
Not gonna lie, she's hot. Bro, I love her so much. Can you imagine the effect I would have on her brain? We unironically just love her content. It's so funny that she's also Mexican, and she will literally be like, she's literally got brain rot or brainwash, she's got Terryitis a little, because she'll show you her schizo algorithm and how she came to the conclusions and stuff.
Latinos, like the media makes it seem. They're deporting people from different countries, including China and India. There's flights going out every single day, so why don't you hear about it? Why is it that when people say illegal immigrant, people automatically assume Latino? One, I would blame the media as well as the DNC. Mainstream media is only making a big deal out of Latinos getting deported, not anybody else, which is odd, right? Why is that important? Why is that relevant? Because that's the information most people consume. So if you're only showing them a small part of the picture, they think the entire picture is that one small part. So people have learned to associate Latino with illegal immigrants.
I love how they're describing prejudice and then being like, it's not the conservative media. It's the Democrats that are making us think like this. What?
There's been Latinos in this country since this country was formed. There are certain parts, certain states that were part of Mexico that are not part of the U.S. Why do I partially blame the DNC as well? Well, because they pay influence influencers.
It's
And
gonna
that's
be
how they
clicking 'cause
won the
they're rebooting
Latino
the
vote by
game. So just bear
associating
with the audio for a
illegal
second.
immigrant with Latinos, which I think is racist. You're assuming that all Latinos are illegal.
This is the greatest time to be alive. So now Trump is showing every other country the meaning of fuck around and find out.
It's so funny because we have those videos of people literally like posing as ICE agents and harassing people on the street. What ethnicity do you think those people are?
Out with tariffs and trading and how we, work businesses with other countries going forward. Like with Colombia, we all saw what happened when they didn't want to take their criminals back. Donnie is so gangster. Remember when he posted the meme to Colombia, FOFO? Colombia changed their mind in less than...
The blonde is fine, but, Australian.
an hour,
Yuck.
fuck around and find out.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Only traitors and terrorists help
Oh my God.
invaders. I wrote something down like left back in the day.
Invaders.
Slaves who work in the crops.
Now today left say
We need illegal immigrants.
It's so funny. And that, you fucking dingus. Okay. Still no audio. What is happening? It's got to be to do with the volume control because I have no volume here. My goodness. Oh, here, yeah, see, output device. Doesn't see it. I really gotta plug in my fucking speakers, man.
it's the same difference. You just changed the name.
A question about, because one of the reasons that President Trump got elected,
Yes.
According to President Trump in an interview, I think it was with Kristen
Yes, Annette, yes, that's our issue, is that it's modern slavery. That is the issue. Do you think you're helping the slaves by doing this?
of NBC
Fucking-
was because of.
It's so funny because you can tell, like, she has this bizarre brain that you don't encounter much, right? So, like, you can tell, like, she's aware of, like, certain specific things, like how illegal immigrants and shit are used in modern slavery. So, and she probably will have, like, takes on prison, like prison is, like, fucked up, right? But then she'll, like, blame the Democrats for it and talk about how California has higher incarceration rates or something because they have a bigger population, so it would be higher on average or something. It's always stuff like that, and that's what makes her so funny.
Of grocery prices. Not the only reason, but a reason. High prices, inflation, especially at the grocery. The Department of Agriculture says that between 2020 and 2022, 42% of crop workers were undocumented immigrants. And in many cases, as you know, these migrants do jobs many Americans do not want to do. So how does President Trump make sure that the effort to deport people who are not in this country legally doesn't end up hurting Americans who want safe borders, absolutely, but also don't want to see even more higher prices in groceries?
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's not your position, Jake, you're just asking the question, that we should supply America's food with exploitative illegal alien labor. I obviously don't think that's what you're implying. Only 1% of alien workers in the entire country work in agriculture. The top destination for illegal aliens
Construction.
are large cities like New York, like Los Angeles.
Yeah, you also have hotel management. That's a big one too.
And small.
What's interesting about hotel management is like when I was in college, there like is some crossover courses between major, but like anything that's like learning how to use Excel, how to turn on computers, those type of computer classes or stuff like that. Like, almost like all the kids that I would be in the class, almost all the other students I would be in the class with were here to go to college from another country. And they were all hotel management majors. And I was like, that's so fucking, it was always so fascinating to me. Because I didn't even know that was a major.
Industrial towns, of course, all across the heartland, as we've seen with the Biden floods. None of those illegal aliens are doing farm work. Those 30,000 illegal aliens that Joe Biden dumped into Springfield.
I'm talking about the ones that are.
But I'm explaining.
No.
It's important to understand.
No, you're kind of
calm down, Stephen.
I mean, I'm talking about the ones.
I will.
No.
Give me 30 minutes. I'll go as deep as you want this.
We don't have
you and your audience.
I don't
Deeper.
have. I'm talking about the ones that work in the agriculture industry.
I'm
you can
explaining
come back
to you
and we
your
can talk
audience.
about the ones in the cities. I swear.
I'll do the whole answer. The illegal aliens that Joe Biden brought into our country are not full stop doing farm work. They are not. The illegal aliens he brought in from Venezuela, from Haiti, from Nicaragua, they are not doing farm work. They're in our cities collecting welfare. As for the farmers, there is a guest worker program that President Trump supports. Over time as well, we will transition into automation, so we'll never have to have this conversation ever again. But there's no universe in which this nation is going to allow the previous president to flood our nation with millions and millions of illegal aliens who just get to stay here. And we are especially not going to allow a subset of those illegal aliens to rape and murder our citizens. So we are going to unapologetically enforce our immigration laws, and as I'm sure you will celebrate, we are going to unleash the power and might of the U.S. government to eradicate the presence of transnational threats on our soil.
Illegal immigrants and slaves are the same thing. We're promising, we're going to promise to pay you. It's not going to be the best pay. It's the same thing we did with slaves.
See, Annette, yes, this is the issue. They are slaves. Like,
they're still slaves. And then you always have the left.
Well, if we didn't have illegal immigrants, then Americans would have to do those jobs no one wants to do and be paid.
I also love this, the left. Jake Tapper, the left. Words just don't mean anything anymore, man.
Exactly. Helping the middle class and lower class Americans. Helping our economy and raising up our middle class.
What exactly do you think about...
See? This is what I'm talking about. She's talking about fucking class elevation and stuff, and then it's like, Trump's the best. He's giving us class elevation. Oh my god.
Immigrants?
Yeah, so illegal aliens, yeah. They should all be deported.
Right. But, so what would you say about, like, the dairy industry and things like that, which, like, you know, their backs are built off of undocumented immigrants?
Hire American.
Hire American? Yeah, but, then we'd have to, like, pay them more, because
exactly.
Right now...
We would have to pay them more, and we would see higher wages, and the middle class in America would boom.
Yeah, so now we want higher wages.
Sure a lot of,
okay?
Like,
raise the minimum wage. Go ahead.
A lot of people, like, fight against higher wages. Why is that exactly?
Well, I'm sure corporations fight against higher wages. That's why they want a bunch of foreigners to take American jobs and keep wages low. Because they don't want to pay their workers because it might decrease their profitability.
So you are pro higher wages?
Of course. I want people that work in the dairy industry or at Tyson Foods or that work with their hands to be able to flourish and buy a home and have an American way of life that is
as long as they're white
now for many of them.
Protestant.
So what do you exactly classify as an American? Like, what if it's someone who did come, like, legally?
U.S. passport holder.
Okay, they but even if they, like, came here legally?
If they go through a process, they can get a U.S. passport, yeah.
Okay, so pro higher wages for Americans?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Forcing these corporations to pay Americans more, forcing these corporations to step up, and which helps our middle class and lower income in America, helping America.
You have no idea what she's talking about? Well, the best part too is the fetishization of the white farmer. You know, like Europe especially right now because of the fucking nitrogen bans and shit, you know? So, like, then the farmers come out to do their fucking pro-nitrogen protests and stuff. And they're always like, this is the Trump supporter farmer. And it's like a guy who owns a fucking farming conglomerate who's like LARPing as like a poor farmer. It's fucking like, it's straight up like Soviet Union shit, you know? The way we celebrate corn, the fucking put it on the flag at this point, put it in the state seal at this point, get rid of the olive branches, put corn in there. See, I filter brain rot into a very specific folder, and that's where I get my entertainment, is watching great content creators like Annette.
I have an excellent idea.
Whoa.
Let's change the subject.
Then we have all these celebrities fake crying, like Selena Gomez, completely
Oh my
missing
God.
the whole.
Selena Gomez is fake crying now. Of course she would have Selena Gomez in here.
Selena, why are you crying about criminals? Why aren't you crying about the over 300,000 migrant children that went missing under Biden? And all the women and children.
Okay, does anyone know what they mean by this, about the children missing under Biden? So, I have like a piece of salt for my contacts or something in my eye that's been bothering me for hours now that I can't like get rid of. Or maybe my contact is torn and I'm feeling that. The issue with child separation, right? So one of the criticisms that we had of Biden's admin is that the child separation was still happening. It was just happening on the other side of the border. And recently, as we covered, Biden pushed those migration things in, and that was causing that situation that was mitigated by this app, actually, partially. There's other things, but parents, because there's a border shutdown cutoff, there had to be exceptions. One of those exceptions is always undocumented children. So when the border shuts down, parents have to make the decision to send the child over by themselves. And guess what? There's already family here. So the child is released to a family member, and those family members do not have to report back in. It goes into CPS then. The kids are just in an American family. They don't have to go through Customs and Border Protection anymore. That's extremely inefficient, right? So when they say, lost these kids, the parents just didn't report in. It's optional to do this. You don't have to do it. You know, and it's not even the parents, family members, grandmothers, stuff like that. They were already approved. They already had background checks. So they sell this as all these kids are missing, as in, you know, child trafficking is happening or something. Well, if you don't want these kids to end up in the system like that, then don't put child separation policies on the border.
That got raped and murdered by illegal immigrants, the criminals you are crying
Great.
about. I mean, even
God damn it. We got to stop the TikToking.
Dr. Phil is out here on the streets making sure all these sex offenders get deported. And you're over here crying that we're making them leave?
Sanctuary cities, right? We got an illegal alien convicted of sex crimes involving children. And he's walking the streets of Chicago. Again, the downfall, the problem with the sanctuary city, that people like us walking the street rather than local law enforcement working with federal agents. This is what we're dealing with.
Ooh, and the first press secretary lady, Caroline Levitt, she said it best at her first press secretary freaking me.
Caroline, on immigration. Of the 3,500 arrests ICE has made so far since President Trump came back into office, can you just tell us the numbers? How many have a criminal record versus those who are just in the country illegally?
All of them, because they illegally broke our nation's laws and therefore they are criminals. As far as this
my
administration
God.
goes, I know the last administration didn't see it that
It's
way.
literally
It's a
not
big
illegal.
culture shift in our nation to view someone who breaks our immigration laws as a criminal, but that's exactly
Imagine
what
if,
they are.
imagine if people talked about this for people who didn't come to complete stops at stop signs.
Her first brief was just a breath of fresh air. What now? It's like just so much worries, like just lifted off our shoulders.
2 days ago, I posted a video about the Trump deportations in which I stated that every country deports people who illegally cross their borders. And I mentioned Denmark.
I'm Luna Snow.
That I live
Like
in
the
as an
moon,
example.
I shine in
Now I noticed
darkness.
something interesting among the 16,000 comments on the video. Of course, I didn't read all of them, but from what I saw, over 95% of them got it, as it's a fact, not an opinion. But the other 5% who are probably educated liberals had the best takes, and I want to address a few of them, but there were many more comments among that 5%, all implying the same thing, okay? I believe that Europe has open borders now. You don't need a passport. You don't need a visa to travel in Europe if you are from Europe. What are you talking about? Open travel doesn't translate to open residency. You can't just move to another European country and live there, wait for it, without legal status. So you just wasted internet to say nothing. Where is Trump's family from? His wife from? Elon Musk from? Trump's wife and Elon Musk migrated to US legally. You are oversimplifying it. People have an issue with randomly selecting strangers off the street that are not white and deporting them. Well, not many white people are living illegally in US, and when they do, it's often because they overstay their visa. However, they can still be tracked because they have entered the country legally, and they will get a call to fix their situation or leave the country. So, logically, you would prioritize those who entered illegally. I think it's how it's done. Does your country demonize Germans? Do you guys deport them because there is a rhetoric that they are all criminals? Some Germans move to Denmark to work, and vice versa. Danish people move to Germany to work. But they do it legally. And you would know that if you stop watching CNN, okay? You see, the US is not Denmark. We are a melting pot of immigrants that make it what it is today. Texas alone is 14% bigger than you. It's a US thing. We don't expect you to understand, so shut up. They should come in legally, like everywhere else. But I would argue that if a given immigrant has the same intelligence level as yours, even legally they should not be allowed to enter the country. So, looking at these comments, it's pretty clear that the backlash against Trump's deportations comes from people who either aren't very smart or simply hate deportations because Trump is implementing them. Which in both cases indicates that they are not very smart because their feelings towards Trump cloud their perception of reality.
There's all these protesters. There's this gang, I don't know, I wrote down notes. It's a vegan trans terrorist cult. I don't know, did I write that correctly? Mental illness is dangerous, man. They're called the Ziz cult, the Whiz Kid trans cult. I don't know, they're all vegans. They're causing riots, killing Border Patrol agents. One of them even killed her parents.
What?
And her. Of course, LA is having tons of riots, blocking traffic, violence, throwing rocks at cars, and all these crazy people throwing rocks at your car, blocking traffic, protesting. If you don't stand with them politically, they're going to get violent. And that's
Yeah, I
that's
forget
pretty
NATO
much
exists
just
too.
fascism.
So I just got told that my Hispanic card is being revoked because I don't agree with people burning the flag of a place they want to stay in while raising the flag of a place they love so much, but are protesting because they don't want to go back there. Anyway, if there are any other race openings, I guess I'm looking for a new one.
I've been talking for a long time. I need some water. So I was hoping that this was only going to happen in like dead LA.
Why did you
or
leave
New
that in?
York, or like Colorado with all the protesting and stuff. Well, not even Colorado, because Colorado got to see, you know, all the gangs take over their apartment complex, you know, the illegals. They probably know how to vote now after that shit. Okay, so I thought all the protesting and rioting was going to be in like LA and New York and all the retarded areas. But guess what? I'm over here in Arizona looking at Glendale. I mean, Glendale's ghetto. Like, I don't put it past Glendale. Like, people in like the Phoenix area, we don't go to Glendale. If you visit Arizona, don't go to Glendale. So yeah, it's happening in my own backyard. There's protesting here too. Now, Trump put a 25% tariff on all imports from Mexico and Canada, but it's on hold for a month to see, well, first to see if Mexico is going to keep their promises and help us with the border. They sent 10,000 troops to help us at the border with the fentanyl crisis. I know many of us have been touched in the worst way by fentanyl in our life, and we need to get it off our streets immediately. And so it's on hold for a month, the 25% tariff, unless
Just
they don't
another
keep their
Spectrum
promises.
shoe on head, bro. Yes.
It's so funny to see this repeated cycle of Trump
For
announcing
sure, bro.
tariffs, and then the left freaking out like the world's about to end, and then the tariffs working exactly as intended. Trump announces
What
tariffs
tariffs?
on Canada and
Specifically,
Mexico.
what tariffs?
And almost immediately, Canada and Mexico turn around and announce that they will both be sending 10,000 troops each to the U.S. border to enhance border security. Colombia doesn't accept the people that we deported whenever they get there. Trump announces tariffs to incentivize Colombia to straighten up and change their behavior. Almost immediately, Colombia says, just kidding, we'll take them. Newsflash, tariffs are working. It's just weird to see so many Americans wishing for these tariff-driven negotiations to fail. Like, you realize that affects you too, right? But you would rather an economic disaster occur than, God forbid, you have to admit that you were
Funny,
wrong
Captain
about
America is
Trump.
such a bully.
Like it or not, these tariff-driven
Like, I'm trying to like,
negotiations
not
are
make my
working.
hands hurt.
And all of the concessions
Already.
that we as a country are getting
Like,
from
leave
other
me alone,
countries
Cap.
will benefit you too. You can either celebrate with us, or you can continue being a negative Nancy naysayer and living in a bubble of misery.
Justin Trudeau tried to bribe us with
Oh my
maple
God.
syrup, saying that we're not going to have maple syrup anymore.
Oh my
and
God.
everyone's
Oh my
going into
God.
their cupboards and stuff, reading their maple syrup. Like,
She's
Americans,
so awesome,
our,
dude.
Our syrup's made in America. We don't get our syrup from Canada.
Chicago.
Liberalism failed in the West because of identity politics, and it's time for liberals to wake the fuck up. That shit is stupid. No one cares about your identity. The only people who care about your identity are you and probably the person you're fucking, but other than that, no one gives a shit. And it's stupid to give a shit about your identity. That shit's random. You didn't choose to be what you are. I didn't choose to be white. You don't choose to be black, gay, Asian, trans, whatever the fuck you are. That shit's literally random. And taking pride in
It's-
something that
I
is
mean, it's
random
not
is no
random
different than
per
going to
se,
Vegas
but-
Playing blackjack, getting dealt a 6 and a 7, and going, I'm proud to be a 6 and a 7. And some of you are like, well, people don't want me to be proud of who I am. Well, tough shit. People are going to hate you regardless. People hate MLK. People hate Mother Teresa. People hated Jesus Christ. It doesn't fucking matter who you are. You're going to have haters. But if you root your entire fucking identity in some random ass shit, you're being a fucking idiot. It's literally why pride is a sin. You are taking credit for shit you had nothing to do with. But the reality of the situation is, you're just the proletariat. You're working class motherfuckers. But every time you put a new label on yourself, you forget. And you have something new to bicker about, which benefits the bourgeoisie and the elite. There's no
What
such
is
thing as
happening?
Gay proletariat, black
Why is he
proletariat,
using
white
these
proletariat,
words in an
Asian
internet video?
proletariat, trans proletariat. That shit's not real. It's just the proletariat. And you know who knows this? The bourgeoisie. They're fucking well aware, right? But as
What
long
is
as
happening?
you dipshits are too busy focusing on who I am and I'm so special, you're gonna fucking lose. You're gonna lose nonstop. That's why the Democratic Party is such a dumpster fire. Because you guys don't know how to fucking win. Identity politics allows for people who feel disenfranchised to talk down to other people. And when you talk down to people, you lose the crowd.
America isn't a white nation. That's what makes us so cool. We've always been a mixing pot. If you come over legally, you can stay. We have tons of cultures, tons of religions, tons of beliefs. But that doesn't mean we have to hate each other. Like, I'm pretty sure like most people in China all get along. If you eat the same thing, if you have the same religion, the same beliefs, there's not much to argue about. But living in a country with so many different cultures and beliefs is a gift. It's beautiful. And if we all treated each other like a gift, then we can all share our gifts with each other in this country. But, you know, division always happens, and that's understandable with human nature. But in the same breath, your race is the least important thing about you. You didn't work for it. Be proud of something you worked for. If you like this one, give it a big thumbs up. Subscribe if you're not already, and I'll see you in the next one. Boy, 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 boy.
No, Grandpa.
I don't know. I just think forget about comparing him to either Biden or Obama. Like, just aside from that, which are all good comparisons, just compared to himself in the first term, right? Which is, I am wrestling with the fact that he seems to be having more fun and is in more places and is more culturally accepted, and is part of, right? Fox News is always going to attack everything that a Democratic president does, for sure. But just people who don't tune into Fox or the more liberal parts of the media, but are just normies in the country. You see the Super Bowl, and there's Brad Pitt, and there's Taylor Swift, and there's New Orleans, and there's Donald Trump, and he's just there, and he's part of it with everyone else. And it's also, yet compared to the first term, much more dangerous, and everything he's doing is much more lawless, and there are much more consequences. And it just seems there is this sort of disconnect between how he is in the second term and how he appears and how he's being received and what is actually happening. Though I will say that
I think he always would have been welcome in New Orleans at a Super Bowl, to be honest, in the first term. Just
yeah,
in terms
of
of
course. I didn't say it
culturally
would.
and people liking him and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just saying, like, it was, I don't know. If he was there the first term, there would have been some, there were companies boycotting stuff. It was a whole different scene there. It was very, very different.
There's a way in which he is right now, like, ascendant and feeling strong, and that crowd feels
These
happy
getting
to
gangbanged.
cheer him and then boo Taylor Swift.
She would be so
And that,
hot if it wasn't
everybody
for the
knows
brain
that
rot.
That's
That's what makes it
gonna happen.
funnier
And that's
to
what we're
me,
gonna do
man.
Together, and that's part of the fun.
But they booed her because
It's so funny.
Kelsey, and it's half Eagles fan. You know what I mean? Everyone making the comparison. It's like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
It's just bitter Eagles fans. They're everywhere. They've done way worse to, like, Santa Claus. They throw batteries.
Yeah,
True.
I mean,
he used to get booed more. At
Yeah,
stuff
he was
earlier.
one of the most.
He
he's
used
one-
to get booed.
One of the most
He used to get
unpopular presidents in American history. I mean, he was booed everywhere he went. He was booed at tons of games.
Yeah, but I think like, look, at this time in Joe Biden's first year, it was like 60% approval, and his staff was like pushing around that he was the second coming of FDR, and it was like that was taken, somewhat seriously by various outlets, right? So that's just, it's true, and when we were sitting there like, Joe Biden's doing great, look at that. So I guess we'll see.
And and Joe Biden was in the CA box, I think.
He was in the CA box, yeah. So we heard Trump once again talking about making Canada our 51st state. though, every time he brings this up, it sounds like it started from like joke to maybe he's serious to that one that we just heard. That sounds like a threat. I mean, that was it's good for them to do this, but also they wouldn't have a country without America. And with one stroke of the pen, I could make sure the cars are made in Detroit, which I didn't.
What is he? Yeah, he's in Mexico invading them. What is he talking about?
Tommy, how are our poor Canadian friends taking all of this?
They don't like it. So there was a YouGov poll. 77% of Canadians oppose Canada becoming a part of the United States. Trump also keeps claiming that the U.S. is subsidizing Canada, which is he just doesn't understand what a trade imbalance is. Like, we buy a lot of oil from Canada. Thus, we buy more of their stuff than they buy of our stuff. But it is really pissing people off up there. I mean, there was a sketch on a sketch comedy show in Canada where you had two guys at a grocery store and they were talking about what products to buy, and one guy keeps scolding the other for buying American things and replacing it with the joke is that they're shittier, inferior Canadian versions of whatever it is, even maple syrup. And it's pretty funny, but it went super viral. And then I was talking to a Canadian friend today who
Sketch
said,
comedy in Canada, what's that like? Is it sharp comedy? Do we like sketch comedy?
they're famously good.
Yeah, we owe a lot of our Canada. We stole it from them. That's one of our biggest imports.
What was the famous one? It's killing me.
New Kids in the Hall came from
Kids in the Hall,
Canada,
Kids in the Hall.
but a ton
Yeah,
of like Jim Carrey, a ton of SNL people. Everybody's from Canada.
Yeah, but on top of that, like there was that one clip of Canadians booing the national anthem at like a hockey game that went viral. Apparently that's happening over and over and over again at NBA games and NHL games, etc. So I don't know. I do also think you have to view this in the context of like last week he announced that we're going to annex, ethnically cleanse, and then occupy Gaza. We're picking fights with Denmark over Greenland. There's the Panama thing. So like whether or not he's serious, he's just pissing everybody off.
And we didn't play it because there's just too much sound to play, but Gaza is another example where he has the press conference, says that they want to own Gaza, doesn't rule out sending troops. The next day, he walks back the troops. The White House tries to walk the thing back. Then he gets asked about it on the plane on the way to the Super Bowl, and he's like, own it, like owning a resort, like we're gonna own it and develop it. Like he doubled down.
It is
on the
ethnic
Gaza thing.
cleansing. 2 million people live there. He wants to push them out.
I swear we
steal their
should
land.
stop
That
using
is
these words. Is
illegal.
that about proletariat?
Also, on the Canada thing, I heard I saw a
bourgeoisie,
piece that
because,
last
you know,
week Trudeau was caught on.
That's
a
how
hot
we
mic
feel
telling
about
people
it.
that,
We don't
like-
want to use that shit. It's cringe.
telling people that like Trump is serious about Canada, and that he thinks that Trump wants their
minerals.
Their minerals.
Yeah.
Well, the
what are we doing? Are we
Right.
like a?
So I would
a feudal lord now. What are we
it's
doing?
really hard to. It's like hard to think about how to talk about this. I saw Tim Miller make this point over the weekend. I thought it was a good one because he pointed out that Trump talking about Gaza in this way, I assume Trump talking about Canada in this way, it's breaking through, right? It's the kind of thing that gets beyond where conversations around USAID and NIH grants and
I mean, I would hope so. you
Yeah,
know?
well,
So the president of the United States talks about annexing the country to the north. Yeah.
But but then like you'll sometimes see from Democrats, I go like, this is a distraction, right? and like I agree, right? Ultimately, like if this is just part of Trump's kind of malign trade war to kind of bully Canada into accepting certain terms, like it is in some sense a distraction. But I do think it's just like taking it and saying, so
God damn it,
everyone gets
sorry,
to
didn't
find
mean to
out
do that right
about
into
it.
the mic.
We don't address it because it's a distraction, and so then
It was-
all the
it was a
culturally
sneak
relevant
up.
conversations happen without Democrats offering a serious response beyond like. Well, there's distraction. Well,
that's what we're saying. When
it's-
everyone's like, "What is this Gulf of America Canada
It's a
thing?"
distraction.
Ethnic
Distraction from
cleansing
what?
won't help egg prices come down.
Right, yeah,
and
exactly.
and like, it's hard. It's hard to it's hard to deal with because it's meant to be, but the answers we seem to offer most often are like distraction. Boy, this is crazy, and constitutional crisis. As if like if you add the word constitutional, it like unlocks a new set of like controls. I don't know. But I do think it's worth just being like, hey, like, we really benefit from the fact that the world's largest border is safe and that there
Right.
aren't skirmishes between us the way there are in the Himalayas between China and India.
Or Europe.
Or Europe.
Russia and Ukraine,
We benefit a lot, right? That France and Germany aren't building trenches as often as they used to.
or like even more basic than that. Canada doesn't want to be the 51st state. It's not popular. No one there wants to join the United States. I thought that as the United States, we believed that people get to determine how they are governed. right? That seems to be a fundamental value in the United States. So what are we talking about?
And it is
what
true.
are we even talking about?
And it is true that there's nothing in the Constitution that requires people want to become a state before we make them one.
Right.
But it's just sort of the way it's often, at least at its
Again,
best, been done.
core values
core
as a nation,
values.
right.
But the other piece of this too is it's like that. I feel like what's under assault is this idea of like there's a stability premium we pay, and it's expensive in a lot of different ways, but we get a lot for it, right? It's like we have like America Premium. And for America Premium, you don't have to worry about a war with Canada, and you can kind of trust that there aren't going to be a 19-year-old political apparatchik in the payment system. And you know that there's some kind of divide between the military and law enforcement and the political appointees of the government, even if we've not always honored that. And like we can have an extremely trusting relationship, which creates a lot of economic benefits for everybody. And now we have these doofuses running around the government being like, what are we paying for? Why are we doing this? What is the value of all this? And our two options right now are to convince people that the benefits of kind of common sense and stability are worth it, even though you don't feel the pain, or allowing these guys to rip things to pieces so terribly that we start to experience what America, how bad America could get, to prove to everybody, I guess, that we were right the whole time, as we slowly claw our way back.
Believe me, been thinking about a third option, and I don't know if we have it. So.
And
important correction: Big Balls, Mr. Balls, got a job at the State Department, so he's no longer at Treasury. This is the Doge 19-year-old.
I think they threw him like a goodbye party at Treasury at the systems office.
Yeah, hey, take a couple of these Social Security checks with you for all your service.
Which I imagine being like the severance office.
The other thing, like to Tommy's point, yeah, like it's like severance, like just turn your.
But the blind can't pronounce the letter S.
Well,
Yeah,
I know,
she's
I know
Australian.
I know Big Balls is different than the other one. Everyone know that, right? The Big Balls was the one who was fired for leaking information.
All
He's not the racist.
all Doge bros look the same to you, but but like, I was also like just sort of like taking a moment to like think about it. It's like, okay, what is he complaining about exactly? Like to Tommy's point, we actually, if you take out oil, we don't have a trade deficit with Canada. They buy a ton of stuff from us. We get more out of it than they do. They are our biggest export partner, which means that they are our biggest customer.
Yeah, he was part of
17%.
764. It's literally the worst group.
70% of everything the U.S. sells around the world, we sell to Canada. They are, and like, no, I'm glad we've moved beyond a society that believes the customer is always right. But as a rule, like, you don't like fucking you don't like poke your biggest customer in the eye over and over again. It's just fucking stupid.
Well, now we'll see what happens, because some real news from Trump was the announcement that he's
Yeah,
putting
they're in the
25%
Nazi
tariffs on
terrorist
steel and
pedophile
aluminum
network.
imports, including from Canada and Mexico. So he did this in his first term. Trump announced similar steel and aluminum tariffs that were meant to target China, but ended up impacting U.S. businesses that rely on those materials, whether they get them from other countries or not. Trump later carved out exemptions to the tariffs for the rest of his term, and Biden rolled them back even more when he got into office. The tariffs reportedly just went into effect right before we started recording. It's Monday afternoon, and apparently there are no exemptions this time. I don't know. It seems like these are not just a negotiating tactic, and it's real since they have now been levied, just like the China ones.
Hard for the world to call a meeting, you know?
Right. Let's all get together. Let's get on a Zoom. Yeah, it's a negotiating position, but it is real. You know, I think it's just both. Like, Trump has just shown us that he wants to tariff first, ask questions later. I mean, interestingly,
That's good, Tommy.
The U.S. stock thank you. The U.S. stock market was up on Monday, so Wall Street is kind of brushing it off. They were like European steel producers
That's
that
gotta be
took a hit, but
easy.
like I don't know. It's weird how the economic system is just kind of like taking this in.
I have the same reaction to it.
Because the economic, it's like,
I'm surprised I haven't gotten
if
this
you're
one
probably
with
though, it's going to be
Mantis.
felt by like people
Mantis
who are
Toboggan.
in these industries, and then consumers will pay higher prices for things that we buy that are made from steel and aluminum that are not made in the United States.
But even domestic steel producers, they didn't really increase their output.
It's we've tried to get people who reported and infiltrated on these, but they're like add-on accounts. We've tried to get them on, and they won't do it because they know that these people are like trying to kill them, you know, and like I'll show them like some of the protection stuff we do with like voice and identity protection, and they just are too scared to even talk on a fucking interview about it. But there's some really, really good articles on them for a few different outlets. I want to say The Guardian has one, but they're related to Order of Nine Angles, and there's the one recently, his name is like Emilio or something, but if you look up at like Order of Nine Angles arrests, he's like a black Latino looking guy, and he's literally smoking a crack pipe with a gun in the picture. So that guy was associated with it as well. And the fucking feds, the way it looks is that they didn't do anything until they found out he was in New York and had a handgun. Basically, the way it sounded, it was pretty a fucked up story. But yeah, they're like the worst of the worst of people on the internet. Like, if red rooms existed, these people would be in them. Yeah, and there are people who filmed their own suicides that are associated with the group. Like little girls that they bullied to death. Mm-hmm. Try competitive, bitch. My hand says no.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
That much the first time around in the first administration after the tariffs were put in place on imports. So it's not benefiting anybody.
Right. And there was some of them were interviewed and they were like, I liked his protectionist instincts, but the first time around it just ended up making everything more expensive. It's like, yeah, no kidding. It turns out people's views on Trump's tariffs are mixed at best. A new poll from CBS over the weekend about Trump's first few weeks in office show a slight majority favors tariffs on goods from China, but even bigger majorities oppose tariffs on goods from Mexico, Canada, and Europe. Maybe because most Americans see those countries as our allies. The poll also shows that 66% of voters think that Trump is not focusing enough on lowering prices, though his approval rating is at 53%, with around 2/3 of voters describing the president as tough, energetic, focused, and effective. What do you guys make of the poll? And especially the discrepancy between how people feel about Trump's economic agenda and his focus on lowering prices and how they feel about Trump's presidency overall.
I mean, I think it reflects a lot of what Love was getting at earlier, which is, first of all, presidents tend to have a honeymoon period, and that's just kind of a tough political reality for all of us Democrats as we're trying to figure out how to fight this. And also, as much as I want to throw all of Trump's campaign promises in his face, like the price of eggs is not down, you have not ended the war in Ukraine, et cetera, you said he'd do it in 24 hours. I think most voters get that it was a shtick, and they're going to give him some time to actually get things done. But moreover, like, they just see him doing stuff. He's active. They might not like all of it, but he's doing things. He's taking action. He looks decisive. He's on the TV. He's signing shit and holding it up. No one can read what it says. But, you know, they, I guess, seem to like that so far. And, you know, to feel the pain on this stuff, it's going to take some time. Like, the response on should the U.S. annex and occupy Gaza was like 13% in favor, like 47 something opposed, 41% were like, huh? You know, like most people were like, what? You know, and I think over time, if we slap tariffs on Europe and Canada, if we really do have a military occupation in the Middle East again, people will not like that. Like the Elon stuff also, I think, will not wear that well over time, but it will take time.
It doesn't wear that well in this poll. In this poll, there's a lot of people who are looking at this and saying, I would like less or none of him, thank you very much. A billionaire interceding and having so much sway over the government, which I also took as a good sign. Yeah, I think we have a lot of ideological criticisms, obviously, with what Trump is doing. We don't like the way that he's doing it. But if you're not like kind of thinking about like the value of forbearance and the ways in which it has been done in the past and why a government that moved more slowly and deliberately is ultimately more valuable because over time we all benefit from that, the safety and security of that kind of a system. Trump is like, he is moving so fast. They are doing a lot. It's not just the perception of it. They hit the ground running in a serious way. It's like genuinely impressive in a dark and sinister way, but it's nonetheless impressive. And if you're turning on the news every day and hearing about all these different things Trump is doing and all the different criticisms coming out of it, you may not like all of it, but like in comparison to how people felt about Joe Biden being basically absent, I imagine for a lot of people it's a welcome change.
Got stuck on the wall.
I didn't want. Like I wanted the border under control. I wasn't in this.
Yeah, the calm
for some
is
kind of,
just
for
it's
cuts
just an
that I don't
offshoot
totally
of this
understand. I
hurt
was in this
shit.
to get the economy in better shape and prices under control, and to feel like I understood what my president was doing.
It's all the
that,
same.
I think it kind of reflects kind of what we've been talking about.
I think the normies just
They're
aren't
just named
paying
after
attention.
Telegram
And the
channels
normies
most
are
of the time.
country. And we just had an election where we learned this, where despite billions of dollars being spent to get people to pay attention to the 2024 presidential race, there was still a good chunk of Americans that barely paid attention. They tended to vote for Donald Trump. The Americans who did pay close attention to the news tended to vote for Kamala Harris. In these polls even, like, you know, his approval rating among Democrats isn't, like, especially high, right? Like, Democrats are still outraged by Donald Trump. And I think, to your point, the energy and he's signing things and he's affecting all that, I think that is playing extraordinarily well with the people who voted for him, right? With most people who voted for him. I think they're excited. I think most people in the country still aren't paying attention. And I do think, I buy the approval rating at 53% for sure. Or at least in that neighborhood, right? Like, I think these polls are all legitimate. I wish pollsters would start asking more questions about, like, people's views on actions that he's taking or proposals that he's making on some of the cuts that are going to happen under the Doge, you know, regime, all this shit. Like, I just feel like asking about presidential approval and what do you think he's like and is he energetic at this point? I just think it's of limited value right now in the first 100 days, and that we actually need to, you know, like those descriptors of Trump, tough, energetic, focused, effective, like, yeah, they make sense. I get why people would say that about him. Like, I get why, you know, he's in a honeymoon period. It's the beginning of his term. Again, Joe Biden has a higher approval ratings
The
at this time too, so
it's
not
just
super
general
surprising,
cybercrime.
but,
Well,
kind
a
of got to
big
dig
part
in
of it
because most people aren't paying attention.
does involve some
people are never
groups.
gonna-
like
This is it. Well,
there's
they're gonna pay
there's
attention.
other stuff
Until
there,
this is what
you
you're
know.
saying. Well, this is- I think we have to- this is why I think
ISIS
it's
is
about
in
what
there,
happens
you
when
know.
people start
Like there's
feeling
all
effects. But, like,
kinds
I
of
do think we
stuff
should
that you can
assume
run into
that
there
the
that
way
should
people are
be
consuming Donald
immediate
Trump right now
big
is
deals.
not going to change
And then there's
that
also
much
his past
until a few months before the
association
midterms.
with cybercrime.
Right. Like,
Or, I mean, look, think back to the first term. His lowest approval is January 6th. Everyone's like, obviously, of course. And tied, maybe even lower in one of them, is ACA and tax cuts. Because in ACA, the country was like, oh, we don't like paying attention to the news, but you know what? We might lose our health care. And all the other shit that we obsessed about and we talked about on this podcast and everyone else in the media talked about didn't really make that much of a difference in his approval rating. But those things that were going to affect people actually did.
So we're waiting for acute moments of focus around big signal political events, either crises or legislative moments. Fine, but my point is only that day to day, in between those, this is the kind of Trump we're going to get. A Trump that's kind of everywhere, swamping the news, and we need to be able to figure out how to make an argument during those times.
Yep.
Because if we're just waiting for things to either get bad or for them to actually try to pass something terrible, we're kind of just yoked to his news cycle.
And even the people not paying attention, I agree, that's the majority. What they're seeing is Trump at the Super Bowl. Trump doing stuff. And they're like, oh, that's cool. That looks fun.
Trump
Or
do
they think it's-
stuff.
Or, I mean, this is, again, the Gulf of America thing just keeps popping up in my
Or that
head.
would be stupid.
Right? Like, that's something that breaks through because it's so weird and different and like a cultural thing, and people are like, I don't know, that's stupid.
Yeah, but it's like, is it salient? Like, that's always the question.
Oh, I'm sure
like,
it's not
stupid,
salient.
obviously, but like, do they care? Or are they like, that's fun.
I'm sure they don't.
trolling,"
I'm sure
you
they
know?
don't care, but they don't like it.
Yeah, I think about that, like that group of people, right? Because, like, yes, I think there's Democrats that are inoculated against Trump forever. There are Republicans that will love him forever. There's this group of people, independent people, like when they see Trump saying Gulf of America, when they see him talking about making Canada a state, maybe they don't like it in the moment, but it's also like, it's hard not to imagine the idea of Trump just like out there every day being like a pro-America guy is not like there.
One last thing that we should,
I don't know.
Before we leave this, like this 66% who think that Trump is not focusing enough on lowering prices, that is a big deal.
It is a big
and
deal.
I want to note this as
Should be a
well
warning
because
signal.
there was a long-running debate just on our side of the spectrum about, is it the economy, is it vibes, with voters being concerned about inflation and high prices during Biden. And there's a lot of people who said, well, no, actually the economy is wonderful, and the only reason that people think that they're complaining about prices is because they're either partisan Republicans or the media is fucking up, and as soon as Trump wins, oh, it's going to be different, everyone's going to be wonderful. Well, actually, no, Trump has won, and 66% of voters think he's not focusing enough on lower prices, and consumer confidence came in last week, and it was down.
So here's what's interesting. I think I agree with you. I think that will largely be proven correct, that it was
I don't know where the fucking inhaler I just had went. That's right here in
media-fueled
front
or
of me,
Republican-fueled notion. I think that's probably
Wasn't-
true.
wasn't
there's
headline?
But there's was not the phrasing of AP headlines, but I do think that there's a two-step process to this, which is people are correct. It's forget having an impact on product. Trump is not focused on it. He's not talking about it all the time. He's not thinking about it all the time. He's not addressing it all the time. He's actually not doing it the way
He's trying to use tariffs as a substitution, which is a real fucking
And energy.
bank shot.
Energy is this entire
energy,
crisis
right?
point.
But like when Trump wants to hammer something, he wants to hammer something. I think the bigger test is actually when Trump doesn't magically have the ability to lower prices, but starts figuring out a way either to blame people or to declare victory. Then what happens? And like I think largely like this will be proven to be a serious political problem for him, but he has another turn of it.
Yeah, I think that people's material conditions are still, they still drive a lot of public opinion.
Hunter Biden gave all those birds the flu. So.
Hunter Biden
Oh,
did
Hunter
it?
Biden did.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
You didn't read that?
Is that a thing?
It's in
Is that-
Breitbart. No,
What?
just kidding.
Hunter Biden.
I'm just
What happened to
starting
Hunter
something.
Biden?
You can't surprise us
Starting
at this
stuff.
point. There's
Yeah,
nothing
it's like,
that
I
would
don't know,
surprise
like,
me.
was that
No
people
joke.
saying that
Right,
he
it's
did
in
that?
Canada.
Today's presenting sponsor is Simply Safe Home Security. No one wants to imagine their home getting broken into, but the scary statistic is that every 26 seconds in the U.S., a family experiences a break-in. Scary? Yes, but that's why Simply Safe has worked to make home security accessible to more American families. Traditional security systems only take action after someone has already broken in. That's too late. Simply Safe's Active Guard outdoor protection can help
Too
prevent
late.
break-ins before they happen. If someone's lurking around or acting suspiciously, those agents see and talk to them in real time, activate spotlights, and even contact the police, all before they have the chance to get inside
The money
your home.
these guys must
No
made.
long-term contracts or cancellation fees. Monitoring plans start affordably at around $1 a day. 60 days. Doge can't Treasury's payment systems. Trained civil servants are allowed. Elon and MAGA World are furious over this ruling. Elon called for the judge to be impeached. Also proposed annual elections to eliminate the worst
Hilarious.
judges. I don't know if you know. That's his new thing. But the most alarming reaction, I think, came from Vice President J.D. Vance, who tweeted, quote, "Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power." When Trump was asked about this by Bret Baier during his Fox News interview and then again on Air Force One, here's what he said.
19 states' attorneys general filed a lawsuit, and early Saturday, a judge agreed with them to restrict Elon Musk and his government efficiency team, Doge, from accessing Treasury Department payment and data systems. They said there was a risk of irreparable harm. What do you make of that? And does that slow you down on what you want to do?
No, I disagree with it
Slow down.
100%. I think it's crazy. And
Bottom line, you say
Whoa, whoa,
you
whoa.
trust him.
trust Elon? Oh, he's not gaining anything. In fact, I wonder how he can devote the time to it. He's so into it.
J.D. Vance said judges aren't allowed to control the executive power. What's your take on that?
But we're going to see what happens. We have a long way to go, and we're talking about fraud, waste, abuse. And when a president can't look for fraud and waste and abuse, we don't have a country anymore. So we're very disappointed with the judges that would make such a ruling.
Small thing there, but when Trump was talking about Elon and he was like, I don't know where he finds the time for this.
I know.
It just betrayed just a hint of, Trump always is very good about like, I know where the American people are. I know what you're thinking.
You know
You're
where
like,
he finds
what's
the
going
time?
on with this guy? I gotcha.
You know where he finds the time? Not parenting. You gotta have a lot of kids, and you see them as little as possible. That's how you free up all your time for doging.
Not the first dad to stay late at work because he doesn't like his family, and won't be the last.
Trump's also like, I mean, there's no bigger poster than Donald Trump, and he's probably like, this guy is posting even more than I am.
Yeah, he's just in awe. He's like, what? This is magnificent.
So, I talked to Leah about all the legal implications of this, which you'll all hear in a little bit, but just a little spoiler for you guys. Even though judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power, guess who decides what constitutes the executive's legitimate power?
Well, sure. I like had this moment over
South Africans?
I had this moment over the weekend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I had this moment over the weekend where I was just sort of like, I can't believe I have to like go back and try to remember what the fuck Marbury versus Madison was about.
I did too.
And I was like,
Dude,
I was like, what?
Dude, I literally
what did Andrew Jackson do?
I went into ChatGPT and
oh,
I was like,
great, fucking great. Go to a different oligarch to get your answers to how to fight. This oligarch's fucking stolen IP machine is going to help me figure out the answer how to fight this other oligarch.
I said this on offline, but part of it is Google sucks these days.
I know.
And so I actually asked ChatGPT, I'm like, can you give me a copy of the Constitution? I thought that was going to be faster than Googling, and it was.
Oh, wow.
I actually read, because I'm like, all right, what does Article 3 actually say? And then the whole thing. It's, believe me. It's,
Robert Byrd over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Robert Byrd. Like, I am curious what Leah has to think about this, but like, and I do think some of this is posturing, and some of this is what presidents of all stripes and all administrations have said, some version of these courts. I am a constitutional officer. I have the right to say what I believe the Constitution is to be, and they are not the sole arbiters of what's in the Constitution. But to me, like, some of this is negotiating, right? They are sending a message to courts to trim their sails and to be mindful that they're not afraid to push it to the limit. The point that Liz Cheney made this point, several other people made this point, which is you don't just get to ignore court rulings you dislike, you have to appeal them. Now, on a lot of issues, that's what they're doing, right? They are appealing.
Including this one.
Including this one. And so they are appealing them. They are seeming to have some respect for the process, though there are some signs that is, if not fragile, temporary, like different memos from legal officials inside the DOJ and other parts of the administration explaining why this court ruling doesn't need to be followed in certain ways. To me, I like have two broad categories that I'm concerned about. One is they take a signal case, they take it all the way to the Supreme Court rules against them, and they violate it. Either they violate it explicitly or they violate it implicitly by putting some kind of a legal adjust, some kind of way of claiming to abide by about actually ignoring it. Very worried about that. That is terrifying. Day to day, what I've been thinking about is, Trump is trying to do all this activist shit inside of these agencies. That's his prerogative as president, right? To put people in place, they're going to execute what he wants them to do. And inside these agencies, they're putting in place Trump-loyal lawyers. Some of them are going to be better than others. Some of them are going to be more conservative than others. Conservative, small c. And the question is, how much are those lawyers, outside of the spotlight, in the day-to-day work, grinding work of these agencies, how much are they going to worry about legal challenges from states' attorneys general, from outside advocates and groups, from individuals, from employees? How much are they going to make decisions the way previous administrations would have, in one way or another, being guided by the fear of lawsuits, because they know practically they just can't fight everything all the time, all at once. They have to make decisions about where they're going to push harder and where they're going to be willing to not take legal risk. And what I don't know in watching this right now is, over time, will they become less concerned about those kinds of risks because of rhetoric from J.D. Vance and because of the actions of the higher level people inside the administration? And I think right now we don't know, and that's really nerve-wracking, because that daily check on the power of the administration, that kind of risk aversion of lawyers, is like really, really, really important.
The slightly optimistic version of this, and I don't share this view really, is that there was sort of a willful or maybe accidental misreading of what the judge said, because it was a little bit sloppily worded or confusingly worded, and some people were interpreting his ruling as saying even the Secretary of the Treasury did not have access to the Treasury payment system, which is like kind of self-evidently ridiculous. I think what he actually meant was the Treasury Secretary could not give unauthorized people access to this payment system within Treasury. And you're right, like, fight it out in court. But I think my takeaway from this, which drove me nuts, is that Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, even like the far-right fringe like Alex Jones, it doesn't matter how much power they have. They can have the White House, the Congress, the courts, the media, social media. They are always the victims, and they're always whining about how they're being attacked and it's unfair, and like going after these judges, and it drives me crazy. And I'm just hoping hoping that they will rub voters the wrong way, just to hear them bitching and moaning all the time.
I mean, they have vanquished Congress, right? Congress has given up any kind of resistance to the president. Truly. Just abdicated power because it's controlled by Republicans. And so they've got Congress. And, you know, they're feeling pretty good about the country and where public opinion is. And I think they have decided that the judiciary is the last obstacle, the last villain left.
You missed one, which is the media, which they now view as an unnecessary, sort of like a kind of ignorable component.
Yes,
Just adding that just for sadness' sake.
Right. And some of that is, look, the attacks on the media, but some of it is just the balkanization of the media, which we've talked about a million times. So yeah, definitely. And so
Offensive word. Balkanization. Shame on you.
It's Trump's presidency. And so they're going to. It's interesting. There's two tracks here, right? There's the legal track where they, you know, right now they are trying to come up with an agreement, the defendants and the plaintiffs here, and trying to work out who gets access, you know, all this. And the judge is like, I'll give you till Monday night, you can do that. So it's proceeding along normally, right? Exactly, yeah. But the public relations component of this, the messaging component, is everyone in MAGA world and Doge world and everything just attacking the shit out of these judges and saying they're corrupt and they're awful, and Elon Musk being like, we should vote judges out. I mean, it's so the danger to me is maybe not necessarily in what happens in this individual case, right? Although maybe it is, but now we are turning the guns towards the judiciary system and turning everyone's fire towards the judiciary system on the right, and like that's where
I think it's dangerous. I think judges have been murdered.
Yeah, I would actually was physically scared. Romney talked about
they are physically scared. I think that's real. I think that they are being cowed into making more less far-reaching rulings.
Yep.
But then you look at Elon. It's just also some of this is like, God, the combination of just like the malevolence with the idiocy. It's like they should be impeached. It's like, do you know that word is just to launch a trial? You understand that the Senate won't convict. Have you thought about this? Do you not care? You just firing off notions in a fit of pique. Because these judges will not be removed. The Senate, there's no 2/3 vote to remove these senators.
He doesn't care. He's like, I'm smart about rockets and cars, and so I must be smart about everything else. And if I don't know about it, who the fuck cares?
If I don't know, it doesn't matter. It's not important. And actually, it shouldn't be important.
Right.
It's embarrassing that you care about that. But the other, there's this back and forth between Elon and Lawrence Summers, who was Treasury Secretary among the several Treasury Secretaries that wrote in the New York Times declaring that democracy's under siege because of what they're doing. And
institutional move of the week.
And then and then institutions defending institutions inside of creaking institutions. But institutions in institutions getting institutions. The
Atlantic was like, damn, we should have got that.
Yeah, God damn it.
That's our fucking New York Times. That's it.
This is where we eat. Watching them go back and forth, it's like Elon. It's just like kind of falsehood that he probably believes. You know, like, if we don't get this out of control spending under control, America will be bankrupt. And it's like, well, first of all, you're not first of all, no, actually, if we don't get USAID under control, we'll be fucking fine because that's not where spending is. And also, okay, let's say there is fraud. You know, there's this little bit of Larry Summers has to do this, where he goes like some version of I love your passion, hate fraud myself. And it's like, if you show up at a police station and say, I was really worried about crime in my neighborhood, so I arrested some people, they're all in my trunk. The cops aren't like, love your passion. They're like, you're arrested. Because that's not how we do it.
The cops are like, I also think crime is important. Just letting you know.
Thank you so much. Like, I don't want you to think that we don't respect how much you take crime seriously, because we do too. You'd be like, are you insane? That's not how we do this. And like this idea that like because there might be fraud somewhere in the government, you can send a group of fucking neophytes deep within the bowels of the government to cut off payments is absurd on its own. We have to like indulge this idea that like, now we all take stopping waste, fraud, and abuse very seriously.
Well, no, I
don't think he's saying the wrong thing.
I think it's the right messaging. Like,
I know, me too. I'm not. It's my own. This is my own.
Will Khanna was doing this earlier. It's like, you don't want to seem like you're opposed to government efficiency, but obviously now they're just rampaging through like the government Venmo and shutting shit off left and right.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just lamenting our situation.
Me too. No, I felt the same way because I've seen the messaging memos, and it's like, you know, the young people, Gen Z, they like Doge and what Elon's doing because, you know, they see government as sclerotic and inefficient, and they like the move fast and break things ethos, and they want to get stuff done, and they like the results. It's like, yes, of course, we all want that. We all know that government is slow. We all know that government can be inefficient. We all know that the bureaucracy can be bloated. We all worked in the fucking White House. We tried to reorganize the government. We tried to find efficiency. It's hard to do.
And honestly, some of this is pretty annoying because it's some of the stuff we should have done. Right? Yeah. You could do some of this.
And then you just gotta talk Gen Z to them. Like, I can dig these Doja Cats. Okay?
Oh my God, that was horrible.
Oh, no.
That was fucking horrible.
They got good vibes.
Jesus
they're just
Christ.
not going about it the right way.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw a no cap on the other.
No cap.
Fuck.
Anyway, this is why we're losing. The technology in the federal government, at least when we were there, sucked.
It was Gateway Computers.
Remember healthcare.gov?
Gateway Computers. And you had there was no service in the basement of the West Wing. No, you couldn't use your phone because there was no service. The Gateway Computers, so you just had to sit there.
Five bars of the OEOB though.
But anyway, the fact that you're right that the fact that you have to do that now, all of that throat clearing before you're like, but you know what? It is bad that when everyone has signed off on a payment, Congress has mandated it by law, and everyone's fine with it, then some random 19-year-old racist maybe was
not racist.
26-year-old
Big balls
racist.
is not racist.
26-year-old
Hey,
racist.
thank you.
25-year-old racist. Whatever he was.
Six.
The guy who thinks
5,
that all the Indians should either go back to India or be automated out of a job. Sorry, that guy. Yeah, they're in charge of just cutting off payments now. That's how we fix waste and fraud.
Well, the reason I
What
bring
a
it up is only
hilarious
because,
thing
I do
to
think,
say.
as we talk about how to talk about this, part of it is that we have there's a lot of ways in which we're kind of doomed to speak this way right now because we all kind of understand that there's a lot of people that just don't trust Democrats at all, and so we have this extra step we need to take to kind of figure out over time to claw back some credibility. Trump doesn't have to do that when he talks about a Democratic prerogative, right? He's always like, well, they're making some good points. No, he just says they're fucking criminals.
Well, the Washington Post had a pretty eye-opening piece about Elon's big picture plans. They quote an anonymous U.S. official as saying, quote, "The end goal is replacing the human workforce with machines. Everything that can be machine automated will be." Yeah, it seems like that. Doge is also trying to shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB. Newly confirmed OMB Director Russ Vought installed himself as head of the agency and immediately shut down the building, told staff to stop pretty much all of their work, and suspended its funding. Meanwhile, the National Institutes of Health, or NIH, announced on Friday that it would be making huge cuts to the grants they provide scientists, researchers, and universities to come up with all kinds of scientific and medical breakthroughs.
That was
The
a good
spokesperson for
move.
Doge called this, quote, "doing away with liberal DEI Dean's Slush Fund." The former dean of Harvard Medical School, who was not a squishy liberal, said the move would cause, quote, "harm and chaos," and that, quote, "a sane government would never do this."
Ha! That's correct.
Yeah, that is very true. Even Senator Katie Britt, a Republican who flew with Trump on Air Force One on Sunday and whose state hosts major research institutions, told a local reporter the next day that, quote, this is a great quote, "A smart, targeted approach is needed in order not to hinder life-saving, groundbreaking research at high-achieving institutions like those in Alabama." That's she really stepped out of line there. That's pretty courageous. That's bold.
It made me think of her State of the Union response.
Simpler times.
Screaming at
Now
it.
she's like, now she's like, "Oh, you're losing your state's largest institution. They're getting budget cuts." And she's like, "We might need a smart, targeted approach. Not even like the one that we have." She didn't even say this approach is wrong and we need a better one. We need a smart, targeted approach, everyone.
Thanks, Katie.
Just want to flag that. And right before we started recording, a federal judge in Massachusetts blocked the NIH cuts. So we will now see if the Trump folks appeal that ruling. So we know that most voters generally support cutting government waste, trimming federal budget. It does seem to me like gutting cancer research and a consumer watchdog that takes on big banks and credit card companies. It's potentially the first really unpopular fight that Doge has picked. What do you guys think?
Pick this fight. I am shocked by how stupid this is. I mean, what NIH is saying is that grant recipients can spend only 15% of their grant money on so-called indirect costs. But indirect costs are the building where you work, maintenance for your lab, the microscope, support staff that help you comply
Supplies.
with safety regulations, and the big, evil DEI institutions like Harvard, they could probably eat that 15%. They can deal with this. But the smaller research institutions at smaller schools, they're just going to get forced to shut down. And that's why you're hearing Katie Britt weigh in on this, although that fucking moron Tommy Tuberville is like, "I support the Doge cuts and everything they're doing." But
he doesn't know where he is.
It's not just a long-term...
He also
no.
hated halftime show.
It's not just...
also from that same degree.
It's not just the long-term impact on medical research and finding cures and all the things we want, medical research to do. The University of Alabama at Birmingham is the largest employer in the state. Right, so this is going to ripple out into their economy in a big way, and also it's not like the NIH budget is some runaway fiscal disaster. The Bulwark reported that the NIH budget adjusted for inflation is about what it was at the beginning of the Obama administration.
We spend this is part of the problem too of this is obviously not considered a distraction according to the experts, so we're allowed to talk about it. But this is a problem where we're you're only supposed to talk about things in the prescribed correct ways because you never get into the deep substance of the argument. I imagine you're not for example hey. Bunsen burner fucking overhead costs.
I bet
this was not a problem.
But I bet they believe they're going to do all this. I'm sure they want to try.
Described as being silly. This is just not a problem America has. Some money that goes towards scientific research is going to come to nothing. That's the point of it. That's why you do experiments. Some of it doesn't work. Some of it sounds silly and then leads to amazing and magical things.
Like if you were starting a rocket company and some of the rockets exploded in the air and didn't reach the moon.
If you're not, listen. If you're making every flight at the airport, you're going to the airport too early. And if all your scientific research is producing positive results, you're not taking enough risk on scientific research.
Isn't that from Larry Summers?
That is a Larry Summers thing. Yes, and I've heard that from him in person. Which is
I was thinking over the weekend that I would love someone to describe to the Doge bags and Elon that they have found this loan guarantee for this Green New Deal DEI car company that we need to cut immediately, and it's basically just a Tesla loan. What we did. Let's see what happens. Because they would have killed it.
Sam Stein at the Bulwark, we're really Bulwark freaks today. But he had a story that basically a lot of these Republican Congress people who are not saying anything publicly, their constituents, some of whom are federal employees, others just have concerns about what's happening in their districts, are getting letters from Republicans saying, "I too am concerned about the way in which this is being implemented. I too have concern about the freeze. I too am worried about your privacy." And there was a Republican member of the House today that I think for the first time making the point that that Congress's approval on certain decisions isn't just a good thing to have or a nice thing to have. It is a legally necessary thing to have, whether it's cutting budgets or eliminating the Department of Education, that the president simply does not have the right to do anything. So I do think that like the first step is not, I agree with you that Republicans in Congress have largely just sort of given up. But I think we have to just continue like that. There are going to be some places where normal politics is still working. And those letters to me are a sign that like there are Republicans in closely divided districts that are worried about this shit, that are worried about losing their jobs. And that's important. That's good. That's a good thing.
Like, you know, is Katie Britton any danger in Alabama? Maybe not. But there's this woman who is a research professor at University of North Carolina. She was posting over the weekend that this could like decimate their children's hospital, their outpatient care. She said the first canceled grant hitting our department that I've heard of was for new interventions supporting NICU patients and parents. These are like newborn babies in the ICU, like just the idea that this, like the damage that this is going to cause. And I do think, you know, Tom Tillis, he's up in 2026. He should fucking care about that. He's in North Carolina.
Represents the research triangle.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I do think that everyone's like, what do we do? What do we do? I think elevating more of these stories as we find them, and I would suggest like everyone out there who has these stories, whether it's about medical research, whether it's about any of the other, the funding freeze that has been unfrozen but is not really unfrozen, and Head Start programs people are still having problems with, like just, you know, you got to tell your stories and pass on the stories, send your stories in, because I do think the more we make this about like the people who are feeling these effects or who are worried or who are experts in these fields, the scientists, the teachers, all these other, you know, instead of just like federal bureaucrats, which of course, you know, don't have the best approval rating, then the more it's going to hurt.
Yeah, the other part of it too is like
politically.
Yes, well, both. But the the Inflation Reduction Act freeze is starting to hit farmers who decided to take a chance on one of these programs. Right? There's all kinds of conservation programs that involve required investment. They made the investments, and now all of a sudden they're not getting the payments they expected. It's risking their farms. It's risking their families' livelihoods. And like that's a real consequence. And there are plenty of partisan people who are pretending it's actually not Trump's fault, or trying to elide the fact that it's a political decision made by Trump and that it's the government that's failing them. There are a lot of, I think, people that want that to be the case, even though everything on some level everyone understands what's going on here. And like you can't deny, like there's only so much Trump can do to deny that reality. And so making sure people understand that reality is really important. There's one more point I wanted to make about this, which I like, is like, how do we talk about the fact that they're doing this? You know, CFPB, one of the most effective government agencies, has done an incredible amount of good.
$800 million budget, by the way, and $20 billion returned in
like
to consumers.
Exactly what you would want government. Not perfect, makes mistakes, I'm sure, but like exactly what you would want your government. Just a tribune for working people against the rapacious giant financial corporations. Trump has sent all those people home. They're still getting paid. So Donald Trump's cost efficiency is he's basically given a snow day to federal officials because they don't like certain parts of what the government is doing.
Because they attended a diversity training in 2014 somewhere.
And so right now, the American people are paying government workers to sit at home instead of go after big banks, try to cure diseases, try to prevent diseases in foreign countries, whatever it may be. Those people are still getting paid in their houses. Like I do not understand. Like, that to me is like worth mentioning.
At least they're not tainting our federal government with their wokeness.
I feel like
doing all this under the guise.
I've never had like grapes like this. But like they almost got like these bumps on the bottom, like how like a pepper would, like, because I feel like they're like literally so big they're like about to burst, and that's like their seams.
That DEI attack is so pathetic. This also it is entirely out of the Project 2025 playbook, and I do think it helps to remind people of this.
I saw people referring to the halftime show as a DEI halftime show, which is I think which is sort of drawing a little too much attention to what the word DEI is really standing in for.
Now it's just any person of color or woman who has any kind of position of authority or influence is DEI. That's that's the new thing now.
Yeah, Benny Johnson, the TPUSA plagiarist, tweeted, "Hey NFL, it's Trump was elected. We're not going to pretend we like bad halftime shows anymore." And I was like, yes, people famously never complain about the halftime show. Like, that's what Twitter was invented for.
I really
go back to your point, though. They're
the victims all the time.
If they have nothing to complain about, they have nothing. You know, if they can't complain about how they've been put upon,
you're in charge,
how much power
guys.
they have. You're in charge. You have all the money, all the power. Two last things here, both related to worthless coins. Trump announced that he was ordering the mint to stop producing the penny, on the grounds that it costs well more than a penny to produce them, and no one likes dealing with them. Our future 51st state, Canada, banned the penny in 2014. Everything seems to be fine there, except for the fact that America's going to take it over. Separately, the New York Times did an investigation into the Trump meme coin and how early investors in the Trump family made millions from the meme coin while everyone else lost tons. Let's start with the penny. Love it. Thoughts on the demise of the penny?
Shocker. I have previously held deep thoughts about this, which is not only, so obviously people are pointing out that the penny costs 4 cents to make. That's obviously stupid. Nickels cost 14 cents to make. Now, yes, probably percentage, the penny is more expensive per penny, but just for each nickel, it's a 9-cent loser.
here's what we should do.
Get rid of the nickels too.
What we should do is we should go what we have now. You have to go a little bit further. Just you stick with me.
Don't take my quarter.
We should go from penny, nickel, dime, quarter, and we should be moving to a 10-cent piece, a 20-cent piece, and a 50-cent piece. Those are the correct denominations, and all prices should no longer be to the 100th place. They should be to the 10th place. That is the answer. Trump is doing a kind of compromise, but leaving the dumb nickel in place, which has the most overrated founder on it, who is Thomas Jefferson. Now, here's what's interesting. Until 1857, there was a half penny. That was when we had the half penny. Then the half penny was gotten rid of. So the penny's been our smallest denomination for a very, very long time. From 1913 to 2024, inflation has increased the value of the dollar by 30 times, right? Which means if the penny was the lowest denomination in 1913, we could get by with a 30-cent coin today, right? I don't think that's necessary, but we should go to a nickel, a 20-cent piece, and a 50-cent piece. That's the answer. And that's how Democrats can have their own positive agenda.
You know, if you pass that idea along to Elon in the Doge bag, you might end up being in charge of the U.S. Mint. They might put you. You might be able to mint all the money yourself.
Think about all the. I'll get in there, and I'll put an op-ed in about. You'll never.
Norman Mineta?
Yeah, he was a token lib and a conservative.
I thought he was the transportation. Oh yeah, he was the transportation.
But he was the token Republican in a Democratic administration. Who would I be?
Yeah,
still feel like there's
no, but who is the token?
That's right. RFK Jr.
I have a lot. Listen, I got a lot of good ideas, and I can show myself able to work with some pretty brilliant guys.
The whole thing would save you like $80 million. The penny thing. This is very. It's like fucking. It's
no. The penny's billions. The penny's billions.
I thought that I read that the savings was $80 million.
I don't know how they're netting that out.
$85 million each year.
Huh.
It is funny. Elon's just raging about these small sums of money and little changes, and he gets $15 billion in contracts from the U.S. government.
I'll tell you something. Here's the mistake I made. We mint 3 billion pennies.
Okay,
that was my mistake.
Obama wanted to do this. Obama expressed his support for this in a 2013.
He got cowed by the fucking deep state.
And he said this is not going to be a huge savings for government. He was right. But anytime we're spending more money on something that people don't actually use, that's an example of something we should probably change. He should be in Doge, huh? Look at that guy wanting to cut costs.
Leave a hero, live long enough to become a villain.
I don't know how that whole thing went down. I remember, I think Cody Keenan, speechwriter after we left, was like on this very podcast once telling us about how there was a request to get it into the State of the Union, the penny thing.
Yeah.
It was like a whole thing. I'm sure the deep state probably killed
it.
Well,
I think there was a couple hiccups. There's an Illinois problem.
I think the nickel thing comes up.
The nickel thing comes up. There's lobbyists involved. Government doesn't work.
Tommy, tell us about. you know who it works for. Works for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Tell us about the shitcoin, the Trump shitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, there was a report over the weekend in the New York Times. Well, let me back up. You guys might remember just before the inauguration when Donald Trump announced the sale of a meme coin, Trump coin. Mm-hmm. I think it was the next day. Melania announced the sale of her Melania coin. Mm-hmm. So the price skyrocketed, then it fell. People accused him of a rug pull. It was this whole kind of weird grifting thing that was happening on the sidelines.
A rug pull is basically you launch the thing, the price skyrockets, you get out on the when it's high, and then the whole thing falls apart.
You own most of it, you market it heavily, and then you sell a bunch of your shares of whatever the thing is, and the people who bought in late get screwed, and the people who own them early make a lot of money. Kind of like the Hawk Tuah coin for those who are big fans of the Hawk Tuah podcast. The New York Times over the weekend reported that as of last week, at least 810,000 people have lost money on the Trump coin, but the Trump family and its partners flipped them for a profit of $109 million because they get paid every time you buy and sell it. Also, a Trump-owned business owns 80% of the supply. So if they wanted to sell a bunch of their coins, they could make a lot of money. Also, there's all this shady shit that was happening. There was some mystery account that bought millions of Trump coins just minutes after they were offered for 19 cents or whatever, and then flip them for a profit of what they think is about $109 million. So it was just this massive grift happening in plain sight. And it kind of ties into our CFPB conversation earlier, because getting rid of the CFPB means you're going to have small community banks regulated by a different set of regulators. Big banks no longer have a regulator because they're all regulated by the CFPB. And then you have this proliferation of bank-like companies that provide bank-like services but are not backed by the FDIC. There's no deposit insurance and aren't regulated well. So it's just like the wild, wild west of like blockchain, mumbo-jumbo bullshit.
Do the big banks they're still regulated by Dodd-Frank stuff, right?
They are, but the Dodd-Frank pushed all the regulatory authority to the CFPB.
A lot of
like this zombie set of laws without an agency to enforce it.
Yeah, there's a lot of the consumer protections run out of CFPB, and if the CFPB is no longer enforcing those laws, the other agencies that have purview over the banks don't suddenly pick up the slack. They are not in charge with those. They do a lot of the other systemic regulations, but
don't worry, they also want to get rid of the FDIC. So that's their that's on their agenda as well.
But even in just sort of a normal year, the CFPB would modify rules to account for inflation, or when the pandemic hit, they made a bunch of changes just to account for the economic shock that was happening. And now there isn't a agency to exist to do that.
Well, the other thing too is these financial institutions are raptors testing the fences, and they see this happening. And no, I think a lot of the more serious and big financial institutions are not. Some of them do just explicitly break the law as they see fit. But in most cases, what they'll do is be like, that thing we were going to maybe try, but we're afraid the CFPB might stop, let's just fucking go for it. Let's offer a new product that has lower interest, but not tell our customers about it so they don't accidentally have more interest. Like, there's a bunch of shit that these banks can pull.
Yes. Well, it's like little stuff. Just like one example is like overdraft protection. Like I remember standing outside the Iowa Obama for America office and screaming at Bank of America because they had let me buy like 7 coffees and overdraw my account every single time, and then charge me a courtesy fee of like $25, then escalated to $35 each time, rather than just being like, bro, you have no money, and cutting off the transaction, not letting it through. And apparently the CFPB, when it was created, there was someone who worked at a bank talking about how their institution kind of reformed their ways of charging those fees because they were worried that the CFPB was going to come after them. So the mere existence of this agency was protecting consumers, and now it will just be gone.
I got hit with so many overdraft fees when I was a Senate staffer, not making money. Happened all the time. So Donald Trump and Melania
Why did
launching
bro
a
walk
shit
into
coin
a
that
corner?
made them $100 million. Well, a bunch of people got screwed, and then there's that professor at UNC who's like, oh, we're trying to do research to make sure we can keep babies alive in the NICU, but no more, can't do that anymore. And then the fucking like $2 malaria nets that we're not sending to protect kids in Africa anymore because we've destroyed USAID, and the $400 million in food assistance that is now going to, that people are just going to starve, and they're like, oh, I'm making what the fuck?
Well, also it's like, even just do like the apples to apples. Right now they're figuring out how to extend the Trump cap. Like, what is the cause of America's budget deficit? The cause of the American budget deficit are the Bush tax cuts, the Trump tax cuts, the military, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. That's it.
Wokeism.
And wokeism. But like fucking, DEI expensive chemical showers at the fucking scientific institute is not our problem.
It's all the money we're spending to turn animals trans.
Too many. Yeah.
That's what Senator.
Too many non-binary frogs.
India. That's the problem. Okay, when we come back from the break, you're going to hear my conversation with Strict Scrutiny's Leah Littman about how the courts might or might not be able to stop Trump and Musk. 2 quick things before we do that. Crooked Media Reads is proud to be publishing Woodworking, the fantastic debut novel from Yellow Jackets writer and culture critic Emily St. James. It is out March 4th. The story follows a trans high school teacher from a small town in South Dakota who befriends the only other trans woman she knows, one of her students. Woodworking is... it says right here, Woodworking is your much-needed breather from everything else. Yeah, that's good. I remember when our CEO, Lucinda, first read Woodworking, as we were thinking about, like, do we want this to be part of Crooked Media Reads? And she was like, read it in a day and was like, this is one of the best books I've ever read. She like wouldn't stop talking about it.
Yeah, I also do think too, like, think about like how much trans attention you see on like Fox News versus how many trans people you see on Fox News, and the answer is none, ever. And like the term woodworking is like the description of this character's experience of being trans, and I think it is worth spending time thinking about the perspective of trans people, because so often they are objects of our faith.
And look at this. If you're in LA, love it, and Emily, you're going to have a conversation about woodworking and a book signing at Skylight Books on Friday, March 7th.
Hell yeah, love Skylight Books.
Well, you can, where is Skylight Books?
It's in Los Feliz.
Oh, okay, cool. You can learn more at crooked.com/books. And speaking of LA events, Love It or Leave It records live every week
Every
here
week.
in LA. 12 new show dates from now through May at crooked.com/events.
We are having such a good time with these live shows. Come say hi. We have some really big guests lined up, and you just the stuff we cut. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Where do people get tickets?
Oh, crooked.com/events.
There you go. When we come back, Leah Littman. Pod Save America is brought to you by Aura Frames. We all know someone who loves taking photos, but all those pictures are just wasting away on their phone or in the cloud. Start putting them to good use with a unique, stylish digital picture frame from Aura Frames. It was named the #1 digital picture frame by Wirecutter, and for a good reason. It's so easy to set up, and they have different frame options. Share photos or videos from any device, and they will instantly appear on the frame. No memory card required. Add unlimited photos and videos and invite as many people as you want to a frame. There are absolutely no hidden fees or subscriptions. Upload videos up to 30 seconds long, and your favorite live iPhone photos will play right on the frame. The embedded speaker can play audio on demand. It takes about 2 minutes to set up a frame using the Aura app. You have complete control over who has access to your frame, and the Aura app lets you share photos more securely than with email, which many other digital frames require. Aura frames have meticulously calibrated high-resolution displays. Unless you look really closely or see photos transition, you'd never know it's a screen. This is true. I know this because we got one for my parents for Christmas, and then I went to their house and I saw it set up. I set it up for them, so I bought the present, took it out of the box, set it up with their website, put all the pictures on it. They opened it, they loved it, and then I went to their house and I thought it was just a picture frame. I didn't know that it was the Aura. It's so good. It's beautiful. It's great. The best part is that it comes with unlimited storage. All you need is the free Aura app and a Wi-Fi connection, and you can upload as many photos and videos as you want year-round. Right now, you can save on the perfect gift that keeps on giving by visiting auraframes.com. For a limited time, listeners can get $20 off their best-selling Carver Mat frame with code CROOKED. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code CROOKED. Don't forget to mention that we sent you to show your support for the show. Terms and conditions apply. Pod Save America is brought to you by Policy Genius. Talk about the importance of planning for the future and ensuring your legacy. What financial life? Get your free life insurance quotes.
Right,
See how much you
if
can save.
this
That's
interview is interesting
policygenius.com/crooked.
whatsoever.
Joining us today, our friend Leah Littman from the best legal podcast on the planet, Strict Scrutiny. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me on this joyous occasion.
With your look at your book behind you. For those of you just listening, Leah has a new book coming out. It's called Lawless. You want to give us a little quick plug?
Yeah, so subtitle will kind of give you a sense how the Supreme Court runs on conservative grievance, fringe theories, and bad vibes. Basically, how the court is just implementing the worst parts of the Republican Party's platform, targeting different groups that aren't part of the modern Republican coalition, and doing so by just declaring their feelings, the hurt feelings, quote, the law.
And when is it out?
It is out May, but you can pre-order it now.
Go pre-order it, everyone. Do it now. Speaking of bad vibes, I want to start by teeing you up to respond to something that I just know you have strong feelings about. Here's the headline. Trump is testing our constitutional system. It's doing fine.
Oh, my God.
I know. The piece is by Harvard law professor Noah Feldman. And here's the part I'd love to hear your thoughts on. Quote, Trump, who did not ignore court orders in his first term, is unlikely to defy a judicial decision. No matter how conservative the justices, in the Supreme Court majority, might be, their primary identity comes from their role as interpreters of the Constitution and laws. They might tolerate a lot from Trump, but they won't tolerate defiance of the authority of the judiciary. What do you think? How's your blood pressure?
So for those of you not watching the video, my eyes are literally bugging out of my face at this point. This is why you should go to Michigan for law school rather than Harvard. Side note. One, the idea that everything is working, the system is working, is just so divorced from reality, it is difficult to relay that. I mean, even if courts are striking down some of what Trump is doing, the damage he is wreaking on the infrastructure of the federal government is profound, right? Like scaring away all of these civil servants, letting these Doge whatevers like infiltrate the Treasury Department. These are things that have already happened and that courts are not going to be able to claw back. And so that's just like a first step. Now, the idea that Donald Trump is just going to respect all of these court orders aged really well over like 7 days, let's say, as his vice president, right, took to the media floating the idea that he had floated 4 years earlier, right, if you had bothered to be remotely online when he was suggesting that Donald Trump fire every member of the civil servant and basically tell the Supreme Court, you know, you made your decision, try and enforce it. And they're already floating, right, as he did previously, the suggestion that they weren't going to obey various court orders that told them, no, you can't do wildly illegal things. So I can't say the system is working super well right now. Is kind of the TLDR.
J.D. Vance's tweet, and we'll get into the case in a second, but his tweet, the money line was, judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Now, I didn't go to law school, nor did I even take the LSATs and get a good score like John Lovett. But I guess that is maybe technically true in that if the power is legitimate, they can't control it. But like, who decides if the power is legitimate?
Well, so this isn't even a question about courts being in a position to decide all of the questions in our legal system. It is about the fact that the executive branch is subject to the law. And in these cases, that law is really fucking clear. It is directly compelled by the lawmaker in our constitutional system, Congress, who told the executive branch, like, no, you don't just get to not spend whatever money you don't like that we appropriate. Or, right, the Constitution is unusually clear, like in the case of birthright citizenship. So this is an instance where it's not about courts being good or awesome or constitutional caretakers. It's just about whether the executive branch is subject to the law. And there are so many foundational court cases that obviously tell presidents to not do things or to do things, right? Like one of the biggest presidential power cases is a case called Youngstown, where the Supreme Court told President Truman, no, you can't just seize the steel mills. And J.D. Vance, of course, has been praising Supreme Court decisions that told Democratic presidents they can't do things. Like, for example, the immunity ruling that let Donald Trump get off scot-free for attempting a coup first time around. He was describing that as a massive win, right, for the rule of law, even though that decision told the executive branch you cannot prosecute a former president for official acts. So he knows, right, this is horseshit. And yes, right, it is wildly inconsistent with basic premises of our constitutional system.
I'm not going to ask you to like predict what the Supreme Court might do, but like, how do you think J.D. Vance's tweet or his view of the power that the executive holds will land with even this Supreme Court? And I'm thinking particularly of like Roberts, Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, like who knows what Alito and Thomas are probably like, yeah, you're right, you got it. We'll go on vacation on our private jets.
Yeah, so a few things. I don't think it is going to hit well with those guys. And it's not going to hit well for any number of reasons. One is that J.D. Vance is essentially claiming the power not just of Congress, right, to make laws, devise laws, but here the power of the courts, right, to, again, enforce laws that Congress has made. And these guys on the Supreme Court, they are judicial supremacists, right? Like, they think they have the power to decide all things. And so having some weird dweeb like J.D. Vance tell them, right, like, no, you don't actually get to have your fingers in all the cookie jars is not going to go over well with them. And so I don't think, right, they are going to be cool with this. And there are going to be certain cases where, again, the law is just sufficiently clear, whether we're talking about federal statutes or the Constitution, and what the Trump administration is trying to do is just wildly destabilizing in other ways, like where you had the executive branch saying, we're not actually going to spend federal money that Congress has appropriated. Like, that's horrible for the rule of law, like even for finance bros. Like, it's bad when the federal government doesn't pay out money that Congress said it would. So it's not even like this is a big conflict of interest for them when they're thinking about rule of law and like my rich friends.
So the ruling that seems to have really set them all off in MAGA world over the weekend came from U.S. District Judge Paul Engelmayer in response to a lawsuit brought by state attorneys general over access to the Treasury payment system. The judge issued an order that said only career officials who've had the proper training can access the system, not Elon and the Dogebags. And some Trump folks interpreted the ruling to mean that even Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent wasn't allowed to access the system, though it seems like, at least as of this recording, then another federal judge has given the Department of Justice and the state AG some time to work out an agreement over who gets access to the payment system. And the DOJ says that so far, they are, despite J.D. Vance's tweets, they are abiding by the order. Is this a case where the actual legal process looks different, or at least I would say it's proceeding normally, but is at least proceeding on a different track than the political conversation?
Yeah, so the legal process is proceeding differently, I think, in at least two ways. One is the legal system is attempting to deal with something that is in many ways unprecedented, like the systematic, unconstitutional, and illegal acts that this administration is doing. And so they are trying to craft these orders right quickly, because what they are doing, right, if allowed to go into effect, is just going to have these immediate, profound consequences that would be difficult to reverse. And so they are being forced to proceed on a pace that is a little bit different than the average legal process, and, you know, at a volume that, again, is a little bit different. And yes, right, they are figuring out exactly the scope of their orders. They are having to do, right, on a pretty tight timeline that isn't usual for courts, and that's because the administration put them in this position. And so I do not take what the administration is telling courts or doing in courts to evince a position that they think they can deny court orders, right? They are not telling courts that, right? They are saying they are in compliance, and all of the litigation and disagreement is about what exactly these orders require right now and how courts should modify them. The other conversation is happening more in the public sphere and political sphere, and of course that's a huge, right, warning sign, because who knows, right, whether it will sift into the former. But it does seem like, at least for now, right, they are not adopting the express position that, like, fuck it, let's just do it and be legends, and that's something.
Yet.
Right, exactly, yet.
Well, on that, like, there are some actions the Trump folks have taken, like birthright citizenship, right? Which seems obviously illegal or unconstitutional enough that it feels like they are just throwing them out there on the chance that maybe they get 5 justices to agree with them at some point, or they just want to throw it out there, right? Just flood the zone. Then there are examples like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, for example, right? Which is, they know it is against the law to just eliminate an independent agency that was created by Congress. So instead, they just put Russ Vought, the new OMB director, in charge and, like, told everyone to stop working. How much functional dismantling of the federal government do you think they can do within the bounds of the law?
They can do an immense amount. And that's part of why I just went ballistic when you read the title of the op-ed that talked about the system working. Because even if, again, courts are striking down everything that is illegal, even if, right, the executive branch adheres to all of those decisions, there are still many, many things they can do to hollow out the federal bureaucracy, right? Like, if they put all of these administrators on leave, if they say we're just not going to bring any new cases under the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, right, they are just going to allow consumer fraud to run rampant. They're going to cause people to leave the administration and administrative state, and it is impossible to quickly build back up that infrastructure, right, in the next competent, sane administration. And so that's part of why, like, we are in a constitutional crisis, whether or not the executive branch refuses to comply with court orders, because, like, they are using their power to basically undermine our system of government, our system of laws, trying to do it in any number of ways, some of which might be legal, right? Some of which might be not, some of which courts are going to be able to stop, and some of which courts aren't. And inevitably, when courts strike some of the more outlandish, obviously illegal policies down, I worry that that is going to give the administration cover and the courts cover to let other things through, because it is going to present a facade of the system working, right? And the court will look like an independent check on an executive branch that, again, even if it respects court orders, is acting in ways that are absolutely antithetical to a functioning constitutional democracy and the rule of law.
Right, and as you point out, at some point, the fact that government services that people depend on and benefits will be so disrupted, whether or not a court decides that the administration took an action that was illegal or not, like, the results seem like they could be similar.
Right, exactly. So if, for example, right, there's some uncertainty about whether the federal government is actually going to give out these payments, there are some organizations that run on a paycheck to paycheck, disbursement to disbursement basis. People's healthcare will be interrupted. Childcare, right, is going to be disrupted. And even if a court stops that later, right, that is not going to undo the immense harm that people will already have experienced and that the administration is already going to be unleashing on all of us.
Obviously, the Supreme Court has an expansive view on executive power, at least when it comes to Republican presidents named Donald Trump.
Ding, ding, ding.
What do we know so far about their views on how much power the president can wield over the federal government, particularly civil servants and spending that's been appropriated by Congress?
Yeah, so I think those might be two areas where the court's views could diverge, because I think the Republican justices have evinced the view that presidents, in their view, should have the power to fire most people kind of within the executive branch, or at least a lot of people. And so even though the law is right now that Congress can protect civil servants, right, the civil service, they can say the heads of the Federal Trade Commission and whatnot can't be fired, without good cause, there is a decent chance that the Supreme Court will overrule those cases and change the law to allow Donald Trump to exert more control over the federal bureaucracy. Now, on the issue of spending, I think that is an instance where the court, or at least a majority of the justices, are probably going to say, no, presidents don't have the unilateral power, right, just to decline to spend money that Congress has appropriated. The constitutional text is clear, right? Congress has the power of the purse, right? This is not ambiguous. This is also clear from federal law. After Richard Nixon attempted to impound federal funds that Congress had appropriated, Congress wrote a law being like, no, knock it off, you can't do that. So these things are all pretty clear. And so I think those might be two spaces where the court diverges. And again, that gets back to your point where that still gives the executive branch an awful lot of power to unleash a lot of havoc, because if they replace, right, the civil service, right, civil servants with a bunch of like 19-year-old douchebags and like whatever else they're planning, right, like the operation of the federal government is going to be vastly undermined.
All right, let's go to the dark place for a second. You may be like, we haven't been in the dark place yet?
Yeah, no, curious where this is going.
Well, I've heard some people say, okay, what happens if in the minds of the Supreme Court, they must be thinking, okay, if Trump just refuses to comply with a ruling, or defies a court order, like what recourse does the Supreme Court have? And if they think that the answer is not much at all, will they in advance be wary of delivering a ruling that they think Trump will defy, in which case it's functionally the same thing?
Yes. So a few things. There are some things that they can do, right? They can try to hold officials in contempt. That involves basically sending out the U.S. Marshals, right, to haul these people, before the court and potentially in jail. Slight problem with that is who controls the U.S. Marshals, right? The executive branch. Second is, I think they can hope, and I think that they should hope, that there are enough people in Congress and elsewhere who would be so horrified by the idea that the executive branch would not comply with an order telling the executive branch, right, just to comply with the law, that this could actually lead to a fissure, within the Republican coalition and lead to some internal checks within the Republican Party, which seem to be, the only or a particularly important mechanism of pushing back on Donald Trump. And so those are some possibilities. But I think it is a very real risk that the court is going to look at all these cases and wonder which ones is he not going to listen to us on? And in fact, like if you go back to one of the very earliest, most foundational constitutional cases, Marbury versus Madison, right? That is a case where the Supreme Court said, we can declare an act of Congress unconstitutional and decline to enforce a federal law. The federal government, they didn't even show up at the Supreme Court to defend their position. And Chief Justice Marshall and the other justices were rightfully wary about whether the executive branch would comply with the decision. And so, he kind of wrote it such that he didn't actually require the executive branch to do much at all, even in the course of reaffirming the court's power. And so I think what you are positing is a very real concern, that the Supreme Court is going to be worried about whether this executive branch is going to comply with all of their court orders. And so maybe they would budget their capital, or at least ask, on what issues would a decision, striking down what the administration has done, allow us to kind of be aligned with, let's say, Republican senators or supermajority
I
of the
really
American
don't
people,
know much about any of this.
And maybe
I'm not
is an issue or a lens that they are approaching these cases with.
I mean, there's a recent
Very
potential
informed
example
person
of
when it
this,
comes
even
to,
though it may
law.
seem smaller scale, which is it seems like that Trump and the DOJ are just ignoring the Supreme Court's ruling on the TikTok ban, which is they've given themselves an extension to get some kind of a deal done. The law says an extension is only allowed if there are already, quote, binding legal agreements in place for TikTok to divest of Chinese ownership, which there are not. There is not a deal in the offing. They're not just figuring out, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, negotiating, and needing an extension for that. So is that right, first of all? And why does no one seem to care about this?
Yeah, so it's so weird there isn't a deal, because we were told Donald Trump's the consummate deal maker and
Best
we'll be able to
deal
work the shit out immediately. So I actually think that example is a little bit different than the worst case scenario we were talking about, because the Supreme Supreme Court in that decision, what they said is this law is constitutional. Right? They did not purport to require the president to do something or prohibit the president from doing something. And so the president is not technically in violation of the court order. Now, what he is in violation of is the federal law itself, right? What Congress has said. And that's, going back to what I was suggesting earlier, like that too is a constitutional crisis. Like presidents do not have the power just to say that federal law is optional, right? Like no one has to listen to that one, right? That's a problem too. But it's a little bit different than the situation we're imagining, which is whether he would actually defy a court order.
And no one has brought suit saying, hey, this is a law, the president is not in compliance with this law, what are you going to do about it? Like, that just hasn't happened yet. Okay.
Exactly.
Obviously, a lot of Americans aren't paying much attention to what Trump's doing to the federal government, and I'm sure one response from people to Trump trying to fire government prosecutors, lawyers, FBI agents who aren't loyal is, well, maybe that's bad, but like, he's the president, maybe he should get to hire the people he wants. Can you talk about why what's happening specifically at DOJ and FBI should alarm someone who doesn't happen to be on Trump's enemies list?
Department of Justice is, reportedly instituting, right, these loyalty tests, right, asking people, do you believe the 2020 election is stolen and whatnot, and using that as kind of litmus tests. And I think it is extremely dangerous, right, to have a federal law enforcement apparatus that is all loyalists, right? No people who are going to provide any measure of dissent or counter views or any sort of independent views. And again, I think you just have to look at how the federal government has been operating until now and what they are doing with the Doge Bros, right? Like, do you want them to be able to replace the people who have ensured your Medicare payments, right, are issued, the people who are ensuring, right, that the Medicaid system is functioning, the people who are ensuring, right, that child care centers get the support that they need, the people who are ensuring that student loan payments, right, actually are forgiven, like where allowed, the people who are ensuring, right, you can actually pay your taxes online, right? Those are things that federal bureaucrats do. And if you replace all of those people with a bunch of hacks, right, who don't believe in government, right, and are like freshmen at Northeastern who go by big balls, like those things are not going to get done. Like when people who are 18, like they can't even get up at 8 a.m. in the morning, right? Like these are not the people, right, that you want running the basic services that allow all of us to function and live our lives.
Yeah. Or when they say things like, don't worry, we're going to replace all of the Indian Americans with AI and send them back and normalize Indian hate. It might cause you to wonder, are they going...
It's funny because, like, the people who didn't vote Democrat, the main thing they were complaining about was, we need more young people. Now we got all these virgins coming in, fucking it up, throwing monkeys
to
in.
prioritize government services for certain people and not others.
Yes, indeed. You might wonder that. And, that's part of what we are seeing, right, and worried about when you look at what Doge and they are doing as far as, whittling down parts of the federal government. They have disbanded, portions of the Department of Justice that were designed to go after Russian oligarchs, right? They have disbanded, right, parts of the Department of Justice that were designed to go after major corruption. And, they are suspending investigations into, for example, like what Elon Musk is up to at like SpaceX and his other companies. So yes, right, again, if you put in a bunch of hack loyalists into the federal government, they are not going to be applying the laws equally. They are not going to be providing benefits equally. And that too is, again, just antithetical to how our system is supposed to work.
Last question. Maybe the worst thing Trump did over the weekend doesn't even have to do with the law.
I know what you're going to
say. He said he was rooting for the Chiefs, praised Brittany Mahomes, only to then attack Taylor Swift for getting booed by Philly fans. I mean, I just feel like it was a real bummer of a postscript on the Eras Tour, just the whole way everything ended.
It was, and yet I am choosing to take a longer view of this
Okay,
because one of the last people Taylor Swift got into a major feud with was Kanye West. How's he doing now? Right? I'm just waiting.
He had a
right?
tough weekend. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm just waiting for her to like pull a Kendrick Lamar on him as her Drake.
Maybe Reputation, Taylor's version, when it comes out, will have some of this, the original was a sort of a Kanye Kim thing. Maybe this will be Trump.
Or this is the secret hidden album Karma, right?
Oh,
where
yeah.
she just unleashes karma on him.
All right, see, we needed to end this with some hope and optimism. Leah, thank you so much for joining us as always. And everyone, go pre-order Lawless. It's out in May. And then, of course, if you're not already, listen to Strict Scrutiny every Monday.
Thanks.
All right, before we wrap, we do have a couple of news stories that...
See, I did like that interview because I don't know any of the shit, deeper levels of law and stuff. I don't even really know what a marshal does, you know what I'm saying?
You remember that guy Milo Yiannopoulos? We haven't heard much from him. He was drummed out of the conservative movement for a while because it turned out that he was gay and married to a man, and they were looking for a way to get him out. And then he was like, he was basically sort of espousing that libertarian view that pedophilia is really just sort of a...
I was about to say, Sam, he got exiled because he talked about fucking kids.
It's not necessarily one that we should probably get rid of. But Yiannopoulos is on with Tim Pool. And who's this guy?
This is Nick Ox. He is the founder of the Proud Boys Hawaii chapter.
Oh, joke. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Excuse me. Formerly known as the Proud Boys.
Yes, right.
The not so Proud Boys. The Nazi Proud Boys.
Hawaii
Not so
Proud
Proud Boys.
Go surf, you loser.
Yeah, right? How could you be unhappy and like angry in Hawaii?
Many of you know the backstory of Tim Pool's recent scandal, where it turned out he was getting millions upon millions of dollars from a company known as Tenet Media, which was a front group for, or a cutout, I guess, as they say, for Russian intelligence. And which is not to say that Tim was told what to say, but rather that they enjoyed his commentary enough to support it beyond a typical membership level. And but here is this exchange, which is pretty funny because, you know, Tim wasn't the only person who got snowed by this. Dave Rubin did too. And that guy, Benny Johnson. Oh, right. They all made a ton of money, like just an enormous amount of money from the Russians unknowingly, because they didn't do due diligence per se as to where they were getting all this money. But this happened.
And just a content warning if you listen at work. This is Milo, so you know the score.
This direction. What we have is an indicator in USAID that establishes $38 billion, mostly being used for the most ridiculous things you've ever heard of. It's all transsexual theater in South America. That's not just one thing. It's all that. Okay, cool. Not too surprising that this is connected to U.S. and foreign influence. My question is, how much money total of our entitlements is not just the classic welfare in the form of, say, food stamps, but grant money for just the most corrupt and ridiculous transsexual theater in regular America, not just South America, right? We need to find out what this final number is, because it's everything. I like USA, the National Park Service came out.
I have a question. Pause it 1 second. We have to address the level of ignorance that was in there. When he says regular America, he's talking to about the United States of America. Regular America. That's honestly, like, I think, like,
says the Hawaiian Proud Boy.
Yeah. The punchline of a joke in the past, but he's saying now we need to look into entitlements, which traditionally people have referred to as Social Security and Medicare, and he's now claiming that all that money is actually going to transsexual dance parties in regular America. Nice. This is a person who, honestly, I think, like, in any other context, people would alert their this person's relatives and said, like, you've got to come and pick this guy up.
Somebody watching this
having
guy?
An episode.
I mean, by definition, Social Security and Medicare are in its own pool of money and can't go to the kinds of things that he's talking about. This is just like basic understanding.
Supposedly.
And
Rock gets a hand on it.
Relatedly, from earlier this morning, Trump has signed an executive order pausing enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which forbids companies in the United States from bribing foreign officials. So, I don't know, I guess this is not really about rooting out corruption in the federal government. I mean,
well, it's rooting out corruption in the federal government and transferring it over to corruption in foreign governments.
Okay, all right, just making sure I got this straight.
Theater in regular America, not just South America, right? We need to find out what this final number is, because it's everything. Like USA, the National Park Service came out.
We're never gonna.
Bro's got a picture of a chicken behind him.
to get there. I have billions a year.
I have a question for you and for everybody who's listening, or I should say I have a tip, I suppose. We know for a fact that there are many popular liberal podcasts that run nonprofits or have nonprofits buying ad spots.
There are any popular liberal podcasts.
Whatever you want to call it.
We're going to find out.
There are,
remember David Pakman after the election. There's no popular podcast.
So let me, this point I'm making is that.
Let me just take this moment to say that our membership and our subscriber numbers did not go down after the election. But go ahead.
Some did.
I think there are any popular liberal podcasts.
Whatever you want to call it.
We're going to find out.
There are,
remember David Pakman after the election. There's no popular podcast.
So let me, this point I'm making is that who is funding these shows and how are they being propped up? One, obviously YouTube is propping them up, despite the fact they're clearly not popular, as we just saw the results of the election. However, we do know that many of them sell ad space to powerful nonprofits. I believe that if you track the...
I doubt that Tim is talking about us, even though I brought this up with him and he was completely embarrassed by it. But you've heard our roster of ads today. One was an organization in Rhode Island that hires refugees to make granola. And the other was, what was it? A cleaning product.
I mean, is Give Directly what he's referring to? Or, well, I mean, we also had that.
Sam,
Biden
stop
Harris
touching your
sponsorship.
goddamn mic, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, well,
by a crusading journalist.
I mean...
as we just saw the results of the election. However, we do know that many of them sell ad space to powerful nonprofits. I believe that if you track the government spending through these nonprofits, you will find it goes from government to NGO into the hands of liberal pundits.
David Pakman.
I don't.
Now he might not even know, and that's the important thing.
Oh yeah, well,
no. Let me. This is important. You can accuse him of knowing. You can accuse him of intentionally taking money. My point is this.
Pause it for a second, right there. Now, the reason why Tim wants to have that clarification is because sometimes people like Tim end up being paid by the Russian government and don't realize it. So just so you know, again, I also want to reiterate, we don't sell any ad space to any not-for-profit that is sponsored by the U.S. government. The only one I think is GiveWell, which is a charity navigator thing.
And yes, we do not sell, that was facetious earlier, any ad space for political campaigns or take money secretly, as Tim seemed to have done, and not disclose
Although
it
publicly. I might take ads and run them free for that guy running against Nancy Pelosi in San Francisco.
Yes. That if you track the government spending through these nonprofits, you will find it goes from government to NGO into the hands of liberal pundits.
David Pakman.
Now he might not even know, and that's the important thing.
Oh yeah, well,
no. Let me. This is important. You can accuse him of knowing. You can accuse him of intentionally taking money. My point is this.
I would never accuse David Pakman of knowing anything.
Sure, there very well may be.
That was coming.
There very well may be individuals.
What happened with those guys? Did Pakman and Milo have Milo on recently and embarrass him?
It's just Pakman's thing after the election that they're talking about.
Knowing you can accuse him of intentionally taking money. My point is this.
I would never accuse David Pakman of knowing anything.
Sure. There very well may be.
That was coming.
There very well may be individuals who their ad person comes to them and says, this NGO wants to spend $100,000 in ads on your show.
And they say, you're doing that conservative thing, giving too much credit.
No, I'm saying in general, big picture.
No, they know exactly where the money's coming from. Dave Rubin knew where the money was coming from when it was coming from Russia. He used it to buy his children.
That is 100% false, and you know that ropes me into it, and I can verify it's 100% false.
All right.
Completely untrue.
It is so,
and this is important big picture stuff because USAID is funneling money into NGOs.
Irresponsible in the extreme to the point of ludicrous negligence to not know where hundreds of thousands of dollars are coming from. To not even ask.
Oh, pause it for 1 second. Pause it for 1 second. Now,
this is so good.
Let me explain to you what's going on here. Milo does not realize that Tim Pool was roped into this. And when Tim says you're roping me into this now, Milo still it doesn't register. Now, I just want to make this clear, just so that Tim has some cover in this conversation. Milo is saying it is the height of irresponsibility to not know where hundreds of thousands of dollars are coming from. Just to be clear, Tim got over several $1 million. So maybe once you cross the threshold
no
of 1
responsibility
million,
left.
you have less responsibility because it's no longer several $100,000.
It's called the responsibility donut hole.
There you exactly.
Responsible in the extreme to the point of ludicrous negligence to not know where hundreds of thousands of dollars are coming from. To not even ask.
And that's not the story at all. So if you knew what you're talking about, maybe it sounds smarter.
All right. Well,
but clearly, as the story has already been reported and you haven't read any of it, which involves me, which I find particularly insulting, is that certainly Dave, I, as well as Benny, did ridiculous due diligence in digging and trying to figure out what the source of the revenue was beyond your typical ad deal. So when I get an ad sale person who comes to me,
Oh my God! This ridiculous due diligence involved demanding to see a colored PDF one-page CV of Mr. Edward Gregorian.
Yeah, we know it's ridiculous. It's why we're ridiculing you about it.
Yeah, I think he meant ridiculous the other way. So, is he? Is Milo
ridicule-worthy.
trolling? Does he know?
No, Milo doesn't know.
I don't
And now
know,
Tim is
but-
getting offended.
He's a troll. He might. I mean, he's got those glasses on. He could be messing with him.
I don't.
I'm
think
not
so.
ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out.
All right.
All right.
Let's go back a little bit because I want to watch Tim get very, very angry. Tim thinks that Milo knows, but I'm pretty sure that Milo
I think
doesn't
you're
know.
probably right. I'm just saying it's possible.
Extreme to the point of ludicrous negligence to not know where hundreds of thousands of dollars are coming from. To not even ask.
And that's not the story at all. So if you knew what you're talking about, maybe it sounds smarter.
All right. Well,
But clearly, as the story has already been reported and you haven't read any of it, which involves me, which I find particularly insulting, is that certainly Dave, I, as well as Benny, did ridiculous due diligence in digging and trying to figure out what the source of the revenue was beyond your typical ad deal. So when I get an ad sale person who comes to me and says, this company
I didn't remember that you were involved in that.
This company wants to sell, they want to buy $100,000 in ad reads over this amount of time. No one anywhere in media says, tell me who their investors are, get me on the phone with him. And when this stuff went down, Dave, Benny, I, and many others
He's breathing
said,
in so
we want to
hard.
know what this is all about.
He's so
who is
amped.
this involved with? And when you get a prominent conservative
No, I just
personality
want to
based on
say
it,
we've actually had sponsors who we found out that they had production facilities in the West Bank and cut them off.
Right.
Now, maybe that's different from who the investors are.
And even then, didn't that go through a third-party person with ads, right?
Oh, our broker came to us and said we were selling ads for them, and then we found out that they were doing business in the West Bank, and I went back to the broker. I'm like,
And it would be a little different
do it.
if that company, which will go unnamed, was coming to us directly via, maybe, I don't know, Bradley, and saying, we're going to give you multiple millions of dollars, and you don't necessarily need to do an ad read. This is just to subsidize your show because we love it so much.
oh, I wouldn't be suspicious of that at all. People do that every day.
Yeah, it's
on
just
this
a normal
broker.
thing.
That's
Yeah.
a total normal thing. A couple $1 million and, oh, you're just going to replay the show on your platform? Oh, okay.
And when this stuff went down, Dave, Benny, I, and many others said, we want to know what this is all about, who is this involved with, and when you get a prominent conservative personality based out of Nashville with an American company and says, here's the investors, they're going to talk to you, explain it, here's the proof, we go, okay, well, like a prominent conservative personality is running a company out of Nashville.
Lauren Chen.
Lauren Chen.
Was she a prominent personality?
Certainly was. Hundreds of thousands
Oh,
of
I got the
followers on the
Namor
Blaze.
achievement. I didn't even. I still haven't gotten this fucking map achievement. Like, how hard is it? Oh, you know what it is? Does it by 5 different themes? Does it mean in like one game? I'm so confused.
Everybody knew she was, and she had a story, and so we did some
I've
digging.
never heard of her before this.
And so this is
Pause it for 1 second. Pause
I
it for
didn't
1
remember
second.
you.
Pause it.
This
Just
is
keep
the
him
big-
up there.
remember you were a
keep him up there and go back a little bit because this is where Milo backs off. Doesn't realize that Tim was going to be so sensitive about it. But we actually have a tape from Edward Gregorian who's talking to Tim. We just have the Gregorian side. Let's just roll that tip. Hello, is this Tim? Tim, it's Edward Gregorian. I'm here. Just wanted to call and tell you that the money is absolutely fine. Don't worry about a thing. I'm from Belgium, but if my accent sounds strange, it's because I moved around a lot as a kid. Army brat.
I'm the kind of person who, when a Blaze flunky tells me they have 600 or six-figure offers for me, I'm like, say no more, Lauren.
But Tim, I commend you for all the great work you're doing in investigating me. But I have to go now. Bye-bye. Great outgoing voice message you have.
You go, okay, well, like a prominent conservative personality is running a company out of Nashville.
Lauren Chen.
Lauren Chen.
Was she a prominent personality?
Certainly
he's so
was.
catty.
Hundreds of thousands of followers on the Blaze. Everybody knew she was, and she had a story, and so we did some digging.
I've never heard of her before this.
And so this is the point.
Sorry, I didn't remember you.
This is the
I didn't remember you were a victim of that. So
A victim
for casting aspersions if that was your impression.
So to imply,
I didn't remember you were a victim of that. But
now let's go to the big picture.
Pause it
on
for a
USAID.
second. It's interesting because Milo's just changed his whole tune. Literally 90 seconds ago, it was beyond the height of irresponsibility to not discover where hundreds of thousands of dollars came from. And now he's saying, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were a victim of that.
It's so funny. Tim just desperately wants to do all this dumb smearing of like, oh, look at all this political USAID money. That's just like subscriptions of people who work for the political.
Except for Tim has this big sort of monkey on his back, and Milo just basically, Tim was sort of like tiptoeing along the knife's edge. And I'm going to do this. I'm actually going to be able to deliver this, and no one's going to remember that I am actually the flunky.
Yeah, I'm the genuine article.
I am the genuine article of being bought and paid for. And Milo brings it up. I was a victim. Go.
I apologize for casting aspersions if that was your impression.
So to imply,
I didn't remember you were a victim of that. But
now let's go to the big picture on USAID and other NGO funding.
Tim looks like he's
now
crying.
certainly that affects us. When someone, I'll say it again, we right now have probably 30 advertisers who've come to us and wanted to buy ads, and we said we're in a holding pattern right now doing negotiations. They're offering us $50,000 sometimes for one ad read. One company says we'll give you $50,000 for our company. Do we say, I want the CEO on the phone, I want to know who funded them, I want to know where that funding came from.
I just want to make something clear here.
Breathe, Tim.
This was
Calm
not
down.
an ad buy.
It's going to be okay.
When we do an ad, it's quite clear who's paying for it. Now, if, for whatever reason, Hello Tushy has a secret agenda of selling a different bidet product from their rival, but they promote their own, but they have a secret, or maybe Hello Tushy buys an ad from us and they promote the bidet, but the reason why they're doing it is because they have a specific resentment against the toilet paper company and they don't want people to use toilet paper, or whatever hidden agenda is, that it's silly because it's laid out there. The problem with what Tim is talking about, he's comparing apples and oranges. It's one thing to have a sponsor that you think is problematic and decide we don't want it. Different, people have different sort of like thresholds in which they, we may not do any type of finance advertising. We may not do, but we'll do a day advertising. Okay, different people. This is funding that was completely hidden from the listeners and viewers of his program.
Yep.
To the tune of millions upon millions of dollars. And you never, you never reveal, we're getting this show is subsidized by blankety blank blank blank. It was completely unclear. Now, Milo seems to think it is completely irresponsible and doesn't believe that someone could actually be duped in that way. And I think that's a
fair assessment.
I think that's a fair position to have. But Tim is arguing that's not. But the weird thing is that Tim keeps changing the category of which he's talking about. Nobody said anything about advertisers.
But he's talking about USAID, and I guess this is just really just a quick brief aside. I sent this, Bradley, like the Barry Weiss tweet. This is like the end goal of all of this, is to make more news like Tim Pool, or to make more news like the Free Press, that Barry Weiss's outfit, where she's talking about NPR and PBS funding. Okay, it's just $535 million, she says, and she's basically casting aspersions on the idea that NPR and PBS should get public funding from the government, and they're using this veneer of corruption to make this argument, where the free press was literally invested in by Mark Andreessen and Andreessen Horowitz early on. What they want to do is create more and more incentive for private money to take over to take over our media institutions. When PBS is funded by viewers like you, instead they wanted to said funded by Palantir or something like that. What's more
Can you
corrupting?
imagine?
Tax, like a set small amount relative to the federal government of tax dollars that are allocated towards this kind of media, or private for-profit venture capital money going towards these outfits? Which would you like to decide? Because the latter is when you get Barry Weiss or you get Tim Pool. Anyway.
Barry Weiss is partnered with a descendant of Henry Miller, the Cattle King of California, one of the largest landowners of the United States.
Also financed by Harlan Crow, who, he's the guy who owns Clarence Thomas.
Anyway.
They're like Rogan is in on this too with Brett Weinstein. All of our people who criticize us are fake because they know that they are all they all have sugar daddies.
Yep.
One ad read. One company said, we'll give you $50,000 to promote our company. Do we say, I want the CEO on the phone, I want to know who funded them, I want to know where that funding came from?
Nobody does that, but that wasn't quite...
And this is the point when I say about David Packman.
Milo was about to say that.
I'm saying, when we know those things happen, take a look at where USAID was giving their money and see how much of those NGOs were buying ad reads in media, because you know they are.
Well, you're not going to like this, but to take money from somebody so obviously ludicrously insubstantial as Lauren and ask more questions seems stupid to me.
Except there were questions asked.
I don't want to continue this because I'm not trying to attack you. I didn't remember that you were roped.
The big picture is.
I didn't remember you were caught up in this.
When we have 30 sponsors, do you think it's reasonable for any media company to say get their investors on the phone, or do you only talk to their sales reps?
I've been interviewed once by Lauren Chen, and
okay, we're beyond that.
I certainly.
The point I'm making is no company, David Packman, Kyle Kalinske, Dave Rubin, me, or otherwise, is going beyond the sales rep and their press.
Kyle is fully funded by subscription and doesn't take any advertisers, and says it like every second that he can. So it's a horrible example.
So the NGOs haven't been able to get into him yet.
Yeah, he doesn't even do what we do. Tushy. He doesn't do any ad reads.
Look at Tim Pool surrounding himself with other people to hide behind them when none of it applies.
No,
none of it applies.
Good for Kyle.
And even Milo is like, how do I now navigate this thing where Tim is obviously full of excrement, but I don't want to offend him, and but I also have to maintain some personal integrity in this thing. And
Can we just change the subject? That doesn't happen on podcasts.
Yeah. We shouldn't talk about this anymore.
For your sake, go ahead, Bradley.
No company, David Packman, Kyle Kalinske, Dave Rubin, me, or otherwise, is going beyond the sales rep and their press kit to figure out that USAID or any other government or any other country is funneling things into media to prop them up.
At this size, no, that's true.
Hey,
Malkira. That's true. But
not a single company does. Not a single. I'll tell you, that absolutely is.
Well, Malkira, you don't need to play tank if you don't want.
Through Outfront Media.
What are you good at?
Never.
Oh,
streaming! Never once in any of the ads that we've bought have they come to me and said, "We want your P&L, and we want to know if you have any investors, and we want your board of directors." Nobody does it.
Nobody's saying that. I think you have to make room for the possibility, however, although you may have been taken in by a particular scheme.
You got voice chat on?
Went into it and were very happy not to look too deeply. I don't.
It's not the case for Dave Rubin.
Why are we stopping here? This is
Have you ever considered?
Oh,
an ad.
They got the.
Does it work now? Maybe, maybe not. Now I think I just can't hear anyone.
Anything new around here since I got sucked into all this reality hopping nonsense, Zero? Us against the world! Pulse charge! Shields up! Then I guess it's up to us to be the change.
I don't know what I did.
Tandy needs help.
I can't get through this fucking doorway.
Leave them to Khonshu!
I am ready to put on a show! Nanda, that doesn't count.
Science and magic combined.
What is the push to talk hotkey?
Leave them to Khonshu!
There's too many bad guys.
I can hear you some.
No, we should have just webbed our way there. Get that vehicle moving again! Powering up! It's spider time!
Like 100 there.
Just needed a few repairs. Traffic is bad, but we have to speed up.
Oh, here they are now.
I am ready to put on a show! I'm counting on you, Shields up!
By the Eye of Agamotto!
Don't let them do this, Andy.
Us against the world! Time for some fireworks.
Leave them to Khonshu! Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show! Your shields are down. This should keep us safe. Get that vehicle moving again!
Enemies on approach.
I'm right here. I'm counting on you, friends.
that again.
You're halfway there. Keep going. Down to 30 seconds. There's no time to wait. Hit them with everything. I'm counting on you, friend. Glad to help. Sims restarting. System with the light. Final 10 seconds. Almost there. Your powers are mine. This is gonna hurt.
I'm
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. A nice deep freeze. Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. You gotta reboot, Tony. We need you. System break the light. Clogs to clogs in 3 generations. That's the saying, anyway. You know what to do, spiders? Only 60 seconds left. This is gonna hurt. I am ready to put on. Us against the world.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Down to 30 seconds. Time for some fireworks. I'm counting on you, friends. So much better. My track works. The final 10 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again. Yet. We have to speed up.
Pulse charge!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. The current score is 2-0. Time to switch things up, including
Good hustle,
which
good
side
hustle.
you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference. I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud. Round 2, go! Spider is more than just a mechanized suit of armor. It's my best friend. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Can't really.
You got it, Matt.
A shortcut through space.
All by like a
Oh,
hearing company.
right. You're from the past city, and you're Tokyo?
Not to look too deeply.
Yeah, but
I don't,
there isn't
it's
a
not the
giant
case for Dave
spider
Rubin.
web in the
Well,
sky.
nor Benny nor me.
Crazy.
You can speak of anybody else, but I can say for
don't-
those guys. I don't necessarily take the views of people who
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Franken babies
3,
paying
2,
them to birth
1.
them as high.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
No, I don't really take his word for anything. I don't take his word for anything.
I'm Mark Stephen Grant. I'm Jake Lockley.
He's a liar.
A Moon Knight.
One regard that involves me.
Mine's
in place. Need some help.
Andy needs help. Never ever contemplated It has never occurred to me for a moment that I would like to have a conversation with Mallory until today at this time. When I will look deeper into his understanding of data and also whether
Time for some fireworks.
genuinely believes that Tim Pool didn't know, or is just like, I don't want to burn this bridge. I'd be very.
Doctor Strange.
Go ahead.
In one regard that involves me,
Right there.
I don't know that. You may know that because you know things other people don't know.
Ouch.
Simple supposition that they've removed.
Imagine a villain named Iron Man.
Now I'm
Fucking
action.
pain again today. Fucking shitty optimized game.
Co-op. We are undefeatable.
Get in by the hoary hosts of Hulk.
Pulse fire.
Oh, wait, what?
Finale.
Your powers are mine! By the arrow! I can't move. I'm supreme, Jesu.
Here comes. You know what to do, spiders? Double
God damn it.
kill. You know what to do, spiders? That's 3. We're back in action.
All things of the past, thanks to the brilliant minds.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm hulking.
It's
By the eye of Agamotto!
What is happening? Lagging out when I fucking do the.
Agamotto!
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind. We're back in action. Stop them. Better stop that vehicle. Just embrace the light.
The sound is all over the place. I tried to make it so I could hear the team better, but
There's still a chance to stop them. That doesn't count.
Let's get out of here. I unleash the Vishanti's power.
okay, buddy.
So much for Midgard. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. You know what to do, Spider?
She got owned.
You have my full support. I have many faces.
Ready for another go, Spider? Better stop that vehicle.
Son of Odin. No watcher, but a warrior.
Hulk 2,
I am wounded. Who will help? Final score: 2-3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Okay. Voice chat. Here we go. Okay, and then what's the fucking... Communication. Push to talk. Voice chat. Push to talk. Tilde. Okay. Easy enough. Mm-mm. Removed from the team. Oh my goodness. Right after I fixed it too. Okay. Back to what I was doing. I was gonna lock in, but oh my goodness. Annette just dropped another video.
Y'all saw this ridiculous Super Bowl ad? Because at first I was like, yeah, this is a great commercial. Like, we're talking about things that are important. We're bringing up a huge health crisis. They even brought up how the system is meant to keep us sick, explaining how us being sick makes them a profit, and just so many things that we're finally starting to be aware of. They even threw in visuals of Fruit Loops, which goes with the Make America Healthy Again thing that's going on. So to me, it looked like they were on the right track and that everything they were saying was good until they pulled this out. Like, bruh, you really said all that just to try and sell another medication. What that commercial should have been is either telling us a healthier way to live or giving us some type of vitamins, supplements, like natural resources that would actually help us.
Okay, guys, hi. The Super Bowl just happened. I'm not really into sports. I'm a...
There's literally like no reason you need to take vitamins unless you're directed to. Like, the fucking vitamin industry is a fucking scam, bro.
I see. So unfortunately, I missed the whole beginning when Trump came out and the whole stadium applauded. And I missed when Taylor Swift got booed, but I got to see all the clips later.
This picture is recirculating, and no, it didn't just happen at the Super Bowl. President Donald Trump has just made history as the first sitting president to ever attend a Super Bowl, and the reactions to him being there were the exact opposite as this. This picture is from a college football game. It is not current at all. And I'm just gonna leave this here because it is pretty funny. You could hear the crowds literally cheering for him. And despite the attempts on his life and everything that has happened and how huge of a crowd the Super Bowl draws in, President Trump still walks the field. Here he is shaking hands with the Chiefs defensive tackle Chris Jones. He also participated in a meet and greet with the honorary coin toss attendees, including family members of the horrific attack on New Year's in New Orleans.
It was just so funny. I love seeing the tides turn. But, like, what was Taylor Swift wearing? Really quick. I'm sorry. I'm not a fashionista. Like, I'm literally wearing sweats. And, yeah, not a fashionista here. But she was wearing black pantyhose with, like, glittery light blue stain wash, like, jean shorts with, like, a black bra and a white wife beater.
I want something better! Hey, everybody.
You remember your cousin Vicky, don't you, Russ?
She looked like she came out straight from the like trailer park. And you know it's cold in there. She looked so stupid. And then
Bro,
she's
and
just
that's
like,
so funny.
Why is everyone booming? I have no
Oh
idea.
my god.
I have an excellent idea. Let's change the subject.
That's not what this video is about, guys. I know you know what this video is about, because I know you thought of me watching the Super Bowl. Because as soon as this commercial came, the him and hers, whatever the stupid big pharma company name is, when that commercial came on, the whole room started clapping and applause until they got to the end. Why liberals have to be? They're so ironic all the time. We're gonna watch it together because you know
Okay,
I'm pissed
I'm
off,
ready and
I'm over it. Okay, we're gonna watch it together. I don't know, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna stick this in back of so you can hear it better. Like my.
I don't trust playing any super commercials. Is she just gonna play it behind her? I guess that's fine.
Microphone. And I'm gonna pause it.
It's America's deadliest epidemic. This is America. 74% of us are overweight, and obesity leads to 500,000 deaths.
I don't, guys, she's like a fucking genius, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so funny that she clearly has figured out editing, she can drop clips in, she's dialed in her microphone to work, and her idea was to film a TV and use the room audio from the TV to show what she was doing.
Okay, she's correct there. Obesity is the #1 killer on the planet, so we're correct there.
What would you do if, like, below where it's recommending videos, we were down there?
And 74%
That'd be awesome, right?
of Americans are obese, or overweight. I'm sorry, overweight, not obese. 40-some% is obese.
Believe me, Jimmy, this is America. Something's broken. It's not our bodies. It's the system.
And that nobody can hear this.
Something's broken, but it's not our bodies. It's
and her
the
mic
system.
instantly is blown
Our
out.
bodies are broken. Our bodies work the same. The system is broken, definitely, especially in America. They even show the Fruit Loops, which RFK is trying to ban all the food dyes. What's that one thing RFK says? A sick child is... I should pause it because I'm not going to remember what he said. Because Big Pharma runs on people being sick. So as long as you get the kids sick at the beginning... I'm going to find that quote. Hold on. I think I found it. There's nothing more profitable today in today's society than a sick child, because you want the human to be sick from beginning to the end with, okay, I'm on warning. There's a lot of stuff I'm not allowed to say right now that I would love to say about stuff we might be injecting in our bodies, but I'm not going to say any of that.
I was like, oh my god. She's going to talk about Jews. But of course it was vaccine stuff.
Hi guys, say hi to Jacob. I forgot to add that the #1 food item bought by food stamps is soda, and I think they should remove that because no human needs soda. It's not nutritious or good for anybody. I have gone to the emergency room because of soda. I have videos on that. It's embarrassing.
Did anyone see that disingenuous Hims and Her Super Bowl commercial?
Put it in.
They presented the problem 74% of Americans are overweight, leading to 500,000 deaths a year, which is a true stat. They get us all get behind something, that the system is rigged, meant to keep us sick and stuck, that the system is meant to treat us, not heal us. Big Pharma is the problem, overcharging for semaglutide and Ozempic. Basically indicating Big Pharma is Team Drake and Hims and Hers is with us and Team Kendrick Lamar. The whole point of the Super Bowl commercial is Hims and Hers saying that they're going to sell you Ozempic for cheaper. The problem is that they say they work with your lifestyle, when your lifestyle is the reason why you're overweight in the first place. Therefore, they don't want to heal you, they want to treat you. By implementing healthy habits and lifestyle changes, you can get phenomenal results.
They also sell boner pills, guys.
The problem lies if you don't change your lifestyle, if you don't instill these healthy habits, once you stop taking it, you will just start to gain the weight back.
I hate Big Pharma. They're going to put you on prescription medicine for whatever you have. Like, a lot of Americans have high blood pressure, hypertension. They never check for, like, your vitamin D levels because it's usually a vitamin D level, like a vitamin D deficiency. But you don't know that. Your doctor's not going to tell you that. And then if you just know that now and start taking vitamin D, you're not allowed to take vitamin D by itself, or it's going to cause...
The doctor literally does blood tests. Jesus fuck. Like, and also the notion that, like, you'll just continue, like, being a slob or something like that. But when you actually look at Ozempic, a lot of the people are now able to do physical activities that they weren't previously able to do. It's like debt. You know? It's very hard to get out of debt. It piles on. But if you had something that just removed your debt, suddenly you would start actually saving money and be putting money away.
Cause blood clotting. There's so much we don't know that we need to understand, and what vitamins we take with other, instead of putting a band-aid on it, giving more money to big pharma, learning about what we put in our body. You know, even all the freaking seed oils and stuff. And then the liberals always say, you're teaching pseudoscience and you're a conspiracy theorist. Well, I'd rather, you know, pay attention to what I put in my body and be called a conspiracy theorist and be 90 pounds than be 300 pounds and not be able to make it to my 50th birthday. Big Pharma is taking advantage of us with the whole weight thing, and it's a big profit. So Big Pharma is bad. They're right. Big Pharma is bad.
The system wasn't built to help us. It was built to keep us sick and stuck. But not anymore.
So take our medicine, because we're still Big Pharma. Take it. You know what? Don't work out. Don't count your calories.
You deserve to feel great in your body.
I don't know. The volume keeps cutting out. This TV's usually not on. I just started using it the other day.
Great video.
And then they just go back to
fucking. I'm not knocking it out of the park as usual.
It's not your fault. It's everyone else's fault. It's all the food. It's Big Pharma. It's not.
I love this new thing she learned on putting the voices in.
No, it is totally your fault. It's your decision. It's your choice.
In our Nat canon, we can say it's the voices in your head.
Body, how many calories you eat, how much exercise you might do that week. It's all your decision. Yeah, there's crappy stuff out there.
You're not well, and it's okay. You're not well, and it's okay. You're not well, and it's okay. You done made a lot of choices. The choices that you made done put you in situations that you hate. You don't want to be in those situations. You recognize every day when you wake up, fuck, this is the reality that I made for myself. Damn, I don't necessarily want to do this.
But it's also 100% your decision if you're going to put that crappy stuff in your body. I have at least ice cream, a cupcake, or a chocolate once a day, sometimes twice a day. I also have fast food Fridays. But I am still able to maintain my weight. I've been overweight before. I've been underweight before. And
She has fast food Fridays.
I learn how to take care of my body because I'm more mature and I know what to put in my body. But you're still allowed to cheat. You're still allowed to have good food. Just don't have all of it.
Asking the question today, should vaccines be mandated?
In terms of getting people healthy, let's get them outside and vitamin D. Let's mandate healthy fisheries so we all get healthy vitamin D sources. Let's mandate organic foods. Let's mandate regenerative farms. Let's change the subsidies from McDonald's and all these GMOs to organic farms and these beautiful small companies.
I miss these kinds of liberals. Ooh, I think we're dialing in on it, and that's Origin Story.
Much more to health that we can mandate that other than injecting something that is completely experimental, and there's so many alternatives and there's so much money involved.
Right.
And so granted, you know, the people have to rise because money will move, you know, unless we move.
Anywho's, my knees hurt. I was perturbed if you saw that commercial. Now you guys can see my history. I guess there's a new Marvel movie coming out with Jenna Ortega. You guys know I'm not a big fan of Jenna Ortega. And there's a new Bath and Body Disney Princess collab I'm really excited about. But yeah, I'm sorry. This one was all over the place. The background doesn't even look cute. Let's try to end this on a cute note. Let's get some
Oh my God.
dancing that doesn't even look
This backup posture she has here is so good. Why didn't you cut this?
But yeah, I'm sorry. This one was all over the place. The background doesn't even look cute. Let's try to end this on a cute note. Let's get some.
She's the best, dude.
Some of my plants, and I had to throw some of my plants away because they didn't make it through winter. My heart was breaking yesterday. If you like this one, give it a big thumbs up. Subscribe if you're not already, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, we gotta stop doing that at the end, though. I know you want, like, a signature thing to sign out with. We gotta change it up. Fox News breaking alert. Epic.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to have King Abdullah with us. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, actually, long before even my first term. And
I bet.
We've had a great relationship.
King
He's
Abdullah is a
great
party
gentleman,
monster.
A great leader, and does a fantastic job in his country. His son, we're lucky enough to have his handsome son with us today, so it's good to see you again. We've had some quick discussions just now, and we're going to have some longer discussions after this. And the relationship with Jordan has been very strong, has been with me, and it really has been with the country. But I think I've been closer than other presidents to Jordan and what Jordan represents. And it's an honor to have you and your son with us today. And if you'd like to say a few words, and thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much for having us in so short after your inauguration. I think just as a testament to what you said is a special relationship between our two countries and the personal relationship of friendship and trust between the two of us. Mr. President,
he got a weird
I
blink.
truly believe that with all the challenges that we have in the Middle East, that I finally see somebody that can take us across the finish line to bring stability, peace, and prosperity to all of us in the region. And it is, I think, our collective responsibility in the Middle East to continue to work with you, to support you, to achieve those lofty goals. So I'm very delighted to be here. And as you said, sir, we've got some very interesting discussions ahead of us.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, many people in the region, especially Jordan, are worried about the annexation of the West Bank. Will you give His Majesty the King guarantee that you won't allow Israel to annex the West Bank? And how are you going to
I think that's going to work out very well. That's not really what we're talking about today. I think that's something that's going to work out automatically, and it's in good shape. And we discuss it, and other people have discussed it with us and with me. That's going to work out. West Bank is going to work out very well.
Mr. President, why should the king take in the Palestinian people? He's made clear he doesn't want to.
Well, I don't know, but he may have just something to say because we discussed just briefly. I think maybe you want to say it now, or?
Well, Mr. President, I think we have to keep in mind that there is a plan from Egypt and the Arab countries. We're being invited by Mohammed bin Salman to discussions in Riyadh. I think the point is how do we make this work in a way that is good for everybody? Right. And obviously, we have to look at the best interests of the United States, of the people in the region, especially to my people of Jordan. And we're going to have some interesting discussions today. I think one of the things that we can do right away is take 2,000 children that are either cancer children or in a very ill state to Jordan as quickly as possible, and then wait for, I think, the Egyptians to present their plan on how we can work with the president to work on the Gaza challenges.
So you're
I want to tell you, excuse me, wait, just please. I didn't know that what you just said, 2,000 children with cancer or other problems, and that's really a beautiful gesture. That's really good, and we appreciate it. And we'll be working on the rest with With Egypt, I think you're going to see some great progress. I think with Jordan, you're going to see some great progress. Three of us, and we'll have some others helping, and we're going to have some others at a very high level helping.
You're telling me
The
for
whole
the
thing will
first
come.
time.
It's not a complex thing to do. And with the United States being in control of that piece of land, a fairly large piece of land, you're going to have stability in the Middle East for the first time. And the Palestinians, or the people that live now in Gaza, will be living beautifully in another location. They're going to be living safely. They're not going to be killed, murdered, and having to leave every 10 years, because I've been watching this for so many years. It's nothing but trouble. Everyone's being killed. They're being robbed. It's like living in hell. And they're going to end up having a great home, great families that don't have to get mugged and killed and beaten up and harassed by Hamas and everybody else.
Hamas
I know
and
we'll be
everybody
able to
else.
work something, and what you just said about the 2000 is fantastic. It's so beautiful. It's music to my ears. But we're going to be able to work something, and I know we'll be able to work something also with I believe, not 100%, but 99%. We're going to work out something with Egypt.
But Mr. President, during your election campaign, Mr. President, how is the U.S. going to own Gaza? Your White House has made clear taxpayer dollars won't be used for this. So what money are you going to use to buy Gaza?
We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it. And we're going to run it very properly, and eventually we'll have economic development at a very large scale, maybe the largest scale on that site. And we'll have lots of good things built there, including hotels and office buildings and housing and other things. And we'll make that site into what it should be. And the people from Gaza who wouldn't be able to be there for years, because you're talking about just to get it and prepare it and to take care of all of the problems that currently it has. As you know, tunnels, and people are in those tunnels, and you have some good people and some bad people, and you may have
Alligators in the
hostages right
sewer.
there. You know, you have the hostages possibly there. They don't know where they are. And, you know, I have a Saturday deadline, and I don't think they're going to make the deadline personally. I think they want to play tough guy, but we'll see how tough they are. But it's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. I think it'll turn the Middle East. I think you're going to have peace in the Middle East. You're going to eventually have peace in the Middle East.
Couldn't this deadline risk undermining the talks that you're having with the king today, and risk the kind of wider peace that you're trying to?
Because we're not talking about a big situation. We're talking about something that can go very quickly. We're talking about it's going to go quickly. It's not going to take a long time, okay? That's not going to take a long time. You know bullies? You know what a bully is, right? You know the
No.
bully, I've always, and I found it throughout my life, a bully is the weakest person. And they're bullies.
You?
Hamas is bullies. The weakest people are bullies. You know that, right? All right, go ahead.
Mr. President, you were saying that Palestinians will live somewhere else safe. Where exactly do you want them to live?
Well, it's not where I want them to live. It's going to be where we ultimately choose as a group. And I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Jordan. I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Egypt. We may have someplace else, but I think when we finish our talks, we'll have a place where they're going to live very happily and very safely. And, you know, don't forget, they only want to be on the Gaza Strip because they don't know anything else. They've never had an alternative. And they don't want to be on the Gaza Strip, but they have no choice. They have to be. And they're being killed there at levels that nobody's ever seen. No place in the world is as dangerous as the Gaza Strip. They don't want to be there. They have no alternative. When they have no alternative, not one person will want to
He's
stay
so
where they
funny.
are. Nobody wants to stay there. They're living in hell. It's a death trap.
Mr. President, how do you know that the Palestinians don't want to leave their land? Some people say this is ethnic cleansing. You won't be able to force them to leave their land.
Well, those people are wrong.
A beautiful location where they have new homes, where they can live safely, where they'll have
they want to
doctors
leave,
and
sir.
medical and all of those things. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, any questions?
King Abdullah, what do you think about the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip? Do you want to see the U.S. own the Gaza Strip?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, the president is looking at Egypt coming to present.
I never noticed the King of Jordan would blink like this. Like, It's like Ethan Klein, you know what I'm saying?
As I said, we will be in Saudi Arabia to discuss how we can work with the president and with the United States. So I think let's wait until the Egyptians can come and present to the president and not get ahead of ourselves.
And is there a parcel of land in Jordan that you're willing to have Palestinians?
Well, I think what we said, I have to look at the best interests of my country. I think the president is very happy that we do this thing with 2,000 children as quickly as possible. And again, I believe that the president is looking forward to getting a group of us Arabs here to discuss the overall plan.
And last question, the 2,000 children, are those from the Gaza Strip?
Absolutely from the Gaza
Are
Strip.
you willing to change your mind, Mr.
That's
President?
from the Gaza Strip, the 2,000.
Are you willing to change your mind if you hear the Egyptian and the Arab plan end of the month? If they present you something different, are you open to
I
other
think
plans?
we sort of have gone down the line. We know pretty much what is going to be presented. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be magnificent for the Palestinians. They're going to be in love with it. I did very well with real estate. I can tell you about real estate. They're going to be in love with it.
Mr. President, does it concern you that moving 2 million people from there?
It's a very small number of people relative to other things that have taken place over the decades and centuries. It's a very small number of people, and they're living a terrible life. Look at the way they're living now. Nobody's living like that in the entire world. They're living under buildings that are mostly fallen down and will continue to fall down. And they're living under. People are being killed every day. The conditions are horrible. There are no conditions anywhere in the world that are worse than the Gaza Strip right now.
But don't you have
Mr.
concern
President,
that you
you
can
said all
destabilize
hell-
Jordan and
You
the
said all
Egypt?
hell will break out if all the hostages are not released on Saturday. What did you mean by that? And are you encouraging Netanyahu to walk away from this deal? Have you talked about this with him?
So I've looked at at the condition of people coming out of the hostage situation, and it's horrible. I looked at the before and after yesterday. 3 young men. One is dead now, as you know, the older gentleman who died, which everybody said he was alive and well. He's dead. But the 3 young men, and I looked at them from a short while ago, and I looked at them now. They are emaciated. They look like Holocaust survivors. They looked, I mean, they'll get better, but they're in rough shape. They were treated really badly, and we've heard things from them since. And I think the reason that Hamas is playing so cute is because they saw the
So
reaction
cute.
to these 3 people that came out, and the other ones. Look, the one young lady had her hand blown off practically, and they were not in great shape either. But she's missing her fingers and a big part of her hand. You know what she did? She was stopping a bullet that was aimed at her. She went like that, then it blew off her hand. No, I think I think they want time, because I think the people that they have living are in such bad shape, because they're sending the most healthy people out, because they don't want to send the least healthy people out. And there was an uproar when they saw the people from yesterday. So these people are, so I don't want to do 2 and then we do another 2 in another week and then we do 4 in 3 weeks. No. They either have them out by Saturday at 12 o'clock or all bets are off.
Mr. President, would you still consider withholding aid to those countries if they don't accept your plans to accept?
Well, I don't want to say that, because we've had such a good relationship and we're doing so well just in the short time that we've been talking. I mean, the king just made a statement. I didn't ask him to do that, about literally saving 2,000 young children from the Gaza Strip. We didn't know about that. You didn't know about that. Nobody did, except for the king and his son. I assume you told your son, right? And I just thought it was great. No, I think we'll do something. I don't have to threaten with money. We contribute a lot of money to Jordan and to Egypt, by the way, a lot, to both. But I don't have to threaten that. I think we're above that. I do believe we're above that.
Would you consider other countries, not Jordan and Egypt? There was talks about Indonesia, Albania, other places.
Yeah, sure. We would. And we have other countries that want to get involved. We have a lot of people that want to get involved. There's a great sense of wanting to help the Palestinians. There's a lot of good countries out there, people that rule those countries with big hearts, and this gentleman is at the top of the list.
And if they don't want to leave, how are you going to force them, Mr. President?
Oh, they're going to be great. They're going to be very happy.
Can you,
Your
Mr.
Majesty, should we
May I-
expect that the Jordanian response would be part of a coordinated Arab response?
The response will be from a multitude of countries, Arab, international. I know the Europeans want to step in, and again, we'll probably have to look to the help of the United States to make sure that COGAT, which is the clearing agency on the Israeli side, makes it as efficient as possible, because 2,000 kids, the best way to get to them is by helicopters and get them straight to our...
What's my favorite thing is that after this, Trump's going to continually say, wow, that was great. You saving that for the press conference. That was good press. And King Jordan is just like, okay, these are like human beings, bro. And like, I'm not even like a good person, and I still have empathy.
Institutions. I also believe that quite a few countries would also probably like to take some of those kids and have them treated in their hospitals. So we hope to launch this ASAP.
Yes, and that's right. This should have been done by the Biden administration, but they didn't do anything. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So this should have been done by the Biden administration. This should have never happened, because October 7th would have never happened. If I were president, zero chance of happening. You wouldn't have had that whole mess where the Middle East got blown up, and you wouldn't have had...
I love it when he says that whole mess.
Fighting. That would have never happened. And by the way, we're making good progress there, I think. I really think we're making some very good progress.
Mr. President, you've said before that the U.S. would buy Gaza, and today you just said we're not going to buy Gaza.
We're not going to have to buy. We're going to have Gaza. We don't have to buy. There's nothing to buy. We will have Gaza.
What does that mean?
There's no reason to buy. There is nothing to buy. It's Gaza. It's a war-torn area. We're going to take it.
Yeah, we're not going to pay for it.
We're going to get it going eventually, where a lot of jobs are going to be created for the people in the Middle East. It's going to be for the people in the Middle East, but I think it can be a diamond. It can be an absolute tremendous asset for the Middle East.
My eye is still bugging me so much.
It's going to bring peace in the Middle East. Gaza, the way it is right now, every 10 years you're going to have the same thing happening. I've watched it so long, all the death and destruction of Gaza. The civilization's been wiped out in Gaza.
I'm going to take out my contact and see if it feels better if the one eye is just naked. So I can determine if the contact is causing it or not. Because I didn't see any tears.
A lot of people to work, and those people are all going to be from the Middle East.
And just to follow up with one on that for King Abdullah, can you clarify again, sir, how do you feel about the U.S. taking Gaza, as the president said?
Well, again, this is something that we, as Arabs, will be coming to the United States with something that we're going to talk about later to discuss all these options.
And Mr. President, take it under what authority? It is sovereign territory.
Under the U.S. authority.
And Mr. President, would you seek to personally develop property in Gaza after this happens?
No, I've had a great career in real estate.
Mr. President,
You know, when you've done what I've done in the last number of years, including the 4 years that we should have been doing something else, frankly, because people see that now for sure. But when you've done what I've done, you can just do more good for people when you're president. When you're president, we can do things. This is all things that should have been done, but actually things that shouldn't have had to be done. Gaza, absolutely, it would have been so great if the Biden administration would have started this. But actually, in all fairness to them, they should have never let it happen. It did happen. And because of the fact that they let this happen, this catastrophe of October 7th, something like this becomes practical and very real, meaning the development and all of the things that I've talked about with respect to the Gaza Strip.
There's a big old tear in that contact lens.
Catastrophe, and it was a horrible catastrophe, then probably you wouldn't be talking about that. But the only thing I can say is this is going to bring stability and peace to the Middle East. And ultimately, when it's developed, which will be in quite a while from now, because we want to let things calm down. But when it's developed, it's going to bring tremendous numbers of jobs to the Middle East, including the people of your country.
So
Mr. President, what if it does not bring peace to the Middle East? There are many Palestinians, even though you say that everything is going to be beautiful, everything is going to be lovely, they're not going to want to go back. There are going to be people who want to go back and feel like that it is their right to do that. You haven't said, will there be any type of repercussions or anything that happens?
We don't think that's going to happen. We think we think people are going to be very happy, thrilled. A lot of those people that you're talking about are going to end up maybe living there and maybe working there, but it'll be in a different form. We have had tremendous support for this project, and we think the biggest asset of the project is going to bring peace ultimately to the Middle East. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead behind you. And you've asked enough.
Mr. President,
You've asked enough.
Promises on the campaign trail is to bring peace to the Middle East. It was a promise to your Arab voters here. The Arab voters in the United States oppose this. What do you say to them?
Well, you know, if you look at Michigan, where we have a large Arab population, as you know, I was just telling the king that we won. As you know, I won the Arab population. Now, when I started off, I wasn't leading, and when I finished, a few months later, we started campaigning in Michigan. And when I finished, we won it by a tremendous amount, by 30 points. My relationship with the Arab population has been fantastic, and my relationship with the Middle East is very good with all the countries, just about all the countries. Let's see, I would say all the countries. And they all want to do something, and they want to see peace in the Middle East. All the stories you hear about the Middle East not really wanting peace, that they want war, they want this, they want to go a certain place. Let me tell you, those stories are false. They want to have peace. I know them all very well. They want to have peace. They want to have a good life like other people. And this will be a big factor in bringing peace to the Middle East. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys. Thank you, guys. Let's go, Brad.
You've asked enough.
I think this episode is about my reaction to a disaster, and thank you BetterHelp for sponsoring this episode.
No!
Sometimes we have an intense experience.
Why are you launching
and
big
it can
mode? I
feel
don't
like
want
our
this.
mind
Get this
is
shit out of my
playing tricks
face.
on us. I have found that
I'm trying to
therapy
skip this
helps
ad.
me deal with the effects of an intense experience. Thank
The whole
you.
first minute is an ad?
Crazy glue did not fix my glasses. So now it's 2-part epoxy time. This ain't procrastinating. I gotta fix me glasses. On the one hand, you got your easy flow state, and that's the building and fixing and tinkering. And on the other hand, you got the hard flow state, which is the sitting down and writing. And it's the sitting down and writing that makes the episode good. So if this episode is bad, it's because I didn't sit down and write enough. But I did do quite a bit of tinkering.
This needs a magnet.
Why?
Want to make an eye shade for the Leica that turns the LCD screen off.
Is the tinkering flow state?
Put some heat shrink tube on the end of this flashlight right here so that I can
Easier.
cut the tripod shoe down and see if it still fits the tripod.
Than the writing flow state.
Magnet for my Laura Comp tape measure. I really think I should gild this repair scar.
Why is the tinkering flow state easier than the writing flow state?
Okay.
Somewhere in my book.
This feels like he's trying to fucking hypnotize me. I don't like it.
From explosive new accusations against Donald Trump's pick to lead the FBI,
To the push to dismiss a rather
Oh,
open and
goodness.
shut bribery case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams, to comments Donald Trump just made in the Oval Office blasting federal judges who have ruled against his administration. The MAGA movement's efforts to obliterate the rule of law in America are coming into fuller view today. We begin with the top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee suggesting that Kash Patel might have lied under oath to Congress and is secretly plotting a purge of career civil servants at the FBI. In a letter to the Inspector General of the Department of Justice, Senator Dick Durbin says that acting
Dick
Deputy
Durbin.
Attorney General Emil Bove told
Funny name.
attendees of a January 29th meeting between top FBI brass and leadership at the Justice Department this, quote, he received multiple calls from Stephen Miller the night before. Mr. Miller was pressuring him because Mr. Patel wanted the FBI to remove targeted employees faster, as DOJ had already done with prosecutors. Now, according to Senator Durbin, notes from that meeting read, quote, KP, Kash Patel, wants movement at FBI, reciprocal actions for DOJ. Durbin adding this, quote, it is unacceptable for a nominee with no current role in government, much less at the FBI, to personally direct unjustified and potentially illegal adverse employment actions against senior career FBI leadership and other dedicated nonpartisan law enforcement officers. If these allegations are true, Patel may have perjured himself before the Senate Judiciary Committee. For reference,
He's always
here
got
is
the
what Kash
funniest
Patel
face.
said about this at his confirmation hearing.
You aware of any plans or discussions to punish
I was
in any
stuck in
way,
trance. Thank
including
you. I know,
termination,
bro.
FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations? Yes or no?
I'm not aware.
He was just going hard, flow,
There
hard,
is
flow,
no
hard
evidence
flow,
of wrongdoing
light flow.
by FBI employees.
You know, just like it's hard,
involved
soft.
in these investigations.
I was like, calm
if you
down,
do
buddy.
pursue investigations of those involved, will you commit to using standard processes, including a
What?
standard review by the FBI Inspections Division and the Inspector General?
The who?
Senator, I will honor all those review processes.
You will honor those review processes.
Yes, Senator.
If these are actions that the FBI employees, if there are actions against FBI employees that do not follow those standards process that happen before you get in, will you commit to reversing any decision prior to your arrival so that those standard processes and the standard review by the FBI Inspections Division will take place?
I don't know what's going on right now over there, but I'm committed to you, Senator, and your colleagues that I will honor the internal review process of the FBI.
I don't know what's going
I
on.
don't know anything. I don't know what they're doing over there. Wasn't really even believable at the moment, was it? We should note that NBC News has not independently verified the allegations being made by Senator Durbin, but he will join us later in the program to discuss his findings and his allegations.
Durbin.
A spokesperson for Kash Patel dismissed the claims as, quote, anonymous sources and, quote, secondhand gossip. Adding, quote, the Senate should confirm him without delay. We'll add an exclamation point for them. The Senate Judiciary Committee is expected to vote on Kash Patel's nomination Thursday, less than 2 days from right now, meaning that the allegations come at a possibly critical time for the FBI and, more broadly, the justice system in this country. Trump allies are working to remake the Justice Department and the FBI with a particular focus on those who investigated the January 6th insurrection and defendants with one priority in mind: some categories of people defined by their proximity to and affinity for Donald Trump cannot be touched or imprisoned or prosecuted. And if the justice system doesn't hold them accountable, why should you care? What does that mean for you? That's a question Democrats need to answer, and quickly. Allegations that Trump's pick to run the FBI is leading a purge of the agency he seeks to lead, and the questions it raises about the rule of law in America is where we start today. New York Times Justice Department reporter Glenn Thrush is here. Joining me at the table, MSNBC legal analyst, former SDNY Criminal Division Deputy Chief Christy Greenberg's back, plus former Assistant U.S. Attorney and former New York City mayoral candidate Maya Wiley's here. Glenn Thrush, start for me with the why. I think that for our audience, it's norm busting on top of potential illegal action, on top of norm busting and turning DOJ and the FBI into
Norm
a
busting?
tool for Trump's political police. And it can start to feel like a blur. But this
Norm-busting?
is significant it feels like in the same way Mike Flynn lying about his call with Kislyak was. If Kash Patel's going to take over the FBI, and the
You're
Republicans
right,
are all
you're
gonna
right.
confirm him,
It is the
he can
same
do whatever he
guy.
wants once he gets there.
You're right.
Why would he lie in his confirmation hearing?
Well, we also have not verified independently what was in the Durbin claim, but we
out,
reported
demon!
around the edges. And I can tell you, there are a couple of things in that certainly comport with what we have reported. First and foremost is that Stephen Miller is in the middle of all of this. Miller has
We
been,
never escaped the
as we
trance. Oh,
reported,
God, no.
I think over the weekend in an Emil Bove profile that I wrote with a couple of colleagues, Miller, was in the middle of a lot of these orders, particularly on Homeland Security, that are coming out of the Justice Department. I spoke with a Justice Department employee a couple of days ago who said that Miller is on the phone with people over at the department multiple times per day. Whether or not that involved an interaction with Patel, the Inspector General will find out, or we'll be able to develop some reporting on that. But in any event, it's just very, very clear that what is going on at the FBI and the Justice Department has the endorsement and the enthusiastic support of the President of the United States and the most powerful people around him. It emanates from Trump. The people in these jobs are executing the will of the man in charge. Period. Full stop. And Emil Bove is a name people really ought to start paying attention to. This has been the prime mover behind almost everything that has happened, including the FBI stuff, the threats to local officials for
She taking notes on a criminal conspiracy?
Immigration enforcement, down to the firing of 20 prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. who worked on the Capitol riot cases. And one last thing, it just seems that we have moved from what we might have expected during the transition, that Trump and company would go after Jack Smith and the individuals involved in his 2 prosecutions. While some of what he does is being litigated in court and may not have been legal in terms of personnel moves, I think it was widely expected that people who were involved in those investigations were going to see some impact. I think the thing that has really been most stunning is that he has extended all of these actions to encompass the January 6th defendants and also ancillary political figures who were investigated sufficiently to warrant an indictment. So Trump is moving ahead, not just on cases that involved him directly, but this whole universe of criminality and alleged criminality of people who were allied to him or charged with things similar to what he was charged with.
Glenn Thrush, really important question about all of that, really important reporting. Is it Bove or Bove? I've heard both in the last hour.
I have heard, here's what I'll tell you, Emil.
Okay.
Emil.
Okay. Emil. Not Emil. It's Emil. Okay. Let me ask you 2 questions. I mean, here's what the Democrats, I think, so far have failed to articulate, and the Republicans, I should say, should, but they clearly don't care. They're in on this, enthusiastic about it, and I think they've made that clear with how they've acted as all these characters and all these EOs have come across the transom, and they've had nary a concern or a whimper or a whine. What I want to understand is, are they offering any reassurances that a woman-owned business or minority-owned business or a business with an LGBTQ plus flag outside would be protected if it were burned to the ground? I mean, what is interesting is that they are destroying the FBI as it's existed for a generation. And other than your reporting and Senator Durbin and a handful of others, it's a rather muted response.
It is remarkable that this isn't getting as much attention. I think what is going on now is really remarkable. I don't want to use the term unprecedented. I've banned that from my life, but we are seeing movement here that we haven't. And the J. Edgar Hoover period, 48 years at the FBI, was no walk in the park. There were tremendous abuses, and the Republicans have made accusations as did Hillary Clinton, about the way that the FBI handled those investigations. Totally legitimate. But it is really beyond comprehension. It was not part of the political campaign or anything Trump said during the political campaign that would indicate that you're going to send out a questionnaire to 5,000 or 6,000 agents, asking them essentially whether or not they worked on J6 cases. These were righteous cases in terms of the jury results. I mean, people were convicted. Even the obstruction charge, which was nullified by the Supreme Court, represented a relative minority of the charges that these Capitol rioters were accused of before they were pardoned by the president. We are really going into territory, Nicole, that we have never been in before.
Was that a gasp at the end there? Sharp breathe in. Wow, they really have some pad at the end there, huh? Oh no.
All hands on deck. You heard me say that a lot yesterday.
Okay,
as
this is
Secretary
something
of
from earlier. I just didn't
Transportation,
clear
John
it
Duffy
yet.
was on the ground
I was like, no,
helping
not
out
more
with Interstate
Faulkner,
40
not more
and Helene
Faulkner.
victims, and they've been cut off with the third longest freeway in America up there. So he was there. This is another example of President Trump looking at all available resources as he expands his immigration crackdown. He plans to deputize IRS agents who often work on drug trafficking and money laundering cases.
Shut up, Faulkner.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Juan, there are a lot of challenges right now in this country, but you've been looking at the kind of successful organizing that's going on with immigrant groups on the ground. Talk about what you see there in Chicago.
Yeah, Amy, well, despite much media attention on the ramping up of mass deportations by the Trump administration, coverage, by the way, that the White House has aggressively orchestrated, the actual number of deportations during the first few weeks have hardly lived up to the hype. Homeland Security officials acknowledged yesterday that around 11,000 immigrants, supposedly folks who have committed crimes or undocumented, have been arrested, an average of about 500 a day. And just half of those, according to the department's own statistics, are supposedly criminals.
Ugh.
Others are what they call collateral arrests. At that rate, it would take about 6 years just to deport 1 million people, not 5, 6, 7, or 11, just 1 million people would take 6 years. So obviously the worst is yet to come if we're to believe that Trump is actually serious about these deporting millions and millions of people. But few people are focusing on the inevitable resistance that immigrant rights groups are certain to launch. As we used to say in the 1960s, wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. And immigration activists that I've talked to in recent days are right now in the midst of coordinating a string of mass mobilizations for this spring that they hope will go beyond the historic immigrant rights protests of 2006, when millions and millions of undocumented and their supporters turned out into the streets of all the major cities in the United States. They're calling on grassroots organizations to culminate those protests in early May, specifically on May 1st, International Workers' Day, with a series of labor strikes, not just one, but several days without immigrants, including a Cinco de Mayo walkouts from restaurants and hotels across the country to make clear how critical immigrants are to American capitalism. So it's obvious that the neo-fascist coup we are witnessing will not be defeated simply by legal challenges in the courts. It will have to be confronted in the streets, and I think that the immigrant rights groups are going to be setting the path for the level of militancy that will be needed.
Well, we're going to look right now at a victory for immigrant rights that came in a legal case on Sunday night. Around the same time, the musical legend John Batiste was singing the Star-Spangled Banner at the start of the Super Bowl, attended by President Trump, just days after Trump fired Batiste and others from serving on the board of the JFK Center for Performing Arts. On Sunday evening, our next guest found himself on a video conference with federal judge Kenneth Gonzalez in New Mexico, as the judge temporarily blocked the U.S. government from sending his clients, 3 Venezuelan men, to the U.S. Navy base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, where the Trump administration is preparing a 30,000-person detention center. Bahar Azmi is legal director of the Center for Constitutional Rights, which sought an emergency order to protect the 3 men who've been held for about a year at the Otero Detention Center for re-entering the United States. The men say they left Venezuela to request asylum in the U.S., but were rejected. When they saw others from the detention center transferred to Guantanamo, they feared they could be next and asked the judge to preemptively block their transfer. Over the weekend, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem visited Guantanamo days after the first detained immigrants were flown there. She claimed without evidence on CNN that the people deported there were dangerous criminals.
She said they were all pedos.
The worst that we pulled off of our streets.
Who are they?
Murderers, rapists. So when I was there, I was able to watch one of the flights landing and them unload about 15 different of these criminals. Those were mainly child pedophiles. Those that were
The bimbo in chief.
children, trafficking drugs, and were pulled off of our streets and put at this facility.
This comes as the Trump administration recently withdrew temporary protected status for Venezuelans living here in the U.S. Bahar Azmi joins us now for more on this case filed with the American Civil Liberties Union of New Mexico, Las Americas Immigrant Advisory Center, his recent article for Slate. We'll talk about that in a minute. So Sunday night, or more than 100 million people watching the Super Bowl, but you're on a conference call. How did this happen?
Once our clients had some credible information that they might be transferred to Guantanamo, after all, they fit the profile of Venezuelans in detention in New Mexico, we decided we had to move and prevent their transfer, their rendition to the lawless space in Guantanamo. And our team from CCR and Las Americas and ACLU of New Mexico worked around the clock and filed an emergency motion Sunday, maybe at 5. And as I don't remember who was playing, but within an hour, the judge asked for a conference call. Our team got on. He took it from the side of the road and agreed that there's too much of a risk to our ability to access our clients and to the court's jurisdiction to allow the government to transfer them. So he issued an order forbidding their transfer to Gitmo.
And could you talk about the challenges faced by immigration and human rights advocates in dealing with this Guantanamo situation, given the fact that there aren't even, you don't even have the names of the people who are being shipped there?
Yeah, thanks, Juan. This is like a grim deja vu from 2001, early 2002, when the then lawless Guantanamo prison was populated by, as known, repurposed, the worst of the worst. That was what was said about the Muslim men and boys who were sent there. And then, as now, had no idea the identities of people there, their legal status, or at least the administration's position regarding their legal status. And then, as of now, Guantanamo just represents this security theater. It's a kind of performative cruelty that, you know, stamps people simply by virtue of their placement there as dangerous. It's an utterly manufactured kind of performance to show muscularity through vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to Bahar Azmi, legal director for the Center for Constitutional Rights, we're joined by Vince Warren, executive director of CCR. And Vince, I wanted to ask you about the constitutional crisis that is looming in this country. Many of Trump's executive orders have already been temporarily halted. Already a judge has said he is not obeying his order to start the funds flowing at the Treasury that have been approved by Congress. Yet you have Vice President J.D. Vance writing on X, that's the richest man in the world's platform, Elon Musk's platform. Vice President J.D. Vance said judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Your response?
That is 100% not true. And we've been actually talking for many years about when does a constitutional crisis present itself. And I'm here to say that this is the moment. The question that we're all facing is that when courts issue legitimate orders to get the government to do things that it should do, or to stop doing things that it shouldn't do, or to comply with the law, and the administration says, yeah, we don't really have to comply with that. That's the definition of a constitutional crisis. And we're seeing that in that possibility in just about everything. In terms of the temporary restraining order that we got in Guantanamo, what's the guarantee that they're going to show up to court and with an adverse ruling stop transferring people? What's the guarantee that they're going to release the funds that courts order them to do? There is no guarantee, precisely because this administration has been built on lies and the idea that it is actually that the law just doesn't apply to them. What applies to them are their political points. So we have a administration that is really moving to seize seize the pillars of our constitutional system and our laws, and to rip them to shreds. Not only just to test them, but to just destroy them. We are actually facing a constitutional crisis on a range of issues, and it's just not clear to any of us whether this administration will actually comply with the rule of law in any context.
And Vince, this use of Guantanamo Bay, not
it's
simply
today Cyclops Day.
as a detention center for, or as a black hole prison for suspected terrorists, but Guantanamo was used even before that to house thousands of Haitians and Cubans who were trying to get to migrate into the United States. And interestingly, Rudy Giuliani was back then, before he was even mayor of New York, he was in the Justice Department involved in those. Are there any legal lessons from that prior period of using Guantanamo as a detention center for migrants?
Yeah, I think there are political lessons, Juan, and there are legal lessons. The political lesson is that for 40 years, dating back to the early 1990s, the United States government has used Guantanamo as a legal dumping ground for its political problems. Back then with the Haitians, you will recall that Haitians were sent there for suspected of having HIV and AIDS, and that was a health security crisis that the government said
and it caused an
HIV
outbreak.
Constitutional Rights, Yale Law School, Harold Coe, Michael Radner successfully sued and got Haitian migrants released on that boundary, only to go maybe 10, 12 years later, and they're opening Guantanamo now, the military side, for Guantanamo detainees. The story of the work that the Center for Constitutional Rights and Bahar Azmi is stuff of legend now. There are only 15 people left, but we were able to show,
including
number one,
Abu Zubaydah,
that the people that were then described as the
innocent.
worst of the worst were not in fact so. There are only 15 men left in Guantanamo now, and as we are trying to make good on the failed promise of Barack Obama and Joe Biden to close that terrible facility, here comes Donald Trump, who now wants to open it up for yet another purpose. And he's using national security and the quote-unquote invasion of migrants as the emergency to reopen that base and to house people there for that purpose. I would say one thing that legally that we know that I think is significant here is that Trump himself has said
it will
the reason
be
why he's opening it
significant.
up is because he doesn't trust the governments to take these people back, and if they take them back, that they're just going to re-release them. So that speaks to me of an indefinite detention regime, which is really, really problematic. The issue that we've been dealing with in Guantanamo, Kristi Noem, when she talked about it, as we just saw, she made no promises or guarantees as to what would happen. She largely said, well, it really depends on what Trump wants to do. That's how we're going to roll. There are potential violations of due process, the rights that these men have in this context, and we have not yet seen a situation where people are put in Guantanamo coming from the United States.
Before we go, Vince Warren, I want to ask you about Trump and the ICC. He's issued sanctions on the International Criminal Court over its investigations of Israeli officials for war crimes in Gaza. The chief prosecutor, Karim Khan, is their first target after arrest warrants were issued for Prime Minister Netanyahu and the former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for war crimes and crimes against humanity. Can you lay out what you're calling this direct attack on the rule of law?
Absolutely. The Trump administration is saying once and for all, without any doubt, that they are siding with war criminals as opposed to the victims of war crimes. This is not a position that the United States should take, obviously, but I think what's more troubling is it's reopening the executive order that he had done previously, but it's now done in the context specifically of Israel and the United States. The executive order says specifically that because of what the ICC has done with respect to Netanyahu and Gallant, and because the U.S. has been targeted in ICC investigations, therefore the court is illegitimate. This is clearly an attempt to step away from the rule of law for the United States, and more importantly, to shield from any kind of liability or accountability people who are committing war crimes just because they're not signatories to the ICC. And we also know that the reason why they're not signatories to the ICC because this is exactly the type of things that they were afraid of to begin with. So we're living outside of the law domestically. We're living outside of the law in terms of international human rights. And in every instance, it feels to me that we are siding for the unbridled power of the U.S. and Israel to do whatever the hell that they want, and that there's no court, this administration is saying, that can stop them.
Well, I want to thank you both for being with us. Vince Warren, Executive Director, Bahar Azmi, the Legal Director of the Center for Constitutional Rights.
How do I change my thing here? There it is. Change that.
I just think we need to kill them, everyone, and that's it.
Most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying. But if you look at the bigger picture, which is shit, I don't want to look at it like that. Sorry about my... But most of them will grow up not only supporting Hamas, but joining them.
The idea of you coming from America, settling in potentially in Gaza, kicking Palestinians out, a lot of people would see that as settler colonialism.
Thing is, I think that colonialism gets a bad rap.
It's not our fault that we are stronger than them.
Yeah, it's also not our fault that we defend ourselves and we have every right to defend ourselves. Don't hate us Jews, we're really nice people and we love life.
We want peace.
We just want peace, love, and rock and roll.
Epic.
It may be scary, but they actually do the work for us. They show the world exactly what Zionism is, what it really wants. Just watch the settler mommy prepare her kids for the takeover of Gaza.
פה כבר מתחילה הרצועה, רצועת עזה. עכשיו יש לנו חיילים שם שנלחמים, ואחרי שהם יסיימו את הלחימה.
אנחנו נעבור לפה.
האמת שלא אחרי, ביחד. חבל על הזמן. כן.
מתי זה יקרה?
תפתח יומן, פחות משנה. זה בטוח.
פחות משנה, כמה? 7 ילדים?
אני 7 ילדיי, בעלי. מה אני גאה 7 ילדים? כל ילד יקים יישוב, מה זאת אומרת? הם כבר הקימו.
Why are you the way that you are?
They are the way that they are because of indoctrination. But as disturbing as it is to listen to these honest Zionists, at least they're not confusing. They're not confused nor confusing. Their behaviors and words are aligned with their beliefs. For example, check out this ad in 2019 from Eila Cheked, former foreign minister of justice and right-wing member of the Knesset. It's a spoof on perfume ads, and in it she lists her aims in a funny way.
פשיזם, מהפכה שיפוטית, צמצום אקטיביזם, מינוי שופטים, ויישום בג"ץ, פשיזם.
לי זה מריח כמו דמוקרטיה.
We're going to get more examples of these honest Zionists throughout the video because it's important to show the world what Israel really is. But the focus of this video, as far as the analysis goes, are the liberal Zionists, which are basically honest Zionists with a mask, pretty mask.
And the terrorists have to kill all of them, and we love peace. We love peace.
Just check out this article about this soldier who returned from Gaza and took a dog from there back to Israel. And he found the dog and he felt so bad for her, and her eyes told a different story. That story is that you killed her family and you stole her. This dog belonged to someone in Palestine. So you get to kill Palestinians, their land, their animals, their trees, and then come out as the hero. Actually, you know how you can spot a liberal Zionist? The focus is always on how you perceive them. It's not about what happens. You'll be talking about, but the kids are dying, the kids are starving. It's like, no, but you're misunderstanding me. I don't want kids to die or starve. But you're like, but they are dying. No, but you're misunderstanding me. I love kids. You're misunderstanding. The focus is always on, I'm good. I'm a good guy, basically.
They started everything. They have always wanted war. Israelis never want war. We even barely wanted to start this war. Barely wanted to start this war. But at the end of the day, I think that a kid running around shouldn't die. That being said, I don't know what it'll grow up to. You know, most of them, like around 75-ish%, they want us all dead, gone, and fucking, you know, they want my head on a spike. And I have never done anything bad ever to any person, even though I did serve in the IDF for 3 years.
Delusion. Convince yourself.
Because at the root of it, they're trying to convince themselves that they're still a good person, despite their support of what Israel does. Because deep down inside, we all have a conscience. Well, most of us do. And deep down inside, you know the support of Israel is fundamentally opposed to being a decent human being. They don't go together. And trying to bring those two things together, things that don't go together, try to bring them together, causes internal confusion. And that internal confusion is called cognitive dissonance, which is basically the discomfort a person feels when their beliefs don't align with their behavior and their words.
But I really hope it's not the end. As much as I say that in a heavy weight on the shoulders, because we hate war, because we love life.
Just one final question.
Yeah.
You've come up here, looked at binoculars into some northern Gaza here.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts when you saw?
I expected to see more destruction.
Prime example of the liberal Zionist is this guy Corey, who is behind this channel, The Ask Project, where he asks people on the street like what they think. And a lot of times when he'd be interviewing honest Zionists, he tried to kind of like further explain their message and make it more palatable for a Western audience.
ואני יודעת שהם אחראים במידה מסוימת לסבל שלהם.
בגלל 7 לאוקטובר. אני מסביר לאלה שצופים.
Corey, this guy behind the channel, is a classic liberal Zionist.
Hey everybody!
Nice guy, gay guy from Canada. He already has a country that he belongs to. Yet he thinks it's okay to live in another country that subjugates the indigenous people. But in order for people like that, I don't mean to single him out. He just represents a lot of people. And I'm sure he's very nice on a one-to-one basis. But people like him, in order to maintain the idea of themselves that they're good and liberal and decent, they need to keep telling themselves that Palestinians resist because of a culture of violence and death, as opposed to being justified by all the hurt from being trampled upon by all these outsiders. Like, he will often ask leading questions to which the answers are very obvious. Like when he asks, are you happy that Palestinians are dying? Of course people are going to say no, especially liberal Zionists. Then he's like, oh, why? Like acting like a 5-year-old, like explaining it, like, oh, why don't you love Palestinians dying? Of course they're going to say something nice.
Are you happy that people in Gaza are suffering?
Nope.
Okay, why not?
I mean, I don't like any suffering, personally. But I understand the current situation. I don't see any other choice for us as Israelis.
Of course, it's always for their security. Always. Everything they do is for their safety. But that's just a nice cover for the reality, which is actual land theft by these American and European settlers that are not from there.
This is our sovereign state.
Would you live there?
Of course.
By the beach?
Oh, for sure. We have lists already, about 500 families that are willing, on the drop of a hat, to just move into, we have North, Central, and South Gaza. You can't leave it without Jews in the Gaza Strip. It's too big a piece of land. It's too important.
What the fuck is going on in here on this day?
As insane as that admission is, it's actually no different than what liberal Zionists do. The ones that come from Canada and Europe and the US. They can actually afford to travel. Keep in mind that the Palestinians on the land are not allowed to travel anywhere because nobody gives them a visa. They can't even go on holiday, let alone migrate to another country. Like these Zionists who just move from France, from Poland, from Ukraine, from the US, from Canada. They just hop on over. And Palestinians who are actually born on the land can't even go anywhere because no country will give them a visa. It's a miracle when they get a visa. But what kills me about liberal Zionists, liberal, hip, secular Zionists who think it's okay for them to be on the land, is that if you actually ask them, they will tell you, well, no, we don't believe in God. We believe everyone should be free and do what they want. But then their reason for being on this land is that the Holy Book told them so.
אתה מאמין באלוהים. האם אתה מאמין באלוהים?
לא.
לא? למה?
אני חושב שהכל זה החלטות שלנו, זה נובע מהדברים שאנחנו עושים. אני לא מתעסק בשאלה הזאת.
לא? למה?
כי אני
מאמין בדברים מוחשיים יותר.
מי ברא את העולם?
אין לי תשובה.
But the truth is, these liberal Zionists, their beliefs deep down inside are very much aligned with the right-wing, honest Zionists. And the truth always slips out. Like, check out this clip of Corey actually interviewing a more conservative, kind of the honest type of Zionist. And in this interview, this Zionist is saying, oh, I know, of course I don't want to ethnically cleanse the land. But then Corey asks him, okay, so do you want Palestinians to live on the land? No, we can't live with them. So you're saying you don't want an ethnic cleanse, but in practice you want an ethnic cleanse. But that's not the point of the video, because at some point, this guy who's being interviewed, his friend in the background says, don't answer these questions, because this is probably a left-wing guy asking you kind of like leading questions. And then Corey from behind the camera says, no, this is not a left-wing thing. They believe the same thing.
זה לא צריך לעשות להם ניקוי אתני.
אתה חושב שאפשר להסתדר איתם?
על האדמה פה זה יהיה קשה.
אתה רוצה להעיף אותם מהאדמה פה?
להעיף לא.
אז איך אפשר להסתדר?
אפשר להגיד דבר כזה. אני יודע.
לא, זה לא משהו שמאלני, אני יודע מה אתה חושב, כן. לא משהו שמאלני, אני יודע מה אתה חושב, כן.
But of course, all Zionists that support Israel and what it does, whether they're honest or liberal, whatever they may be, they all believe they're fighting for their security because everyone in the world, they genuinely believe that everyone in the world is out to get Jews. That the world is upset about Israel, not because of its true nature as an apartheid state. No, they're upset because it's Jewish people. Because this is something they've been taught throughout their lives. Like, check out this Harvard professor lecturing young American Jews on how to weaponize victimhood and shift the focus from talking about what Israel is to the fact that people hate Jews.
Don't let the war of words ever be fought about Israel's nature. Let it be fought about why you can't accept Israel, why you have to single out this tiny people.
And listen to this young Israeli woman who actually served in the army and has friends who are still serving in the army when the interview was recorded in August, and lost friends at the music festival on October 7. Yet all that doesn't compare to the hurt, how the world has forgotten about the Holocaust.
I think the thing that hurt me the most, personally, non-personally, like anti-Semitically, whatever, the thing that hurt me the most about this whole situation is how it's all the anti-Semitism in the world and in the United States and in Europe, and how so quickly people forget about everything, about the Holocaust, about the things that they did in Europe.
They're actually trained since childhood, unconsciously of course, to always return to that painful story that Westerners recognize. The painful story of the Holocaust, a genuinely painful story. They always go back to anti-Semitism as a defense, and they believe it, of course.
This is a message mostly for Jews in the diaspora, just about the insane anti-Semitism you're experiencing, and intimidation and Jew hate that's part of your lives now. It's not by accident. It's very deliberate by design, and it was planned before October 7th, equally with the physical violent massacre that took place on October 7th.
Honestly, like, Israel has robbed the word anti-Semitism of its meaning. They've cheapened it. If only they can hear what they sound like to the rest of the world.
Is there anything you'd like to talk about?
I would like to talk about
anti-Semitism. But the reason why all these liberal Zionists have to revert back to anti-Semitism all the time is because you cannot defend Israel on the basis of merit. You have to revert to something else. You have to deflect. Deflecting is actually a psychological defense mechanism against the cognitive dissonance, against this internal confusion. As mentioned before, cognitive dissonance occurs when two beliefs that don't go together have to exist together. So they cause this kind of tension. It is deeply uncomfortable to live with contradictory.
Again, we've been over this so many times. Cognitive dissonance happens not just when contradictions happen. It happens when someone doesn't benefit from holding the beliefs that they're actually espousing. Right? These people don't actually benefit from the oppression of the Palestinians. They just don't care that it happens. You know, it's like actually worse. Cognitive dissonance tells you something very specific about people.
thoughts, of course. So you are motivated to resolve this discomfort by resorting to defense mechanisms. And there are 5 categories of psychological defense mechanisms that liberal Zionists use to ease the discomfort. The first one is avoiding, which is basically avoiding or ignoring everything that's causing this dissonance and confusion. And all of Israeli society is in on it.
And the Israeli media, they decided that they are part of the Israeli propaganda machinery. The Israeli average viewer, he sees the families of the hostages. He's being told day and night how brave are the soldiers, and only one thing you don't see, the suffer of Gaza. And the media decided not to show it, not because anyone pushed the media not to do it. They do it because they know very clear that this is what their viewers don't want to see.
The second coping mechanism is delegitimizing, which is undermining the evidence that's causing this confusion and these contradictory thoughts. Like, for example, how they undermine any report coming out of Gaza about the number of deaths or the injuries and all that. Like, oh, this is by the Hamas-run health ministry. Hamas-run, everything is for them, which they know very well what they're doing. When they say Hamas-run, that means this information is not credible. The third coping mechanism is limiting impact, which is basically limiting the impact of what's going on. Like when they say, no, this is not genocide. How can a genocide be happening when they're still giving birth to babies? Or my favorite is when they say, if we wanted to do a genocide, we could, which is why we're not doing a genocide. It's like, I could rape the shit out of you, but I'm only doing it once.
Everyone blames us for genocide, and we're not. We know we're not. And I'm thinking about it, you know, I had a girlfriend that she always blamed me that I'm cheating on her. And in one point I said, listen, I can't be blamed for something that I didn't do. I need to someone just for...
Okay, dude, he is using it correctly. No, what I'm saying is that it's beyond that. Because when somebody is paid to lie, they aren't uncomfortable with, like, anything about it when they're compensated enough. They don't actually, like, they'll be honest about, like, their ambitions. Like, you'll know somebody isn't experiencing cognitive dissonance, and this is like a, you know, it's not an obvious example, but they say, oh yeah, they paid me to say that, something like that, right? Like, oh look, he's got due dissonance on right now. Like, to experience cognitive dissonance, they need to convince themselves of something that doesn't benefit themselves does benefit them.
You know? What I'm trying to say, guys, stop pushing it.
Like, you can see it with politicians, you know what I'm saying? Like, politicians benefit from lying, and you can tell how much more they lie than, like, somebody who's experienced cognitive dissonance on the street like these videos show, you know? It's just easier when you use the example of money, but obviously it's not all about money.
Genocide, we have. You don't want to do it?
As they say, if you want to understand the culture, look to its comedy. And the fact that people like that, people in Israel, find this funny, like this kind of comedy is like if Hitler or the Nazis were to come on stage, you know, we're gonna put them in the gas chambers, but we won't.
Oh my god, there's a Hitler comedian that's so good. I gotta fucking download it and, like, see if it gets me claimed so I can show, like, one of them. Just, like, a small piece of his, comedy. Because it's legit funny. Alright. Because it's music, I imagine it will be claimed so quick, but I just want to check because he's just a amazing No, stop. Don't play music. Don't play music in my other tab, please.
Oh, Hitler, you jokester. What a kook. It's not funny.
It's funny.
Comedy doesn't
It's
work.
funny when you know
That's
what
like
I
a very pretty,
am
rich
picturing in
girl
my
comes
head
on
right
stage,
now.
she's like, I'm so beautiful and they're so ugly. No, comedy doesn't work from punching down. Go take a comedy workshop, please. And the fourth coping strategy is deflection.
I told
And they
them
do
to
this
take
lot
a
when they
comedy
shift to
workshop.
anti-Semitism. But they also do it a lot when they shift to talk about how sexy and hot Israelis are. Like there was one of these actors who came up in Stranger Things, and he caused a controversy by doing these stickers that says Zionism is sexy. Ew.
In this video, Noah Schnapp can be seen laughing with his friends while swearing and passing around stickers that say Zionism is sexy and Hamas is ISIS.
And by the way, we're going to go through these strategies in detail throughout the video, but now I'm just listing them, right? And the final one is projecting. When they project every disgusting racist thought they have onto Palestinians. Like, you cannot believe the amount of times I get comments and DMs from people who say, have you seen those videos of the Palestinian children being indoctrinated in schools? Actually, no, I haven't. Can you show me? It's bone chilling. Okay, I'd like to see it. Can you show me? It's bone chilling. We get it. Your bones are chilled. Can I see the video? You're being anti-Semitic right now. No, where is the video? Because it doesn't exist. Palestinian kids don't need to go to a school to get indoctrinated. They get indoctrinated by watching their school get blown up. And the irony is that the amount of videos that are everywhere public for you to see of parents and teachers indoctrinating their Israeli children about taking over Lebanon, and it's there for the public to see. But why do liberal Zionists use all these strategies to lie to themselves? Because confronting the truth of what Israel really is, which is basically a base for the United States, eyes and ears in the Middle East, that uses Jews as cannon fodder as it steals land, that's too painful. As a liberal Zionist, if you were to confront this painful truth, that means you're going to have to speak about it to your friends, family, social network, and all of Israeli society is in on this. And you're going to have to start convincing your loved ones to see the truth the way you see it. That's like social suicide. So of course you're gonna avoid it. So for the lip sync portion of this video, I came up with a therapy session using some audio from Muji, one of my favorite spiritual teachers, giving advice to a liberal Zionist on his way out, like how to let go of this need of trying to fix his Zionist family or his Zionist group. All of us know we cannot change or convince people of something they're not ready to see. You can't. Sometimes you're just gonna have to let people be what they are.
Do you have the power to just leave that there?
Bro, are you calling me a drapery?
Why should you not be sure? Let me ask you something. All the things I asked you to leave aside, are they waiting for you? I'm asking everybody here. If I say, don't touch these things for a minute, don't all your to-do list. All these things, just don't touch them for a few moments. Just until I'm going to say stop in a moment. You can go back and pick up your stuff. Is anything fundamentally missing from you? Is it unbearable?
Copyright. I knew it would be.
Hmm? Watch it.
Okay. I'll just have to show you the name of the comedian, and you're going to have to go look him up on your own. So, this is him. Right? It's like Hitler fused with Frank Sinatra. And he does Frank Sinatra parody songs from the perspective of Hitler. And like Like he even like Strangers on My Flight. He's like he talks about like killing Kurds with Saddam and stuff. Like this isn't just something that he woke up and decided to do and was like ha 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 ha. Like he clearly had. Yeah, see, he's the leader of the Iraq Pack. Like, he's dialed in a lot of the political comedy around these songs.
You have to sometimes leave some things like that. You're better off just being empty, but something doesn't trust it. Because something is interested. If you are not interested, you cannot be troubled by something you have no interest in. As means something, then you say, nah, I want to get over this attraction for this thing, and then like this. Then if the attraction is there, then how you overcome the attraction then, you see. Then you must find out what is it that's attracted to what.
Don't pursue your desires. Problem solved. And you learn to not pursue desires and to just chill. That's all you need, man.
Because the person has the attachment to the thing it wants to overcome, but it has to overcome the attachment. The thing is just the thing. You see? But we think you're going to overcome this, I got to climb over this. No, no. You must watch what is it that is so attracted to this, and when you observe that it's some kind of habit, but from the very human, personal standpoint, we get entangled very easy. We pick up that identity, it's like Velcro for thoughts. So anytime you like, you can go and pick up your stuff. I promise you, nobody is going to steal it. That's what leaving it means.
This is so weird.
Be concerned about how it's looking now. It's
editing himself into like this. What's going on?
I said leave it. But you said leave it there. I said just leave it there, and leave it everywhere.
What is happening? Oh, okay, I see. That was him in a disguise. Makes sense now. He was a disguisee. What
So
is
yeah,
happening?
liberal Zionism is basically
Was that
the
an intermission?
denial of the truth, which brings us to me and my channel. I'm called In Denial. I always say I'm in denial, so you can wake up. And speaking of my channel, I want to quickly thank all the people who donated on the last videos and the new members. Welcome, guys. And if you want to see me live, you can come to my show on March 7 here in Amsterdam. It's a show about fear of intimacy and facing your feelings. And by the way, the reason why I'm able to feel and able to cry and connect to other people is because of what I've been watching in Palestine for the past year and 4 months. So come see me March 7. Tickets linked below. And I also coach. If you follow my journey with Bragg and you see how I was able to transform everything that is painful in my life into art, and you want a little bit of taste of that, you can also check out my website where I give one-on-one coaching sessions. And I also give, by the way, I started now the weekly call-ins, which are actually much cheaper, and it's for groups of up to 10, where we have weekly Zoom calls where we brainstorm on each other's projects. This is all, by the way, creativity coaching. I don't coach you on your life because I do therapy myself. But when it comes to creativity, you're creatively blocked. Now let's get back to the subject of the video. Liberal Zionism, which sometimes feels zoned towards being anti-Zionist.
The whole point of liberalism is stuck there. Because it's a feel-good thing, it's exactly in order to stop the transition from Zionism to humanism. They have to take a leap of faith from one side to the other. And most people obviously don't want to do that. But liberal Zionism is this thing that gives you the psychological feeling that you're a good guy in the story, that you don't have to take that leap of faith.
Deep inside, all Zionists, liberal, honest, whatever type you want to call it, they know what's really going on.
The IDF of Israel do things like you said, it's messed me up.
I know. No, I don't want to believe it either, but it's the truth.
3 fucks fixed yesterday, now it's doing shit again. No! Open the door, don't leave me out here! Oh my god, please stop crackling. This shit is like unplayable. Why is it like this again?
Hold tight, Zero. We'll get you back on course.
Fuck, I hit escape instead of apply. I can still hear it, like, lagging with the audio. I can't even talk, like my voice gets distorted. Why? Like I have no audio now? Jack? Yeah, I still have a major delay in my voice. I don't fucking care about this. Like, I can barely talk because it's lagging me out. I don't fucking get it. Wow, my connection is perfect. It's almost like it has to do with a shitty optimized game. Your connection is very fast.
Was it an accident to bomb a school, a refugee camp, and a hospital? They're killing kids every single day. There are kids with bullet shots in their skulls. You see x-rays come out of Gaza with bullets literally in children's skulls. You know how disgusting that is? They are targeting them. When you see a bullet in a kid's head, that is targeted. Was that an accident?
And how can you not see it when it's staring you right there in the face? Like the amount of videos and pictures out there of Israeli soldiers posing with the toys of the children that were killed, laughing, mocking the toys. Like, who does that? If your goal, let's say the stated goal of Israel is, as they claim, which is to stop terror, how does posing with the toys of the dead children and laughing serve that goal? We've heard many times before how Israelis are trained to become soldiers since kindergarten, right? But there's also a culture of suppressing whatever happens in the army. Like, it's so common for Israeli soldiers to go to India, to do so much drugs, to forget about it and party.
It's funny to think about the trip to India that many Israelis take after the army.
Yeah.
It's like part of this machine.
Yeah, go
The same
serve
kind.
it.
Yeah.
But it is.
It is.
They go, you know, in as a herd, and they go with their occupation mentality, and they occupy another place. They don't go there to see the other place, to learn about it. And you see signs in Hebrew in India about Israeli salad and Israeli.
One of my good friends here, she's a Dutch girl, but the reason she became kind of anti-Zionist is once she was in India, in Goa, and she met some of these soldiers who were very drunk, and in their drunk state, they started confessing to her what they did to Palestinians. It's almost like they were talking about a video game of death and destruction. Ever since then, she was like, what the fuck? And you see so
Damn.
many videos of people trying to catch Israelis in the act, like confessing to, are you happy you're killing Palestinian children? When they confront these soldiers, a lot of them say, yeah, and I'll kill some more. And psychologically speaking, it's so interesting because they're like doubling down on the physical violence they did with more emotional violence to almost like deal with the shame and suppress it. It's very...
Oh, where are you from?
I'm from Israel.
I'm from Palestine.
Yeah, I know you. Hamza, I was just watching you live.
The 20,000 children that were killed in Palestine, is that justified?
Yeah, because they're going to grow up to be Hamas. I learned this in the Torah class.
You're saying it's okay for children to be...
If they're Palestinian, they're all...
20,000 children that were... That's okay?
Yeah.
Israeli society is deeply broken, psychologically speaking. They are terrified to stop and face the painful consequences of what they're doing. Afraid to be vulnerable because vulnerability feels like weakness. And interestingly, Zionists associate weakness with the way anti-Semites used to view Jews. And in a strange way, Zionists see Jews the way anti-Semites used to see Jews. Check out what this Rabbi Yaakov Shapiro says about this.
The anti-Semites accused the Jews, they looked at them as being weak. Unmanly, that was a word they used a lot. People who sit in the ghetto just poring over musty tomes of the Talmud. And the truth is that, yes, that's exactly what we were doing. We look at it with pride because we're having spiritual accomplishments. And the Zionists said enough is enough. So they decided that they're going to transform the Jews. The trauma, and that's an important word, the trauma and shame that the Zionists had were the most important contributing factors to what they wanted to be.
There's that like aspect of Israeli culture, this like kind of like uber masculine, the overlap with this sexualization, fetishization of Palestinian women. Like we see all these videos and Instagram photos. Israelis dressing up and
Temps the jump.
Palestinian women's underwear. The epitome of masculinity is genocidal intent.
Again, what is the point of these pictures? What is the point of posing with the underwear of the woman you killed or kicked out of the homes? If the goal is in fact to stop terror and kill Hamas, why pose with the underwear and lingerie? Like why? If not to assert your dominance and your manliness.
We're going to create people that are the opposite of Jews, people who are going to show those anti-Semites, we're going to show the whole world, we'll show ourselves what we really are, to create the opposite personality of a Jew.
By the way, I love this rabbi. And I think he's right because this pent-up rage of Israeli society and this need to attack before getting attacked, this need to dominate before hypothetically getting dominated, comes from that. Like, we're never going to be weak again. We're going to prove to everyone, including ourselves. I'm sure you've seen the clips from the Two Nice Jewish Boys podcast.
If you're listening to our words and saying, how could they be advocating to, do massive bombing, indiscriminate bombing, how could they talk about killing children? We're not advocating to target children, but forgive us if we don't give a shit. If, everybody there dies. It's just the way we feel. It's just the way Israelis feel.
This podcast was conceived for the English-speaking people who recently moved to Israel, and one of the guys is actually from Alabama. Now, I'm sure these guys think of themselves as liberal Zionists. And they've even had episodes on their podcast where they critique the right-wingers, and I love the way Daniel Mate from the Bad Hasbara analyzed these two guys.
What they're confessing to, actually, if you think about it, is the intolerable existential condition. Right, just being an Israeli. Yes, just that is a miserable, miserable, miserable place. And it was always going to be a miserable place as long as you're haunted by the half-extermination of a people. Yeah. It didn't complete the job.
Seriously, imagine the misery of believing that everyone in the world is out to kill you. What a miserable existence that would be. And what's interesting with these two guys from the podcast is that they represent many people in Israeli society who used to be liberal, but now after October 7th, they're done. They're done with peace.
What did you witness after
October 7th. I believe what I saw is that people that were racists in the closets are now very openly racist because they are more allowed to do that because it's now for a reason. And about this movement of liberals or progressive that says a lot of time that we were once people of peace, but after the 7th of October, now we don't believe in peace. So you never actually believed in peace because you don't actually realize why the 7th of October happened. So just said that you saw Palestinians as lesser people than you. Just say that. It's okay. Say that. Here it's okay. It's fine. Here it's the norm. Don't hide behind those progressive ideas.
את יודעת כמה חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה?
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי. אני הייתי עד 7 באוקטובר האמנתי בשלום ובשיח ובדו-שיח. אחרי זה הבנתי שאין עם מי לדבר. כולם שם מחבלים. לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
If you find it okay to say that Arab infants need to die to avoid becoming terrorists, then you were never liberal and peace-loving to begin with.
That's all.
So if you hear any noise, there are people cleaning the hallway. They come every Saturday, but yeah. So try to ignore it, babes. The way liberal Zionists ignore the truth. Just pretend it's not there. See? Easy. And these liberal Zionists can't hear what they sound like. They can't see how dehumanized Palestinians are in their eyes. Not just dehumanized, Palestinians don't even exist in their eyes. Check out this clip of this girl who Corey from the Ask Project was asking her, like, are you happy that people in Gaza are suffering? She's like, hell no, what are you talking about? Thinking he's talking about the hostages, and then it hit her that when he said people in Gaza, he meant Palestinians. For her, people don't exist there.
האם אתם שמחים שאנשים בעזה סובלים?
חס וחלילה. למה שנשמח?
לא שמחים שהם סובלים, אבל אנחנו גם לא שמחים על כל המצב שנמצא. היא דיברה על החטופים כנראה.
And this is in fact one of the coping strategies that I mentioned earlier, the avoiding. Just avoiding reality altogether. Just listen to this nice, liberal-sounding Israeli woman talking from last summer, by the way, when they were bombing Beirut, as the war was expanding into Lebanon, with no mention of Palestinian or Lebanese people. Like, this war is so hard on Israelis. It doesn't even register, as if it's happening like in a vacuum. And also bringing up the hostages. Keep in mind that there are no hostages in Lebanon, and there are no hostages in Syria, where the war is now expanding to. Just watch the calm, chill existence of Israelis walking their dogs.
השנה הכי קשה שעברה עליי אישית ועל כל האנשים פה, על כל הישראלים, ייקח לנו הרבה מאוד זמן להקל ולהבין מה גודל האסון. אני חושבת שאנחנו כולנו פגועי נפש ברמות שונות, ואני מתפללת שקודם כל החטופים יחזרו ושכולנו נזכה לרגיעה, לפחות לרגיעה.
It's not that the media is just shielding them. The media is shielding them because they don't want to see.
Do you watch international media?
Kinda, yeah.
Kinda? But are you... But do you notice...
Try to avoid the...
Let's move to the second tactic, deflecting, and usually to Islam as the boogeyman. Just listen to this man, who's also, by the way, very nice sounding, and I'm sure he's lovely to know on a personal level. Just listen to him acknowledge that there is negative perception about Israel around the world, people in Europe, but it's also because of Islam in Europe.
The European civic, and now with a little bit misinformation and a little bit more Islamic thing in Europe.
And I love this revisionist history of people pretending that the anti-Semitism in Europe is something that Muslims brought in the last couple of decades. We're all aware who put Jews in the chambers, right? We still remember that collectively? Now look at this delusional settler who also looks very nice, sounds very nice, and I'm sure she's very kind and lovely to her kids. Look at her talking about how she would go. She used to be, by the way, next to Gaza, and now she moved to another occupied part, the Golan Heights. But anyway, when she was still in the towns surrounding Gaza, in the south of Israel, she would take the journalists to show them the happy Israeli kids with the nice hair and the horses. And those damn media, all they wanted to film are the sad kids in Gaza. And according to her, the media was focusing on the wrong thing because it's Islam against the free world.
I used to go with journalists from the BBC, CNN, French news, all the world near Gaza. I used to live there in Netzarim. And they always, I showed them the best, and it always was the bad.
Like,
so
what do you mean? Give an example.
I always show them, like, little kids with nice hair and all around horses, whatever. And they always went to Gaza and then see poor kids crying. And I told them, it's not about us and Gaza. It's about the whole Islamic world and the free world.
That's false, America.
Now let's go to a very famous liberal, who's actually normally smart and funny and self-aware, defending Israel, albeit in a less aggressive way. Now this is her in 2021, before any of this happened.
I mean, I'm Jewish, but I'm not accountable for the actions of the Israeli government. I'm from New England.
So far so good, right? Because why should Sarah Silverman or any other American Jew be held accountable for what Israel does? Now fast forward to now, she shared the post calling for Israel to cut off the water, electricity from Gaza. Because why should Israel give water and food and gas to their enemy? Without even questioning why Israel gets to control how much water, food, another population has. Ignoring the fact that that level of control and subjugation is maybe the problem. But for Sarah, that can't be the problem. The problem is, of course, anti-Semitism.
But there is this thing with Jews. I mean, like, people really hate Jews.
People in the Middle East don't hate you because you're Jewish, babe. We hate you because you're occupying our lands. I don't mean to make this about Sarah, because I actually think Sarah Silverman is very funny, and I like her. As a person, as a comedian, she's great. But what she fails to understand is that she says she's from New England, right? She shouldn't be held accountable. Well, her sister, who's also from New England, is now a rabbi living in Jerusalem.
And a big sister to me. Please welcome Rabbi Susan Silverman. Hi, Susie. In Jerusalem, where you live.
And I'm sure her sister, like her, is probably a very nice person to deal with on a day-to-day basis.
What is your version of religion?
So for me, it's the repairing the world, being God's partner.
You couldn't have healed the world from New England, from the US, where you're actually from. You had to move all the way there to heal the world.
Girl, bye, get out, get out, get out.
But back to Sarah and the use of deflection as a defense mechanism against the cognitive dissonance, against facing the reality. I'm gonna play some of her interview in 2021 where she talks about the oppression of Muslims in China, which is something, by the way, all defenders of Israel do. Deflecting to the suffering of Muslims in other places like China and Syria. Like they always tell you, what about in Syria? Don't you know how many Muslims Assad killed? Okay, that's horrible. But how is that an argument for you? It's like, look over there, they also rape. I want to rape. Why do you focus on me and my rape and my crimes? Like, that's not the intelligent argument that you think it is.
No one goes up to Chinese Americans and demand that they condemn the concentration camps of 1 million Uyghur Muslims in China.
And the idea here is, of course, is people focus on Israel because people hate Jews. And we're back to square one. Anti-Semitism. It's like they're stuck in a loop void of any self-reflection or any accountability. It's like they hate us. Like that girl in high school who bullies everyone. It's like, oh, they hate me because I'm pretty. No, bitch. They hate you because you're a For many Jews and a lot of other non-Jews in Europe and the US who grew up with the Holocaust education, it seems very normal for them to keep thinking about Jewish victimhood all the time. And it was real victimhood during the Holocaust, for sure. But to constantly keep thinking about it is re-traumatization. And if you apply that to any injustice faced by any other oppressed group, you'll see just how toxic it is.
Holocaust studies is not Holocaust studies. It's Zionism studies, because the final chapter in all Holocaust studies is Israel. Kids go to Auschwitz and they come out crying after they get the tour, draping with an Israeli flag draped over their shoulders. Imagine you talk about the trauma. Let's take the African American community. They were oppressed. They were dragged here from Africa in chains to be slaves. Imagine if they would react to their oppression by bringing African American children down south to visit the sites of lynchings, stick their heads in the nooses, let them feel it, show videos, make them feel they're part of it, and say, the white people, they'll never do this to us again, never again. We're going to get our own country that'll represent all the black people. It's our only hope. It's either nationalism or lynchings. And could you imagine what type of trauma that would create?
Now, the other defense mechanism is delegitimization of Palestinian resistance. It's all terror.
People look at a situation like this and they assume that people everywhere are more or less the same. They more or less want the same things. And they think, well, okay, what would it take to turn my family into this kind of strange death cult phenomenon. And the assumption, okay, these people clearly have been pushed beyond the brink of madness so as to behave this way. And who's done that to them? Well, it's the Israelis.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So the more you turn up the dial of destructiveness of the suicidal terrorism, the more the onus for these atrocities seems to fall on the victims. The Jews did that. The Israelis did that. Having to go through checkpoints and and just not having their own state and the humiliation of it all. It's all so terrible that that's what explains the character of this violence.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, people like Sam Harris, who's liberal and has this meditation app called Waking Up. I've never met anybody who speaks so calm, yet says the most hysterical things. The amount of interviews around the internet of this guy talking about Muslim culture as people who are deranged.
What I'm going to say it should just be obvious to everyone, which is that we have a vast number of people in the Muslim community worldwide, not just in the occupied territories or in Gaza, who are powerfully deranged by religious symbols and their religious identity, which is to say, it is the most important thing to them, but more important even than the deaths of their own children, right? We're talking about a culture, again, I'm not talking about just Palestinians, I'm talking about the Muslim community worldwide.
Shut up, bitch! Shut the f*** up!
People like Sam Harris are actually very racist and elitist. If you notice Sam Harris, the way he even talks about Jewish, Orthodox Jews who are very religious, he actually looks down on them. He's disgusted with anything that he thinks is lower class than him.
We were ever going to get to a two-state solution. Part of the remedy there is to disenfranchise the religious maniacs on the Israeli side. The religious maniacs on the Israeli side.
So he's one of those very educated people who look down on people who are religious and don't have a high education. He's actually a very elitist and racist person. And the unintentionally funny thing with him is that he's the guru of meditation. He did this Waking Up app that a lot of people swear by.
Once you know how to meditate, you can recognize thoughts as thoughts.
Like the thought that brown people cannot be possibly defending their families like you have the right to. That thought. Meditate on that. Suck my Sam Harris. And then eat my ass. Namaste. Speaking of his fake meditation and healing, I read recently an article written by an Israeli writer and an activist. Beautiful article. I'm going to link it in my description. She talks about the community in Galilee, which has all these healing centers for Israelis. And in the article, she writes about the juxtaposition, this very jarring contradiction of this place with all about healing and the subjugation of Palestinian people. But she asked, what are you healing from? And something else that these hip, leftist, liberal Zionists do is not go fight in the army, but they look down on Palestinians in other ways.
Recently in Israel, you order your taxi through apps and gives you always the name of the driver who is coming to collect you. And you can't believe how many Israelis wouldn't order a taxi if the name is an Arab name.
But all these coping strategies that liberal Zionists use are there to deflect from the truth. For example, these liberal Zionists lie to themselves and to the world that the objective of the war is to end terror. Right? But the beautiful thing about having honest Zionists out there is that they tell us what the objectives of the war really are.
So while the war is continuing, we will fill the areas that were liberated with Jewish communities.
It doesn't get more honest than that. She's telling us that the objective of the war is to allow us to continue with our goal. While the war is going on, this is the perfect opportunity for us to take land. But even her, if you notice, she talks about liberated areas. She uses these words that also mask real objectives, because even the craziest, most sociopathic person, even the most villainous of people, never thinks of themselves as evil. This is a big rule when you go to writing school or film school, is that when you're writing a villain, let's say, a bad guy, you never write them as someone who's judging themselves as bad, because every person deep down inside believes they're justified in their actions. Nobody's doing that evil mustache twirl thing. Everyone thinks they're good on some level. So even these honest Zionists who's we're going to take Palestinian land, to them it makes sense because the Bible told them so. Speaking of honest Zionists justifying also for themselves.
So your position here is a political position to keep Palestinians out of it?
Not to keep Palestinians out of it, to keep Jews in it.
And therefore keep the Palestinians who are here out of it?
No, that's not, no.
That's a necessary evil. They're not coming back into here. So whether I am here, whether I am not here, whether it's me, whether it's someone else, whether it's a monkey, whether it's a giraffe, they're not coming back into this house ever. I understand why they're angry at me. I understand why they dislike me. But I did not do this to them. I'm not doing this to them. And as I said, if I leave, I'll be replaced immediately. And I venture to think that whoever comes here is not going to be as easygoing as I am.
If you notice his stance and the way he's talking, the way he's looking down and the calm tone, he's not as crazy as that woman. So he's somewhere between the hardcore honest Zionists and the liberal Zionists. But at the end of the day, they all want the same thing, to take the land for them. Honest Zionists go for it unapologetically, and the liberal ones just dance around the ugly, painful reality. Now back to the coping strategies of the liberal Zionists. Limiting impact. Oh, it's not really genocide. How can it be genocide if they're still smiling and playing?
I agree 100% of what
Ben, anyone that
You're
smiles.
Gaza right now.
Yeah.
But do you think that's ethnic cleansing? Ethnic cleansing means we get rid of all of them.
No, we are not. We don't want to clean them, because if we did, we would do it very easily. We have the power. We have all the weapons.
But the ultimate form of limiting impact is the one that the liberal Zionists from Hollywood do, this sugarcoating the genocide with prettiness and beauty, which is what Hollywood is all about.
Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah to you too.
How's it going?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Weird times. But,
Crazy times.
Crazy times.
Yeah. Especially nowadays where the entire world is going through different turbulence.
Turbulences? This is what this is? Turbulence? And what a metaphor for the cover-up of liberal Zionists these two women are. Beautiful, gorgeous, sitting in their mansion, just lighting candles. Oh my God. And by the way, Gal Gadot, she openly says that she served in the army, but if you listen to her, she's actually not that bright. She believes what she's selling. But Noa Tishby, she is something else. And if you notice, by the way, in this video, a little bit of a tangent, but she's always covered up. Like, she has a beautiful face, but she never shows off her body. But I think she was intimidated that Gal Gadot, someone that pretty, is coming up, so she brought out the girls. Gal Gadot is not gonna steal my thunder.
And that's what we're doing tonight. We are actually lighting the final candle of Hanukkah.
And something else that she does, Noa Tishby, she did this series of lighting the candles, right? Again, sugarcoating, covering the genocide with like peace, which actually the sickness is that Judaism is a beautiful religion of peace, justice, and always seeking the truth and truth-telling. But people like her, and which represent the whole Israel, like Zionist project, they use this as a cover. And in one of the ceremonies of lighting the candles, she hooks up with Tiffany Haddish, which is something also Hollywood now uses.
They're sitting too close together
with the African American community,
say,
because they're
make room for the Holy
realizing that
Spirit.
black activists are seeing the parallels of oppression. They're like, hell no. But anyway, in the video with Tiffany Haddish, Noa Tishby's son just happens to be walking around the synagogue and just pops in, oh, hi, just to position Noa Tishby as like, you know, a mother, and just, again, infuse the image of Israel with nurture and motherhood, and oh my God.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Hanukkah, candle number 7.
Happy Hanukkah. I put on some press-on nails for you.
Oh my God, it's my son.
Hey, son.
Bueno.
I love it. He's happy to see.
It's all image, it's all PR, especially this alignment with Hollywood and targeting stuff at the English-speaking world. This obsession of how they're coming across to America, their main funder, is baked into the DNA of Zionism. You've heard of the term Hasbara, right? The explaining, which is something that Matt Lieb and Daniel Mate mock on their amazing podcast, Bad Hasbara. But Hasbara is something that Zionists are actually proud of. They think it's good. They need to explain Israel to the rest of the world.
So a lot of American Jews are doing Hasbara. What are you doing for Hasbara?
We're not doing
Nothing? Come on, people.
Your English is very good too.
I'm actually astonished how they put this stuff out there. In a way, you have to be grateful for the delusion of liberal Zionists, that they're so blind that they can't see that them posting this stuff online is telling us what this project is about. I'm sure you've seen this gem that went around a couple of weeks ago that went viral of this woman saying, who gives a shit how many civilians are dying? Now, she's not exactly a liberal Zionist, but also she's like, probably in her everyday life, she's very sweet and tender and kind and nice.
Children grow up to be Arabs. Parents use them as human shields to gain sympathy. The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
As sickening as that was, the fact that something like this went viral speaks to the idea that the world is starting to wake up to what Israel really is. The true nature of Israel that liberal Zionists try to hide, albeit unconsciously. Because again, you have to point out that these people are not evil. We have to remember that. But just psychologically broken. And with all this on display, it feels like truly the beginning of the end. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And when we say end, we don't mean the end of Jews. We're talking about the end is a land that is free and democratic for all. Equality, honey. Yeah? Not everyone's out to kill you. Please. Please, wake up. And even though there is a light at the end of the tunnel, far away at the end of the tunnel, which is no good for Palestinians on the ground today, but of course you can't help but want to feel hopeful, because without hope, what is the point of anything, right? So, but anyway, the light at the end of the tunnel is still far away for Palestinians right now, but you know liberation is on the way. I want you to check out what this Israeli Knesset member said after being suspended. Suspending a guy who's trying to speak up about the genocide.
Part of my struggle, a great deal of my struggle, is as an Israeli politician and representative to amend my own society. I want Israel to be a good society with no occupation, and they don't want me to be able to do so. I will continue. With my comrades, of course.
אני יהוד, לא ציון. אני רוצה להיות יהודי כמו פעם, כמו לפני 150 שנה, שחיו פה בשלום בשמחה. שכל הפלסטינים יחזרו לפה.
It's important to remember what these anti-Zionist Jews are fighting for, like the rest of us around the world are fighting for. It's the freedom and dignity of Palestinians, the dignity that they deserve.
این فقط 100-120 سال تاریخ داره. 500 یهودی به ایجی خواه.
You guys hear the news about rainbow capitalism? Remember I said for like years and years and years that rainbow capitalism, you know, corporations being progressive, had basically nothing to do with the actual political position.
Okay. So I'll try this one more time. See how it works now.
Positions of the people on top of the corporations, which is why it was always really funny that conservatives would be screaming about how like the entire world is owned by wokeness or whatever, when in reality it's just a bunch of soulless ghouls running the numbers on a spreadsheet, and like if they find it's 0.8% more profitable to pretend to be progressive, they'll do that. This one, I will say, it does surprise me. Alphabet, you're not sending your best. Google Calendar erases Black History Month, Pride Month, Holocaust Remembrance Day, amid a few others. Indigenous Peoples Month, Jewish Remembrance Day, I think, from the calendar. They got rid of all the dang woke holidays. Now we won't know when it's time for wokeness. That's anti-Semitic on Google's part. You know what? Yeah. That is true. That is correct. Yeah, it's pretty tough to argue against that point, you know? Yeah, Hispanic Heritage Month, yeah, Jewish Heritage Month, Indigenous People Month, Holocaust Remembrance Day. Right. Incredible stuff. And the crazy thing is, Trump didn't even ask them to do this. This is them kowtowing to the regime preemptively. Like this is happening without any direct prompting. This isn't like a executive order, now we will no longer have identity-based holidays or something. They're just desperately like, it's not even good for business. Was there anyone on Earth, I mean literally any human being alive, I'm not being facetious, I'm actually referring to all humans alive, who didn't use Google services or Alphabet services? because Google Calendar had these holidays listed. I genuinely don't know. But by removing them, you create so much backlash. Like, the removal of them is far more of an event than their inclusion. No one cared that they were there. You know? Even the New York Post isn't really commenting on this positively. The New York Post, of course, being a fascist rag. I don't know what the hell they even... So Vosh, is this removing them from the default holiday set or from the entire... From the default holiday set? Like, you know, normally, like, I don't really use Google Calendar, but you open it up and you see, like, oh, today's 4th of July or whatever. Like, you can see... the funniest thing to me, I don't know if it says in this article, where does it say it? The funniest thing to me is that their provided explanation for the removal of all these events from Google Calendar was that the previous calendar process was, quote, unsustainable. Like, yeah, we here at Google, we manage the the upload of like 18 terabytes of new data every millisecond. And we, but having like multiple overlapping days and months in the calendar, it's just not really. What does that even mean? It means they're cowards. They're removing it to like preemptively kowtow to this administration's desire to remove wokeness. But like, really, Holocaust Remembrance Day, dude. Like, this isn't even a matter of appealing to Nazis. Nazis weren't refraining from using Google because Holocaust Remembrance Day was acknowledged by the app. Like, it seems senseless. It's a total cultural loss, but they gain nothing by removing it. It's just nonsense. Google Map shows Gulf of America now. Well, to be fair, like, they were always going to use America's like legal acknowledgement of the name, you know? Like, that's more expected to me. At least that was following an executive order. This just nothing. It could have been a private threat or something. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Still
really?
fucking...
The Trump administration?
All over the place
trio
with audio.
glazing Trump administration?
Not only that, fucking shitty game. Shitty optimized game.
Like, remove the Holocaust Remembrance Day? I genuinely just think that right now the oligarchs are in a competition to curry favor and kiss ass to end up being the one on top. Like, right now, the top oligarch easily, Elon Musk. Elon Musk owns Twitter privately, can do whatever he wants with it, has tens of billions of dollars in contracts with the DoD, and has, like, the right hand of the presidency, if not the presidency itself, basically. Now, as for these other tech oligarchs, you know, we'll talk about, like, Sam Altman, for example, later on, like, with this beef with Elon Musk. But my guess is, like, all of them are already billionaires, but who gets to be the first trillionaire? It's very important competition, you know? Humanity depends on finding a solution to this one, you know? We need an answer. I think they're fighting over that. It's kind of like how, forgive me for doing the historical allegory again, but like, you know how under feudalism, the nobility and the serfs are in two completely separate classes with separate interests? And the nobility overwhelmingly act in the interest of the nobility. Like, the nobility as a group are constantly reaffirming their own power. But then you get into the nobility and they're all fighting with each other too. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, don't mistake class consciousness and class solidarity for cooperation within that class. You know? So I think that's what we're seeing. It's kind of like a desperate effort to kowtow and capitulate and try to, you know, be the one who comes out on top. That being said, this is a particularly pathetic gesture in that direction. The update was confirmed by a Google spokesperson to The Verge, which first reported the change. The spokesperson said the calendar team had manually been adding what they described as a broader set of cultural moments in a wide number of countries around the world. The spokesperson said that maintaining this consistently on a global scale wasn't sustainable. You're, Google. This could be managed by a single hobbyist with a spreadsheet. You are Google. This is a pathetic justification. Google donated $1 million to the inauguration fund, Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. They have databases to Google do that. It is Google. It's honestly kind of insulting they didn't come up with a better argument than this, you know? How big of an institution could you possibly need to manage multiple overlapping days of remembrance, acknowledgement, holiday in different countries over 365 days a year? I think they got it. Anyway, nobody has been covering this positively. This has only been covered negatively. There are no conservatives that I have seen really gloating about this. I'm sure you can find some if you go looking. You can find, like, I don't know, the N-Wokeness Twitter account screeching about how, like, finally we no longer have to remember the Holocaust or whatever. I don't know. I think this would be a good point to remember. However, I think it's important to reaffirm this because this is kind of going to become, like, more relevant with time. Pride Month happens
is gay
whether or not they say it does. You know, like, the legitimacy of these events is given by the public thought and public conscience, not by the government, corporations, whatever else, because they're going to keep doing this, right? They're going to say, oh, you know, it's Pride Month, oh, it's this Remembrance Day, whatever. They can say those things aren't happening all they want. It doesn't change the fact that they're happening. Yeah, there's going to be less corporate rainbows this year, but you know what? Macy's, Lockheed Martin, and the cops who show up at Pride every year anyway. They were never really allies. They were just there to flex while they were, you know, in the cultural zeitgeist. Pride will happen anyway. It was happening back when cops were enforcing anti-sodomy laws and busting down into gay bars, you know, on the weekly and arresting people for wearing, I don't know, assless chaps. On some shit you people would be. Modern homosexuals, you pussies, you would have been right there with the cops. I see you, Gen Z queer people, busting into a gay bar. You see a 19-year-old and a 23.
X, are you okay? This is X.
If we do that, that means I think we can get the economic growth to be maybe 3-4%, maybe 5%. If there's not, it's like just a massive number of blank checks. Just they should be on the.
What's your response to that, Chris?
Well, very, very smart people. Anyway, roughly $500 billion
to Gaza.
This poor kid. Elon, do you not have a sitter or something? He hates this. Stop torturing him. Fox News posted this. Okay.
Officials with Parks Canada have confirmed the presence of highly pathogenic avian influenza at Rouge National Urban Park. According to the Canadian Wildlife Health Cooperative, a number of cases of this bird flu have been seen across southern Ontario in the past few weeks.
Mostly in Canada geese, partially because this is a species that appears to be somewhat susceptible to the virus, and it also shares the environment with our dabbling ducks like mallards, which are the species we assume are carrying the virus.
The impact on some bird populations can be quite severe, causing disease and death. The public being advised to take precautions when interacting with wildlife.
The risk to the average person remains rather low, but what's really important is that people exercise extra vigilance if they come across, for example, dead animals, especially, you know, dead wild mammals or birds. They should avoid handling those animals. They should be extremely cautious of off-leash pets, especially on large.
Okay.
Properties.
Stop.
Also
With
located within Scarborough's Rouge Valley, the Toronto Zoo,
I never want
its
it.
wildlife in a particularly vulnerable position. It's been operating an HPAI contingency plan since the threat of the H5N1 variation of bird flu emerged. Toronto Zoo Director of Wildlife Health Dr. Nick Masters says any sick, injured, or dead wild birds found on site are handled appropriately, and we operate post-mortem examinations and surveillance for highly pathogenic avian influenza with the help of the Canadian Wildlife Health Cooperative.
You know, I am not a vet, but I don't think those birds are sleeping.
Videos posted to social media show other potential cases of the avian flu. This one's had to be taken at Professor's Lake in Brampton.
We did receive some of those animals for testing, so we're just waiting on results for that. Based on the location and where we've seen avian influenza previously, I suspect that that's likely what's happening with those geese as well.
Stevens says anywhere that Canadian geese cluster has the chance of spreading the virus, he's asking the public to report when they see sick or dead wildlife. Megan King, Global News.
We're likely to get final confirmation votes very.
I'm gonna go lay down. It's the low part of when nobody's online anyway. And then hopefully I won't fall asleep and miss Zapata's vet appointment in the morning. I'm just so frustrated with trying to get shit to work, thinking it's fixed, and then suddenly it's just like starts doing shit again.